Born to the great conqueror, Jun Suangshao, and the mild Shen Yu, Jun Qiyu's future can only be auspicious. Jun Qiyu strives to be as great as his big father, but when he returns from his exploits, he is forced to marry his childhood friend, Li Qing, who was given the title Tan Hua Long, the most eligible bachelor in among his peers. When he returned from the western regions, he ordered Li Qing to not accept the marriage. But when the time came, Li Qing changed his mind and double-crossed him. Qi rebels by mistreating his new crowned princess. Their marriage is off to a rocky start. Would love ever blossom, or would he hate Li Qing until the day he dies? After receiving Shen Yu's blessings, Jun Suanshao led his army to the north to defeat the Xiongnu. He fought viciously, strategizing shrewdly, bearing down his enemy like the devil himself. It took him half a year, but he came back victorious. Due to the war, he was not there when Jun Qiyu was born, but took it upon himself to care for his son upon his victorious return. I never expected that Jun Suanshao would ever change a diaper in his life. A banquet is held upon his return. The countries surrounding Dajing came to celebrate his success and to pay him tribute, bringing rare gifts and vast treasures to please him, submitting themselves to his whims, pledging their allegiance to Dajing. While they celebrated the father, they also came to admire his son. They can only conclude that the auspiciousness of Dajing is due to the birth of the mighty emperor's crown prince. The birth of Jun Qiyu brought prosperity and luck to the kingdom of Dajing. It's been a year since Jun Qiyu's birth. Today is his first birthday. Many treasures varying from pearls, books, and weapons litter a mat on the floor. All this are in preparation of Zhuozhou. It is a tradition that on a child's first birthday, a variety of items will be laid out in front of them. Whatever the baby picks will be a symbol of what their future will be. It's like a fortune-telling activity for babies. Shen Yu crossed his hands in front of him, looking at his husband incredulously. He did prepare a lot of items in preparation for the fortune-telling activity, but does not know how Jun Suanshao sneaked in many sharp objects. He scolds his husband for adding weapons that could hurt their baby. Jun Suanshao pacifies Shen Yu's worries. There is no way that their Qi will be hurt, as they will be there to watch him. At his age, Qi can barely walk, let alone lift up a weapon in his tiny little hands. Should Jun Qi, you want to become a fighter, wouldn't it be a shame if weapons are not available for him during Zhuozhou? To prove his point, Jun Suanshao turned to the baby, Qiyu, babbling to the child to make the baby agree with him. To watch Jun Suanshao and Shen Yu's love story. Watch cruel and merciless commander's 9 wives are dead. Now his new wife is a man. In this channel, still carrying his child, Jun Suanshao turns to his emperor consort, telling him that they will not spoil Qiyu and will make him into a hero. As if agreeing to his father, Qiyu babbles to Shen Yu as if he is trying to assuage his little father's worries. Surprised by their son's cute reaction, Shen Yu can only look at him stunned. Jun Suanshao smugly tells Shen Yu that even Qiyu agrees with him and wants Shen Yu to stop worrying. Miffed at his husband's nonchalant attitude, Shen Yu sets aside his worries. Their child's future is undetermined as he is too young to take on the role of a hero. He tells the mighty emperor that should their child get hurt due to the sharp objects, he will blame the emperor. Guests started to arrive, and the imposing figure of the country's general stepped into the room. It is a small gathering of only close friends. General Songqing and his husband, Han Lian, are indeed welcome. Surprised by the new addition to their friend's family, Shen Yu turns to the toddler that Han Lian is carrying. He asks if the toddler is their child, thinking that Han Lian must have given birth to the child, like Shen Yu did to Qiyu. Shen Yu asks how Han Lian made it happen. Shen Yu, although a man, gave birth to Qiyu due to a birthing elixir. It's just magic. Okay. Don't question the power of BL. Han Lian explains that unlike Shen Yu, he does not have the ability to give birth. He and Songqing adopted the child from Han Lian's distant relatives. The Imperial doctor, Bian Shisi, laughs at Shen Yu for guessing it wrong. He suspected that the shrewd Han Lian must have stolen the baby. Ignoring the doctor's crude suspicions, Han Lian introduced the toddler as Song Li Qing. It was Song Qing who named the child. The child's name must be a combination of Lian and Qing. Han Lian explains that the child is thin and weak due to the lack of nourishment shortly after he was born. The child's parents died shortly after his birth, leaving the child behind. Li Qing is now 3 years old, but he is not bigger than the year-old Qiyu. Shen Yu takes pity on the child. Han Lian hugs the child as he tells Shen Yu that he brought the child so that Qiyu's auspiciousness and vitality can rub on the toddler. Taking on the role as the child's little father, Hong Lian, cares for the child and vows to raise him as if he is his own. Bian Shixi offered to become the child's godfather and promised to be more polite to Hong Lian. Hong Lian quickly rejected the offer, citing that he'd rather his child eat rice than medicine. The affronted doctor can only raise his voice at Hong Lian. Unbothered by their spouse's conversation, Jun Su Anshao placed his son on the raised platform, where various objects were laid out while Song Qing watched him vigilantly. Song Qing calls the attention of the others in the room, announcing that the fortune-telling activity is about to commence. Jun Su Anshao placed Qiyu on the mat, allowing him to choose. Shen Yu tries to encourage their child to pick among the items laid out. He turns to his husband asking if he wanted Qiyu to be a scholar or a fighter. Jun Su Anxiao quickly answered that he wanted his son to learn martial arts, so that he could take him to the garrison and practice the art. Shen Yu worries that their child might turn into a brute who only knows how to bully people. Jun Su Anxiao felt a stab in his heart, suspecting Shen Yu was talking about him. Jun Shi started crawling on the mat, delighted at the many toys in front of him. Shen Yu encourages him to grab whatever he wants. To Jun Su Anxiao's disappointment, and to Shen Yu's delight, Qiyu's chubby hand lands on a pile of books. Jun Su Anxiao tried to entice the child to choose another item, leading him to where he wanted the baby to go. Shen Yu scolded his antics, telling him that he shouldn't intervene. Qiyu excitedly raised the dragon's seal over his head. Pleased, Jun Su Anxiao remarks that the child must want to quickly replace his own father as emperor of Dajing. Jun Su Anxiao was impressed at his baby's ambition. Shen Yu suspects that Qiyu only picked the seal because Jun Su Anxiao usually gives it to the baby as a toy. Leave it to Jun Su Anxiao to let his child play with the dragon seal. The dragon seal is used by the emperor to sign missives and orders. Qiyu is an energetic baby that would latch on to almost everything he sees. Shen Yu is worried that their baby is being greedy. Song Qing is astounded that a year-old little baby could lift hefty objects made of jade. Bian Shixi compliments Qiyu for his sharpness, commenting that the child will be a force to reckon with in the years to come. Hong Lian thinks that if Qiyu grows up to be strong and ambitious like Jun Su Anxiao and intelligent like Shen Yu, he will surely become a troublesome child. Shen Yu announces that the fortune-telling activity is over and tells the others that he will call for a servant to take the objects away. Something catches Qiyu's attention and quickly crawls towards the object he desires. Across the platform, surrounded by books, sat Song Liqing leafing through the pages of a book. His pores over the book, not aware of the mischievous child coming towards him. With unsteady steps, Qiyu barged through the pile of books and fell on Liqing. Qiyu excitedly babbles and waves his arms, seemingly trying to talk to Liqing. He grabs the older boy by his sleeves, inviting him to see his treasures. Liqing does not understand what the boy wants and refuses to budge, but the stubborn Qiyu cannot be deterred. He grabs the older boy's sleeves until the buttons securing the robe grips. Frustrated, Qiyu grabs the older boy and latches on the boy's face. Liqing can only cry at the baby's eagerness. Hong Lian finally took notice of the two toddlers' squabble. He bends down to lift Liqing up, soothing the crying child. Qiyu still wants to play with the older boy and would lash on Hong Lian's robe, seemingly ordering him to give Liqing to him. Shen Yu is aware of his child's stubbornness. He quickly grabbed the child and smacked him on his bottom. Qiyu does not seem to care that Shen Yu is disciplining him, and would continue to reach out his hand to Liqing in a grabbing motion. Jun Su Anxiao tells Shen Yu that he should not fret too much as children tend to fight all the time. As Qiyu is only a year old, he does not know how to treat others kindly. Song Qing agrees as their child Liqing has never been with other children, and it would be good for him to meet a friend his age. Qiyu agrees, still reaching out to Liqing. Jun Su Anxiao approves of the children's closeness, and even gives his blessing that should they be fated to meet again in the future, the two children should stay together. Liqing shyly looks at the other toddler, only to be met with a bright smile. This seemingly innocent meeting marks his future with this boy, the crown prince of Dajing. The capital of Dajing is more crowded than usual. With the street heavily decorated, the crowd excitedly anticipates the Sanding Jia Street Parade. Today, the top 3 scholars who passed the Imperial exam shall be paraded in front of the citizens. The crowd congratulates the winners, commenting how each of the winners are happy and are proud of themselves. The crowd can only be astounded in their talents, but the one that everyone anticipates the most is not the first nor the second. This year's third placer is said to be a rare beauty, a rare combination of beauty, talent, and intelligence. Truly a gem amongst millions. The crowd can only look on in awe as the third placer, or Tan Hua Long. Before idols were created, the Tan Hua Long was the most sought-after boy in Chinese history. After passing a series of rigorous imperial examinations, the emperor would pick amongst the final three. The one picked is normally the most good-looking and is given the title Tan Hua Long. Finally emerges from view. A man with delicate features rides a horse. A red sash adorns his robe. This man is Song Liqing. Years have passed since his first meeting with the crown prince, Jun Qiyu. Everyone looks up to him, knowing that his future has no limits. A person from the crowd whispers to the person beside him that the Tan Hua Long is often married to a noble princess. It's a pity that their country does not have a princess. However, the current emperor became the first to marry a man, so it won't be too far-fetched should the crown marry off the crown prince to Tan Hua Long. The other bystander shushes him from talking ill about the royal family. The other gossiper pushes on. It is rumored that the Tan Hua Long has a little father that runs the famous Qin Lian restaurant, which was once a brothel. The infamous madam of the Qin Lian pavilion is Li Qing's little father. He is an orphan taken in by the Song family, and no one knows where he came from. The other gossiper scolds the other from talking too much and announces that a guard is coming to chastise them. The two can only bow in shame. Li Qing can hear them clearly. He kept a stoic face as he passes through them. In the past 10 years, he worked so hard in order to pass the Imperial examination and make his parents proud. He is also proud of himself for not causing them shame. He's a very filial child. He's the kind of kid that Asian parents would compare their child to. This is not the first time he's heard of such gossip. He's got used to it over the years. He remembers how the other children would tauntingly call him Master Rabbit. His origin as an orphan, and the occupation of his little father has always been the subject of teasing among his affluent classmates. Kids are mean. They would constantly bully and harass him, taunting him to drop out of school. He would quietly take the bullying, until one day, someone came to his rescue. The brash Qiyu, who was 2 years younger than him, would stake his claim on him and beat up their classmates. But he did not do it out of a noble reason. He simply does not like the idea of others bullying what belongs to him. Claiming that he is the only one allowed to bully Song Liqing, he would announce that Liqing is his. After beating up their classmate, Qi once asked Liqing to raise his hand. Qi, you would then stamp his signature on Liqing's hands, staking his claim. Kid's the kind to put his name on everything he owns. Rather than worry about these rumors, Liqing only cares about the people who deserve his kindness. That's a good mindset. Let them gossip. Tassels and amulets are thrown at him, which Song Liqing would graciously accept. To the crowd's delight, he would bow to them in thanks, calling his name like they would an idol. Liqing's musings would divert to his father, who is fighting in the Northwest Army. He remembers that they will be returning soon. His father will be coming back with his savior, also known as the Little Devil, Jun Qiyu. A commotion from the back draws his attention. A soldier is ordering everyone to make way. An attendant even came to usher his course to step out of the way. The crown prince of Dajing finally returns. Liqing rejoices at the news. It would mean that 2 of the 3 men he cares for the most are finally home safe. He smiles as the crowd announces the arrival of General Song and Crown Prince, Jun Qiyu. The crowd has another topic to entertain them. This time, it is the greatness of the Crown Prince who went to the western regions to protect their country from barbarians. The crowd praises the Crown Prince as they are lucky that not only is he wise, he is also gifted in martial arts, and the one that brings them prosperity. Liqing watches the procession with pride. He is proud of Qiyu for the name he made for himself. When Qiyu left the academy to fight on the border, they no longer kept in touch. He has not seen the Crown Prince in a decade. With the brashness and smugness only born to someone of Qiyu's birth, he swaggered into the streets without a care in the world. Liqing remarks that the boy who once saved him from the bullies remains the same. He shines so brightly like the sun. Liqing notices that Qiyu is not alone on his horse. A frail figure with golden hair hides under a hooded robe. Qiyu recognizes the person's origin to be from the western regions. The person can only be a slave, and Liqing can't bear to look. His musing was interrupted by a brash voice asking if he is this year's Tan Hua Long. The voice is none other than Jun Qiyu, whose course approached him. Before Song Liqing could introduce himself, the brash Qiyu interrupts him, saying that he knows who he is. Happy at being recognized, Liqing blushes, his face like a flower opening up to the sun. But Qiyu's expression is cold. It is not the expression of someone who's happy to see their childhood friend. Qiyu's head is in turmoil, annoyed at being summoned so hastily by his emperor father. The reason for the summon is to meet this person. This Tan Hua Long. Qiyu wipes the smile off Li Qing's face by asking him to take off his robe. Like a bully that he is, he tells Li Qing that he likes the robe and that Li Qing should just hand it over. Scared and confused, Li Qing can only look at him in bafflement. Let's hope he's joking. Everyone is shocked to hear Qiyu demand that the Tan Hua Long removes his robes. Li Qing suspects that Qiyu's temper has not improved. Staying at the western regions did not help him become a better person. He can only sigh, knowing that Qiyu is once again acting like a brat. Hoping to get Qiyu to calm down, Li Qing tells Qiyu to act respectfully in front of the crowd. Qiyu does not care. Being crown prince, there's nothing that anyone can deny him. But it's Mount Li Qing robes that Qiyu wants. He is annoyed at Li Qing himself. The slave riding with Qiyu grabs him by the front of his robes, whispering mischievously to Qiyu. The slave's name is Hu Newer. Qiyu turns to Li Qing smugly and tells him that Hu Newer wants Li Qing red flowers and demands that Li Qing hand it over to the slave to play with. The lack of respect is astounding. The slave reveals his beautiful face under the hood, his neck chained like an animal. Li Qing can only look at him speechless. The red flower is a gift from the emperor bestowed upon him for his hard work. It is not a toy. Trying to appease the prince, Li Qing tries to tell him that he needs it on him when he enters the palace. This answer annoys the prince, who used his sword to snatch the red ribbon off Li Qing's robes. Li Qing quickly grabs the other end. He asks Qiyu to return the ribbon. When entering the Imperial palace, the Tan Hua Long must wear the ribbon out of respect to the emperor who bestowed the reward. He asks Qiyu to let him have it for now and promises to give it to him after the ceremony. The crown prince insists that Li Qing should be honored that he is giving Hu Newer a gift and demands that Li Qing let go of the sash. General Song finally decided to break their argument. He scolds the crown prince for bullying Li Qing. Nothing is gained from the crown prince acting like a brute in front of his people. It is the royal family that is being embarrassed. Annoyed at being scolded, Qiyu tells Hu Newer to get off the horse. His looks promising revenge on Li Qing. He clamped his legs, and the horse started galloping at breakneck speed. With Li Qing holding the other end of the sash, he is dragged along. Qiyu shouts back at him that he shall enter the palace with Li Qing. Li Qing can only think of the story his fathers told him. When Qiyu was a year old, he grabbed Li Qing, unwilling to let go. Their fates must have been tied from that very day. Although the little devil tried to embarrass him and dragged him around town like a pet, Li Qing's affection for the prince has not lessened one bit. His affection would only grow stronger. As they neared the imperial court, Li Qing can't help but wonder where the crown prince's hostility is coming from. Qiyu's horse finally came to a halt. He orders the stable attendants to bring his horse only the freshest food and for them to take good care of his horse. Li Qing notices how Qiyu cherishes his slave and horse. A towering figure looms above him. Qiyu steps closer only to menacingly tell him that he has no intention of pleasing Li Qing. He tells Li Qing to refuse the marriage that his emperor father would offer him. Surprised, Li Qing steps back, dumbly repeating what Qiyu said. Unconvinced that he does not know, Qiyu voices his accusation that Li Qing must have convinced his emperor father to set up the marriage with Qiyu. He taunts Li Qing for his shamelessness in getting the emperor to marry him to the crown prince, but is in fact not brave enough to admit it. Li Qing can only look at him slack-jawed, unable to believe that this is happening. Qiyu looms over Li Qing. When the older man did not say anything, he could only make his own conclusions. Ambitious Li Qing must have gotten into his head that just because they were childhood friends, he could get Qiyu to agree to his machinations. Qiyu refused to be a part of it. Li Qing is saddened to hear that Qiyu does not see their friendship as precious. The one previous childhood memory of Li Qing is nothing to the prince. Li Qing tells Qiyu that he is unaware of the emperor's plan to marry them off. Qiyu tells him that if he really does not know about the plan, then he must decline the offer, or else. Clenching his fist, Li Qing asks Qiyu if marrying him is something that he found so disgusting that it is the first thing he asks as soon as he returns. Turning his back on Li Qing, Qiyu admits his disgust. What he hates the most are conniving individuals who use marriage to gain status. With these parting words, Qiyu leaves, ordering Li Qing to do as he asks. Li Qing sadly watches him leave, disappointed that Qiyu sees him as an unscrupulous person. He did not expect things to turn out this way. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, General Song and Crown Prince Qiyu spent 2 hours reporting all that transpired in the borders. The emperor is happy with the report. When it is time to reward the general, the atmosphere changed. With 2 fingers pointed at his temple, the emperor commends Song Qing for his loyalty. hoping that the man would continue to take on the position of general to protect the country. Song Qing expressed his desire to lay down the sword and spend the rest of his days with his family and take on the hobby of growing vegetables. Li Qing is excited to finally spend more time with his father. Emperor Shuwen reasons that although they are living a peaceful time, there is no harm to be cautious. He also compliments Song Qing's son, Li Qing. He fondly calls Li Qing Liner, who aced the Imperial exams, and calls for his presence. Li Qing steps forward and bows to the emperor. The emperor ordered him to stand up and expressed his liking of Li Qing. He claims that he is envious of Song Qing for having a smart son. Unlike him, he only got a son who only knows martial arts. Isn't that what you wanted? Li Qing waved off this compliment, citing that the crown prince's gift is a blessing from heavens and that his skills are nothing compared to the crown prince's. Emperor Xuan laments at his own child's neglectfulness. He reminisces about the time when Qiyu and Li Qing were close. Now that the two are of marriageable age, it would be nice if the two marry and tie the Song family to the emperor's. Should Li Qing agree, he can serve as the prince's attendant. Should he decline, he can be given a position in the council. Li Qing shall serve the emperor as a literary counsel, while his father can continue to serve as general of the army. Jun Xuanxiao is being crafty with his words. He's basically saying that if Li Qing refuses, he would send Song Qing back to the garrison. Li Qing can see through the emperor's plans. As Qiyu has been neglecting his studies, he wanted Li Qing to assist Qiyu with his studies. Using casual words, the emperor showed Qiyu what would become of his father should he refuse. The emperor smiles down on him, knowing that Li Qing won't deny him what he wants. Li Qing fears that the emperor would make his father guard the border until he dies. The role of the prince's attendant is a tedious position with no chance of promotion. Should Li Qing accept the offer, he will sacrifice his hard-earned position to allow his father to retire in his old age surrounded by family. But this answer will be against what Qiyu wanted. Faced by two bullies, either choice will cause Li Qing to suffer. In court, marriage is a transaction, something that Qiyu, with a carefree nature, looks down on. As a filial child, Li Qing knows the choice to make. He bowed down graciously to the emperor, accepting the gift of marriage. The emperor looks at him with a pleased expression, while Qiyu glares daggers at him in obvious disgust. Now that their family is about to be joined by matrimony, Emperor Shuwen grants the title of first-class duke to Song Qing. His position as duke and general can only be replaced through family relations. They shall rule dodging hand in hand. Song Qing's family shall prosper and fall alongside the emperor's. The emperor announces that he shall prepare a betrothal gift to Song Qing's family. Qiyu shows this time to interrupt, voicing his refusal. The emperor looks at his son, coldly asking him the reason for his objection. Emperor Suman looks at his son imperiously, challenging him if he can differentiate between right and wrong. Praising Li Qing's sensibleness, he points out that Li Qing would be the better half in their marriage while Qiyu is the inadequate one. Qiyu argues that if they are not matched, then the emperor should not impose this marriage on Li Qing. He asks his emperor father to allow Li Qing to decline the offer and find someone better suited. The emperor, much like his son, is stubborn. He pointed out that he once hoped that sending Qiyu away to the borders would quell his arrogance, but nothing has changed. The subject of marriage is the parent's decision. As emperor of this kingdom, there is no one who can challenge his decision. Qiyu finally agreed to the marriage, but he shall set two conditions. If these conditions are met, then he shall not say anything more on the matter. The first condition is that he want a mansion of his own, where he can live outside of the emperor's influence. The emperor immediately granted this request. The second condition is that he can choose his legal wife. Song Li Qing shall only hold the position of a second wife. The courtiers and spectators in the court gossip amongst themselves. The crown prince blatantly asked to make the Tan Hualong a concubine. The prince brought with him a slave from the west. They suspect that the prince plans to make the slave his wife. Li Qing could only bear the humiliation silently. The emperor, in his anger, throws a scroll to his son's face. Qiyu staggered in his steps, but held his ground. He wants it known that his wife can only be the one he values the most. When he is forced, even if his father gifts him a fairy or a goddess, he shall not give the marriage value. I actually agree with him. But remember, this is ancient times, so things are different then. Turning his anger on Li Qing, Qiyu lifts Li Qing by the arm, demanding that if he really loves Qiyu, he should not care about status. Someone who loves him would willingly accept being concubine, as long as he could be with Qiyu. Li Qing looks down, obscuring his face with his hair. Qiyu can see the fat tears falling down Tan Hualong's face. For a moment, Qiyu's expression softened. Clad in red wedding robes, Li Qing follows his maid to where the crown prince is. The sound of merriment and laughter can be heard from inside. Li Qing turns to the maid accompanying him and asks if the crown prince ordered her to stop Li Qing from finding out where he is. The maid bowed respectfully to him, admitting that the crown prince does not care whether he comes or not. It is her own decision to not let Li Qing see the unsightly scene and be sad. Touched at the maid's care, Li Qing asked for her name. She introduced herself as Xiao Di. He thanked her sincerely and told her to keep watch while he comes in. He does not want others to know the crown prince's foolishness. Xiao Di readily agrees. Li Qing cares for Qiyu's reputation and does not want Qiyu's reign to be met with disapproval due to his childishness. Inside, Hu Nuer dances exotically in front of the prince. The merriment stop at Li Qing's presence. Noticing his arrival, Hu Nuer announces the presence of the crown princess. Li Qing walks past the dancer towards Qiyu, who similarly dons a red wedding robe. He did not expect Li Qing to come to this place on his own. Treating him like an object of his entertainment, he invites Li Qing to change his clothes and dance for him. Hu Nuer even brought out the clothes for Li Qing to try on. Li Qing refused, not wanting to cave to Qiyu's taunts. Not listening to Li Qing's refusal, Qiyu insisted that Hu Nuer should teach Li Qing how to dance. This guy is a bigger pain in the back than his dad. Hu Nuer gleefully stepped forward to Li Qing, intent on teaching him. Li Qing stood his ground. He will not be bullied by Qiyu. He calmly told the prince that as a gift bestowed by the emperor and appointed as the prince's companion, he shall not partake in the salacious act of dancing. Hu Nuer laughed as if what he said was audacious. He sidled up to Qiyu seductively, coyly asking him what position it is that Li Qing holds. Belittling Li Qing's position, Qiyu revealed that Li Qing shall serve him as 7th rank official. His position is that of a study companion. Hu Nuer bragged that his position is far more important as he is by Qiyu's side all times. He even commented that he had thought that Li Qing has achieved 1st rank, taunting him. He moved closer to Li Qing, rubbing in his face that he won't be able to attend the morning court. This basically means that Li Qing's position is not important enough to garner power or share his ideas at court. Hu Nuer taunted Li Qing, pretending to kindly teach him how to entertain the crown prince. Li Qing quickly moved away from Hu Nuer, as if burned. Qiyu watched their interactions silently seething. He wanted Li Qing to leave immediately. Li Qing turned to Hu Nuer and frankly told him that he would never stoop so low as to learn a skill that entertains others in such a way. Li Qing faced Qiyu, urging him to go with him to their chambers as it is their wedding night. He wanted to coax Qiyu to come with him and have a pleasant first night as a married couple. Qiyu's mind is reeling with anger. He is aware that Li Qing is not fond of it and thinks that his childhood friend must be so happy to finally have him under his thumb. He thinks that if Li Qing would force him to accept this fate, he should not be so picky and should not make any demands from him. He looks at Li Qing full of disgust, angry at the crown princess for masterminding such a scheme. He suspects that Li Qing wants the prestige of being part of the royal family and is only pretending to be polite. He will never submit to Li Qing's control. He grits his teeth. Li Qing wonders if words got through to Qiyu. He tries to ask him again, but to his shock, the crown prince pushes him to the ground. His vision reeled like whiplash as he finds himself falling to the floor, the crown prince looming over him with a look of triumph. Stunned, he asks Qiyu what he is doing as his back connects to the ground. Qiyu grabbed his wrist, taunting Li Qing for eagerly wanting to get Qiyu to come to their wedding chambers. Qiyu caressed Li Qing's throat, saying that if he is too eager, then they should do it here on the floor, in front of the servants. This guy's a complete grr. Qiyu challenges Li Qing to perform. He taunts that Li Qing must have learned some useful things. Qiyu just wants Li Qing to back down and leave him in peace by embarrassing him. But Li Qing is undeterred. He tells Qiyu to stop the way he's acting as there are people watching. As if used to his bullying, Li Qing looks at him, unafraid, scolding him for acting absurdly. With his wrists pinned above him, Li Qing reasons that should the emperor and queen hear of this, Qiyu would surely get punished, thinking that Li Qing was threatening him. Qiyu grabbed Li Qing by his jaw, covering his mouth. He leans down, telling Li Qing to not use his parents to control him. The servants of Qilin Mansion belong to him. So even if Li Qing tattles to the emperor and queen, the servants will not support his claim. Qiyu wanted to humiliate Li Qing. Reaching down, he grabbed Li Qing's robes, raising the clothes up to show more of Li Qing's skin. Scared, Li Qing told him to stop. He tells Qiyu that he chucks his behavior to drunkenness. When Qiyu loosened his grip, Li Qing turned on his side, cowering in a fetus position, closing his eyes. Qiyu's hand caught on a tassel attached to Li Qing's belt. Li Qing opens one eye to see what Qiyu is talking about. Opening both eyes, Li Qing reminds him that it was Qiyu who gave him the charm. He's been wearing it since he was young. Qiyu remembers that the charm is a gift that he carelessly gave Li Qing and did not expect that the other would hold on to it for years. The charm only cost him a penny, and one that he got from the streets. He mocks Li Qing for keeping something too shabby. Li Qing is saddened to hear this. He kept the charm for years as it was Qiyu who gave it to him. Annoyed at Li Qing's expression, Qiyu grabbed Li Qing by the neck and proceeded to drag him towards the door. On the way out, the charm that Li Qing kept safe for years falls to the floor, pushing Li Qing out of the mansion. Qiyu tells him not to spoil his fun with his presence. Li Qing stumbles as he was pushed out, the maid Xiao Di catching him so that her dear crown princess does not fall to the ground. Fretting over him, she asks what happened, addressing Li Qing as Your Highness. Li Qing tells her not to address him so formally, to which Xiao Di tells him that she cannot agree to his request as Li Qing was crowned as princess, a title bestowed by the emperor himself. Besides, he is also the revered Tan Hua Long, and thus deserves the respect. She agrees to compromise that she will call them crown princess when there are others around, and Mr. Tan Hua Long when it is only the two of them. Li Qing thanked her for giving him comfort. Unable to help herself, she asks Li Qing why he came to the prince's door. Li Qing faced the closed doors and shouted to Qiyu that he shall wait for him outside until he comes out. I don't think that's a good idea. Li Qing's words were met by rejection. Qiyu shouts back that he should leave, not even bothering to open the door. Resolute, Li Qing tells him that he does not care for whatever Qiyu calls him, but he wants Qiyu to respect his position as crown prince. His reputation should not be tarnished. Angered that Li Qing is once again blackmailing him, Qiyu opens the door to tell Li Qing that if he kowtows 1,000 times, he shall go with him. Li Qing stares at him silently, then slowly kneels in front of him to do exactly what he said. The sky drizzled until it rained vigorously down on Li Qing, as if crying of the humiliation that the crown princess will endure. Xiao Di begs him not do it, while Qiyu stands dumbly, not expecting that Li Qing would do what he told him to. He only wanted Li Qing to leave him alone, but he hardened his heart as he does not want to make it easier for Li Qing to control him in the future. Xiao Di begs Li Qing to not let the crown prince trample on his pride. How will the servants respect him? Should anyone spread the rumor of the crown princess kowtowing to gain his husband's affection? It would be too shameful. Li Qing lets out a sigh as being shamed is a small price to pay. He looks at Qiyu and asks him to keep his promise. Qiyu is offended that Li Qing would challenge his words. He is disgusted by Li Qing's proud demeanor. Accepting that this is the only way, Li Qing bends his back for the first bow. Qiyu does not expect him to complete 1,000 kowtows and thinks that this is all for show. He tells Li Qing that he hates being coerced and threatened the most. With these final words, he enters the mansion and closes the doors shut. Li Qing continued to kowtow. He kowtowed so many times that he lost count and does not know how long he's been outside. As rain pours down on him, his vision blurs that he fears that an eye disease he used to have has relapsed. He's kowtowed too many times, yet Qiyu still has not come out. Xiao Ji kneels beside him, offering him a handkerchief to wipe the blood on his forehead. Li Qing tells her to save her tears as he is not hurting. He calls out to Qiyu, telling him that he kowtowed 1,000 times and that he must keep his word. Li Qing coughs. Being out in the rain for the whole night does not do the body any good. Xiao Di cries, offering to go inside to fetch the crown prince to beg him to come out. Qiyu hears them from behind the doors, finally opening it to find Li Qing kneeling on the ground, his head bleeding from all the kowtowing he did. He lifts the weakened Li Qing off the ground and carries him back to their chambers. But this gesture is not born from pity. Qiyu is seething. Li Qing must have a death wish. The bridal chamber is lavishly decorated with bright lanterns and red paper amulets, wishing happiness to the newlywed couple. Qiyu throws Li Qing to the bed, taunting Li Qing for growing a backbone. He decided to give him what he wanted. He shall fulfill his duty as a husband. He throws off his outer robes to the ground and roughly pushes Li Qing to the bed. Straddling him, he latches to Li Qing's slender neck. Thinking that Qiyu is probably drunk, Li Qing begs him to stop. Qiyu stops for a moment, goading Li Qing for backing down after begging him to come. But this is not what Li Qing wanted. He wanted to ask if Qiyu came back to finally accept him as a bride, or if came back to take his revenge on him. I think the answer would be obvious. With his silence, Qiyu threatens to leave. If Li Qing does not want to spend the night with him, there will be others who would be willing. Li Qing begs him not to go, still drenched from the rain, and his body weak. He tells Chiyu that he is willing. Chiyu grabs the back of his neck, his other hand pushing him down to the bed. His breath teases Li Qing's ears as he whispers forebodingly that this is what Li Qing wanted. Thus, the couple spend the night, consummating their marriage. When morning came, Li Qing woke up. His body hurts all over. As he sits up, all he can feel is pain. His forehead bears the evidence of him kowtowing 1,000 times, his body littered with marks. Rough night. Besides him, Chiyu sleeps peacefully, an arm slung around him. Li Qing draws his robes close, covering the bruises. Chiyu was rough with him that night. Chiyu sleeps face down on the bed. His peaceful face does not reveal how cruel he could be. Li Qing reaches out to play with his hair for some time, wishing that Chiyu would show him the same gentleness when he wakes. He wishes that Chiyu would stop hating him. If only he could treat him like he used to when they were young. He carefully covers Chiyu with the blanket and sits on the bed miserably. Will Chiyu ever accept him? Li Qing thought strays to his aging father. He must endure in order for his father to live a peaceful life. With the help of Xiao Di, Li Qing covers his bruises and marks with makeup. Xiao Di carefully dips her finger in the bowl of cream and applies it on Li Qing's most prominent marks. Etiquette dictates that he must visit the palace and pay his respect to the emperor and queen. Therefore, he must clean up nicely. Xiao Di offered to bring him some ointments, angry that the crown prince would beat up the Tan Huaolong so cruelly. Li Qing blushed to the roots of his hair, unable to tell the girl what he and the crown prince actually did that night. They just wrestled the whole night. A very innocent and maiden-friendly activity. He tells Xiao Di to not worry, ready to leave. Li Qing pushes himself off the desk to stand up. When he checked his belt, he noticed that his favorite charm was gone. In a state of panic, Li Qing combs through his belongings looking for the charm, even asking Xiao Di if she's seen it. Xiao Di tells him that she cleaned up but did not see the tassel. Worried that he must have dropped the tassel on the way home last night, Li Qing ran out to retrace his steps. His steps took him back to Qilin Mansion. It is possible that he dropped the tassel inside the room last night during the skirmish with Chiyu. He politely entered the room and found Hu Nuer seated on the table, seemingly waiting for him. Lounging by the table, the slave teases that he does not feel the need to greet the honorable crown princess properly due to his lack of sleep. He pardoned his behavior and reasoned that as he is not a Han Chinese, it is understandable that he does not know the etiquette. Li Qing politely asks for his name. Hu Nuer notes that Li Qing was the first to ask his name since he was captured, but his name does not matter as he will answer to whatever the crown prince calls him. Li Qing asks if Hu Nuer found the tassels and described it to Hu Nuer, to which the other answered that he had indeed seen it. Li Qing politely asked to have it returned to him, but the other petulantly denied his request. Li Qing pales, not understanding why the other would choose not to return his stuff. Hu Nuer remarks that the tassels belong to him now. Realizing how much the tassels mean to Li Qing, Hu Nuer bullies him some more. The tassel must be a token of love from Chiyu, which Li Qing denies. Li Qing knows that Chiyu does not mean anything when he gives Li Qing the gift. Hu Nuer observes him. Standing up, Hu Nuer rounded the desk and walked closer to Li Qing, dangling the tassel in front of the crown princess. Li Qing tries to grab it, but the slave is far too fast. Using the tassel for leverage, he tells Li Qing that he can have it back, but he must first do something for him. Hu Nuer tells Li Qing that he wants a few nights with the prince. Blushing at the scandalous proposal, Li Qing steps back. Hu Nuer teases him for being stingy. Hu Nuer tells Li Qing that he can't live without Chiyu. The thought of sharing his husband with others is far too scandalous for Li Qing. Hu Nuer points out that Li Qing may be the Tan Huaolong and the son of General Song who destroyed the Western Plains, but Hu Nuer is the son of a king. His upbringing is far more noble than Li Qing. But he has to play the role of a slave. He can't help but blackmail Li Qing. He reasons that right or wrong does not matter. What matters is their position in life. So Hu Nuer is the prince of a conquered country. I feel so bad for him. Li Qing tells him that he does not see people based on their class. Anyone could be good or bad, regardless of status. Hu Nuer changed course and tells Li Qing that Central Plains people would have many wives and concubines. There is no guarantee that the prince would not marry to secure his lineage. Teasing Li Qing as the new addition to Chiyu's harem, he tells Li Qing that he is the one who taught Chiyu everything he knows in bed. Hu Nuer reaches out to Li Qing's neck, trying to intimidate him. Li Qing deflects the hand reaching for his neck. He shivers and kneels down. Hu Nuer tells him to not take it to heart, especially when it comes to the prince. Even sons of noble regular families form their own harems when they reach a certain age. Li Qing tells him that he would not believe Hu Nuer. He never had the habit of listening to gossips. and would not judge a person by what others are saying about them. This must stem from the rumors surrounding him due to his little father, Han Lian. Han Lian was once a prostitute, which made it hard for Li Qing to make friends when he was young. Surprised, Hu Nuer decided to let it go, teasing Li Qing that he would use the tassel to play with the cat. The cat has a habit of destroying everything it plays with and is glad that he found a replacement. Li Qing demands that Hu Nuer return the tassel to him. As Hu Nuer studies Li Qing, he hears 3 bells ringing. It could only mean that Qiyu is nearby. He slaps himself on the right cheek and throws himself down on the floor, begging for mercy. Hu Nuer makes it seem that Li Qing is sending him away. Surprised by the turn of events, Li Qing asks what's going on. From behind him, Qiyu's baritone voice is heard. He wonders where Li Qing disappeared to and is surprised that he ended up in Hu Nuer's room. Qiyu coldly observes the scene before him, a slave begging for mercy, and the legal wife straying where he's not supposed to be. The situation does not look good for Li Qing, and he knows it. Qiyu walks past him to ask Hu Nuer about his cheek. Crying crocodile tears, Hu Nuer explains that he only wanted to see Qiyu more, but the crown princess heard him. Pretending to be kind, he tells the prince to not blame Li Qing as he has the right to act the way he did as legal wife. Li Qing is surprised at the sudden accusation. He calls Qiyu's name but is silenced by his cool demeanor. Li Qing raised his right hand instinctively to protect himself, and Qiyu wasted no moment to grab his wrist to intimidate him, but a sudden thought occurred to him, and he contemplated silently. Li Qing notices how quiet Qiyu has gotten, afraid that the other would humiliate him again. Arriving at a conclusion, Qiyu calls Hu Nuer by the name. Thinking that he won this round, Hu Nuer pretends to be the gracious one and does not want the crown princess to be punished. So sickening. Qiyu's next action surprised Hu Nuer. A hand grabs him by the neck, choking him. Qiyu promises to bring the real culprit to justice. Sweating profusely, Hu Nuer can only choke on his words. Qiyu pointed out that Li Qing can't have slapped Hu Nuer as he is right-handed. If it were him, there's no way that he would hit Hu Nuer on the right cheek. Finally, there's evidence that he's not easy to manipulate. Hu Nuer realizes that Qiyu walked over to Li Qing to confirm which is his dominant hand. At the sight of an angry Qiyu, Hu Nuer quickly caves and admits that he must have made a mistake. Qiyu throws him on the ground. Putting Hu Nuer in his place, he chastises the slave for acting cocky just because Qiyu spends time with him for a few days. Qiyu angrily warns the slave to never play tricks again. The cowed Hu Nuer answers promptly. With Qiyu protecting him, Li Qing felt dizzy. His affection for Qiyu grows as he remembers how Qiyu used to protect him like this when they were just children. Hu Nuer had implied earlier that his relationship with Qiyu dates back to his time in the Western Plains, but Qiyu let it slip that he kept Hu under for only a few days. Li Qing is relieved that Hu Nuer lied. Qiyu turned to Li Qing to ask what he was doing in Hu Nuer's room this early. Li Qing quickly explained that he dropped the tassel in Hu Nuer's room the night before and came to retrieve it. Qiyu is surprised that Li Qing would value such a cheap trinket. With 2 hands, Hu Nuer quickly offered the tassel. He explains that he found it that morning and is about to return it. Holding the tassel, Qiyu encouraged him to tell him more. Hu Nuer accused Li Qing of coming to his room to reprimand him. Acting convincingly like a slave who was bullied, he tells Qiyu that Li Qing ordered him to leave Qilin Mansion and return to the western regions. He laments that Li Qing called him unworthy to even be at Qiyu's presence. Before Li Qing could defend himself, Qiyu turned to him in rage and threw the tassel on him. "You believe that liar? He just lied earlier about Li Qing slapping him. What made you think he'd tell the truth this time?" Angry that Li Qing would prance around as if he is the master of Qilin Mansion, he made it known to him that the time they spent last night meant nothing. There is no way that someone as fake as Li Qing would be the master of his house. Li Qing's heart sank at hearing this. He ordered Li Qing not to go and pay his respect to the emperor. Qiyu has no plans of letting him join the morning greeting. Li Qing let out a sigh, putting the tassel back to its rightful place, lamenting that Qiyu may never listen to him. Qiyu stands in front of his parents, telling them that he arrived first to report to his father. He intends to tell them what he's heard and seen at the border. The empress interrupts him, pointing out that Qiyu has not said a word to his father. The emperor, Jun Suanxiao, rightfully guesses that Qiyu is still mad at him. He asked if Qiyu understands why he chose Li Qing as his husband. Qiyu answers that the marriage is political and that the emperor used this marriage as leverage. The emperor is satisfied with his answer. Qiyu points out that his father used to be very decisive and powerful in his younger years. From a mere vassal, he conquered the Jing dynasty, and even killed many people to become emperor. Qi, you cannot comprehend why his father is afraid of his own achievements when he turns old. He asks if this is the emperor's way of keeping his vassal in line. Emperor Jun Suanshao slaps his hand on the chair, calling his son a brat. Empress Yu holds his hand to calm him. The seething emperor is effectively cowed while the empress drank his tea. Jun Suanshao explains to his son that conquering an empire and governing it requires two different skills. Conquering requires marching and brute force. On the contrary, governing it as an emperor requires sophistication and special skills. He cites his son's immaturity for not understanding the difference. One day, Qi, you will have to take his place, so he must learn. Qiyu agrees. He points out that he understands this very well as he is the one who is being sacrificed. The emperor asks what it was he sacrificed. Qiyu answers that by marrying Li Qing, he sacrifices his happiness and freedom. He asks Qiyu if he can really differentiate between good and bad. Li Qing tolerates it when Qiyu embarrasses him, which shows that Li Qing has a broader understanding than Qiyu. The emperor tells him to learn from Li Qing, who is virtuous, and is the only one suitable to stand besides Qiyu. Jun Qiyu is about to answer, but decides against it. Jun Suanshao tells him that now that he is married to Li Qing, he must treat him well. He tells him to not wait for people's hearts to turn cold as he may regret it. Qiyu clearly did not take this seriously and pretended to thank his father for his teachings. This stuns his parents. Empress Yu is the first to recover, breaking the tension. He giggles as he explains that the emperor is imparting wisdom from his own experience. Jun Suanshao was quick to agree. Qiyu interrupted his parents, saying that if Li Qing decides that he no longer wants to be princess, then he should not be the one to blame. The emperor understands what he plans to do, and he slammed his fist, yet again, on the chair. Qiyu left his parents with a curt farewell. Shen Yu is upset by how his son acted. He tells Jun Suanshao that if Qiyu grew up with them instead of spending his time in the borders, he would have disciplined his son more. Turning to his husband, Empress Yu worries that Qiyu might break Li Qing's heart. At the Qilin mansion, Xiao Di helps Li Qing with the wound on his forehead. She empathizes with her master, lamenting that the crown prince should not treat Li Qing this way. She encourages Li Qing to go to the emperor and queen and have them punish Qiyu. Li Qing told her not to be bothered. He worries what they may think of him. Besides, the emperor and empress are Qiyu's parents, and they will naturally take the crown prince's side. Qiyu angrily enters the room, and Li Qing quickly stood up to greet him. Surprised that Qi returned rather quickly, Li Qing did not expect Qiyu to lay his hand on him and roughly pushes him down. Xiao Di is quick to catch her master from behind. Qiyu coldly ordered Xiao Di to leave the room. Xiao Di dreads this order. She fears what will happen to her master when she leaves but has no choice but to follow the crown prince's orders. Qiyu sat down and made himself comfortable at his desk, about to make conversation. Li Qing opened his lips to ask Qiyu how his day went. Qiyu interrupted him, telling him cuttingly that he wished he never knew Song Li Qing. If he never met Li Qing when they were younger, his parents would have not paired them together. Li Qing places his hand on his heart because Qiyu's words hurts him deeply. Standing up and purposely striding towards Li Qing, Qiyu towered over him, stating that if it were not for Li Qing, he wouldn't have to endure his father reprimanding him daily. Li Qing tried to reason with him, asking him to calm down. Qiyu tells him that he will talk to Li Qing calmly if he finds a way for him to reconcile with his emperor father. He expresses his hatred of being controlled by others. Li Qing asks him if being controlled by others is the thing he hates most or if it was Li Qing's presence that he can't tolerate. He points out that Qiyu has been using Li Qing to vent his anger at the emperor for controlling him. Annoyed at being told off, Qiyu tells Li Qing to stop pretending to be this intelligent sage who had him figured out. When he was young, he was forced to read literary books by his father. He likens Li Qing to these books, forced on him, full of tricks, and boring. He got tired of looking at those books. He's basically saying that he's sick of looking at Li Qing. Li Qing lets out a sigh. He challenges Qiyu that if he hates him too much, then he should hand Li Qing a divorce letter. The silence that follows is so thick that you can cut with a knife. Qiyu angrily tells Li Qing that the emperor will never agree. He drew closer to Li Qing and grabbed his neck with one hand. Qiyu angrily tells Li Qing that the only way for the emperor to agree is if the divorce is requested by Li Qing. Li Qing tells him that he won't do it. He can't let his father go back to the borders. The only way for Li Qing's father to not be implicated is if Qiyu initiated the divorce. In his anger, Qiyu smirks and decides that if this is how Li Qing plays, then he will teach him a lesson. If Li Qing wanted to be crowned princess so much, then he should give it to him. Qiyu proceeds to grab Li Qing by the waist and lifts him up to his shoulder like a barbarian. The action surprises Li Qing and he frantically asks Qiyu what he plans to do. Qiyu tells him that since Li Qing received the honor of being crowned princess, then he must take on the crown princess's duties. He throws Li Qing on the bed, grabs him by the shoulders and pulls at his clothes. This alarms Li Qing and he tries to stop him. After how rough Qiyu was with him last night, he can't bear to receive him now. Qiyu leans down on him, making it clear that it is not up to Li Qing to consent. He pins Li Qing's wrist above him to Li Qing's horror. Li Qing can only tremble in fear and pain. For the next 3 days, Li Qing had to endure Qiyu's assaults whenever the prince returned to Shilin Mansion. Qiyu is unrelentless and would exhaust Li Qing fully before stopping. Although tired and sick, Li Qing would take care of Qiyu's attire in the mornings and help him prepare for court. Qiyu can't fault him for taking the responsibilities of the crown princess seriously. Every day, Li Qing would go to the palace gate to make sure that a surly Qiyu would attend court. In one of these mornings, Li Qing stood sadly in front of the palace looking at the gates, contemplating about his life had he decided to join the court instead of marrying Qiyu. Hurried footsteps can be heard from behind, but Li Qing is unaware. A figure clad in dark robes bumped into Li Qing. The man was knocked off his feet and fell to the ground. Ranting that the other was not looking, the official threatened that if it were at the front of the palace, the other would be punished for being disrespectful. Li Qing recognized them as the top 1 and 2 scholars of this year's Imperial exam. Li Qing promptly apologized even if it was not his fault. The officials finally recognized Li Qing as the crown princess, and the official who was just complained admits that it was he who bumped him. Li Qing excuses himself as they must be busy, but the other 2 insist to keep him wanting to gain favor or dig up more rumors. They intrusively ask why he looks so haggard and why he was alienating himself from them. They pretend to be nice, but deep down they mock him. They mock Li Qing for having it easy and wants to rub their superiority as scholars and officials. Li Qing defends himself by telling them that he is not only the crown princess, he is also the prince's study attendant. He scorns them for taking the time to mock him, just so they can feel their superiority, instead of hurrying to court. It appears that they have quickly forgotten the things they learned related to values. Angry at being seen through, the other 2 pretended to have the pure intention of catching up. The 3 stared at one another contemptuously. Don't you hate people who just want to flaunt that they're better than other people? The scholar raised his fan at Li Qing, demanding that he tells him clearly what he said. A hand grabs his wrist, preventing him from striking Li Qing. The hand belongs to a tall man with tan skin. The man tells the scholar that the gates of the palace is about to close and that the scholars should hasten to get in. Based on the man's appearance, Li Qing likens him to a barbarian and wonders who he is. He observes the stranger, although he may appear as a barbarian. His stance and the way he talks is that of nobility. A stout scholar quickly joined his hands together and paid his respect. He recognizes the man as Prince Lu Olan. The prince is surprised that the stout scholar would recognize him when he has not yet attended court. The scholar explained that he was supposed to meet him previously, but due to a prior commitment, he had to send someone else in his place. The prince does not seem impressed. He turns his attention at Li Qing and asks who he is. Before the stout scholar can introduce Li Qing as the prince's wife, Li Qing interrupts him and introduces himself as the prince's attendant who helps him read books. Prince Lu Olan clarifies if he means that he is the prince's study companion. Wanting to embarrass Li Qing, the scholar conspiratorially whispers to Prince Lu Olan's ear. Based on the scholar's expression, he's about to tell Prince Lu Olan that Li Qing uses his body to serve Qiyu. There have been accounts of masters having affairs with their study companions. Such scandalous relations have been romanticized in the history books. Li Qing does not want to waste his breath on them. At most, they only nod at each other as a greeting whenever they pass each other. Li Qing is about to excuse himself, but he hears Prince Lu Olan reprimand the scholar for spreading such rumors. The prince points out that only qualified people are allowed as the prince's study companion. He asks the scholar to elaborate on what he said. Embarrassed at being scolded, the scholar apologized to the prince, which surprised Li Qing. The taller scholar decided that they must go into the palace to escort Prince Lu Olan into court. As he leaves, Prince Lu Olan turns to Li Qing asking him if he would join them. The other scholars mockingly pointed out that Li Qing's position as the prince's scholar does not qualify him to go to court. Prince Lu Olan looks at Li Qing empathically and told him that he should visit the doctor and have himself checked. Li Qing thanked him for his concern, but reasoned that his cold will go away on its own. Prince Lu Olan clarified that he is not referring to his cold, but rather it is because Li Qing's hand has been bleeding. Surprised by the blood coming out of the wound, Li Qing quickly covered it with his other hand. The object that hit him is not at all sharp, and if it were, it would leave a scratch at most. Li Qing does not understand why it's still bleeding and does not seem to be clotting. He observed that every time he sleeps with Qiyu, he would bleed a lot. He used to think that it was due to Qiyu's roughness, but he realizes now that his health may be compromised. Li Qing quickly headed to the carriage waiting for him and ordered the coachman to take him to the hospital. Li Qing met up with a man who expresses his disappointment in Li Qing for not visiting him. He explains that he was about to storm into Qilin Mansion to find Li Qing. This man is the Imperial physician. The doctor calls Li Qing by his moniker, Little Crying Bag. He asks why Li Qing is so weak that he almost resembles a ghost. He remembers that Li Qing is now the crown princess, and it is inappropriate for him to call him by such a childish name. He is not used to Li Qing's new title. Li Qing tells him that he should just call him by his name. The other teased that he would continue to call him Little Crying Bag. Li Qing looks at him fondly, pointing out that his friend has become the youngest Imperial physician and it would no longer be fitting to call him dummy. The doctor told him that it's all right as his grandfather and Bian Shisi would frequently scold him. His master would often say that if he ever killed a patient to never say that he learned from the old man. Li Qing remembers where these nicknames came from. Little Crying Bag and Big Man were the names given to them by Jun Qiyu when they were at the academy. It was this doctor, Qi Mao, who would bully Li Qing when they were young. He was once beaten by Jun Qiyu and his grandfather complained to the emperor. This resulted to Jun Qiyu being punished. As they grew older, Li Qing and Qi Mao grew close together and became friends. Li Qing finds it ironic that his bully became his friend while his protector became his enemy. He realizes that this is just how the world works, and nothing stays the same. Li Qing's attention returns to the matter at hand and offers to have his pulse checked. The doctor concludes that Li Qing has a cold and his ailment may be due to over-fatigue and mental stress. He recommends that Li Qing take a rest and take the medicine he prescribes. He even offers to deliver the medicine personally to Li Qing's home. Li Qing thanks him, hesitantly. He tells Qi Mao that there is another thing that he wants to get checked. It was, in fact, his wound. Li Qing shows him the back of his hand that is still bleeding. He explains that it was scratched by a fan and has been bleeding for 2 hours before it started to clot. Qi Mao observed the wound closely and asked if Li Qing had other symptoms. He insists that he should know everything as blood diseases are hard to treat. Li Qing admits that he bleeds whenever he sleeps with Qiyu. The two sat in awkward silence for a while but proceeded to discuss Li Qing's symptoms. Qi Mao tells Li Qing that there are only a few blood diseases, but they are not to be underestimated. Li Qing notices his hesitation. He tells Qi Mao that there's no need for him to lie. Li Qing wants the truth of his illness. Li Qing encourages his friend to tell him the truth. Hesitantly, the doctor tells him that he suffers from blood exhaustion. The disease is rare, that it was only mentioned once by his teacher. There is also very little known information about the disease. If the person is wounded, the wound will bleed non-stop and the person will be weakened until he dies of blood loss. A translator at Dame Novel suspects that the disease Li Qing has is thrombocytopenia, which is a terminal illness during ancient times. It shocks Li Qing to hear this. It's as if his life comes crashing down on him. Li Qing becomes depressed, and Qi Mao tries to comfort him. Li Qing asks if it can be treated. Qi Mao explains that there is no known cure. There may be some magical medicine out there, but he is unaware of it. Optimistically, Qi Mao tells Li Qing that he should not worry as his master once told him that blood exhaustion goes away on its own. His tone of voice is obvious that he is only saying this to make Li Qing better. Poor Li Qing, he's still so young. Li Qing closes his eyes in defeat. He realizes that there is only a 1 in a million chance for him to be cured. At this point, it is impossible. Li Qing looks calm on the surface, but his hands are trembling. He's always thought that he has more time. Now that he knows that he has an incurable disease, he thinks of his parents and what would become of them if he dies. Qi Mao volunteers to get the formula right away for Li Qing. He tells him that the Thai hospital has an array of magical herbs that could help. One of them could cure Li Qing's blood exhaustion. He also remembers that his master Bian Shisi is renowned for curing all sorts of diseases. Li Qing interrupts his friend's thoughts and asks that this matter remains a secret between them. The doctor clarifies if Li Qing also wanted to keep it a secret from his father, General Song. Li Qing does not want them to worry. If his illness is cured, then everything will be well. If it is not cured, then the burden will only be shared by Li Qing and Qi Mao. There is no need to add more worried people to the mix. Li Qing is sad that he is not able to return his parents' kindness when they treated him so well. The least he can do is to not make them worry. Qi Mao asks if they should also keep it a secret from Jun Qiyu. Li Qing does not know how Qiyu will react. He fears that he may pity him and treat him better, or he may think that Li Qing is just pretending to gain his sympathy. Qi, you would probably be glad to hear the news and will patiently wait until he dies so he can be free. Li Qing tells the doctor that he will consider telling but would like more time to think it over. The doctor tells him to wait while he fetches the formula. He gives Li Qing a temporary prescription while he tries to formulate a better cure for Li Qing. Once the formula is available, he will send it to Li Qing so that he can take the medicine every day. He also advises Li Qing to not overwork himself and to take plenty of rest. Li Qing reads the prescriptions and thanks Qi Mao. Qi Mao comments that Li Qing always takes on the burden by himself. He tells Li Qing that he does not need to be polite with him. He offers a 3-layered wooden box to Li Qing. Qi Mao bought the sweet-scented osmanthus cake that morning and remembers that it is Li Qing's favorite. He offers some for Li Qing to take home with him. Although Li Qing likes sweet, the sweet-scented osmanthus cakes were not his actual favorite. He only has fond memories of it, which is why he likes it. When they were children, Jun Qiyu dragged him to skip class, and they got lost in the streets. At one point, Qiyu made Li Qing cry, and he fed Li Qing with sweet-scented osmanthus cake to say sorry. Is that kid about to feed him with his mouth? Kid got moves. Qiyu once told him that the sweetest part is when the osmanthus cake sticks to the roof of your mouth. Since then, Li Qing had a fondness for these sweets. Li Qing is glad that Qi Mao remembers his favorite treat and asked if they came from his favorite pastry shop, Lian Xiang Luo. Qi Mao told him that it indeed came from Li Qing's favorite shop. As he hands over the box of treats to Li Qing, the waterworks started to flow freely from Qi Mao's eyes. I thought Li Qing was the little crying bag. Qi Mao leans his head on Li Qing's shoulder and cried his heart out. Li Qing asks him why he would cry when Li Qing did not even shed a tear. Qi Mao tells Li Qing that he does not cry often, but knowing that someone as kind as Li Qing is burdened by such a disease, the gods are being unfair. When he finally got his bearings, the doctor wipes his tears and bid his farewell to Li Qing. Li Qing thanks him for his time but was rooted where he stood when he heard rustling. Hidden behind the trees and rocks is Prince Lu Olan. Li Qing approaches him and asks how a foreigner like him could roam the palace so freely. Prince Lu Olan explains that the emperor granted him a special pass to study the hospital's medical skills and treatment. Unnerved by the other man, Li Qing asks the prince why he is lurking sneakily, spying on people. Prince Lu Olan denies the accusation and tells Li Qing that he simply found a quiet place to read. He had no intention of listening to other people's conversation, not to spy on them. But he admits to hearing Li Qing have an emotional conversation with Qi Mao. He suspects that Li Qing and Qi Mao are lovers. Li Qing quickly corrects his assumption and tells Prince Lu Olan that he and Qi Mao are just friends. He scathingly tells the prince that the Central Plains people are not as open as the barbarians. Li Qing packs up his things while he tells the prince to mind his own business. Li Qing proceeds to leave, which Prince Lu Olan took as an invitation to stride along Li Qing. The prince tells him that the doctor of the Ministry of Rites told some salacious rumors about Li Qing. However, he does not believe it. He grabs Li Qing by the arm, causing for Li Qing to turn to the prince. Prince Lu Olan's eyes are smoldering whilst directed at Li Qing. He tells Li Qing that he wants to get to know him and wants the chance to know what kind of person Li Qing is. It seems like we're about to have a love triangle soon. With Qiyu's track record, this guy can't be any worse than that bully. Li Qing reminds Prince Lu Olan that they are at Jingguo Palace, therefore there are etiquette and rules to uphold. He tells Prince Lu Olan to act respectfully. Prince Lu Olan is taken aback by his scathing remark. Li Qing turns his back to Prince Lu Olan, intent on keeping his distance from the barbarian prince. Prince Lu Olan, undeterred, calls out to him that he shall be staying in Jingguo's capital for 6 months, and Prince Lu Olan will look forward to seeing him around. Prince Lu Olan introduces himself by his Chinese name, Pei Xing Su, and asks Li Qing to not address him so formally when they meet again. Li Qing leaves the hospital grounds baffled by this interaction. Pei Xing Su watches Li Qing leave. He stands on the same spot, seemingly entranced. He finally snaps out of his trance and hits himself with the books he'd been reading. He came to Jingguo, 1,000 miles from Lu Olan, to further his knowledge. There are a lot riding on the success of his education and responsibilities waiting for him when he gets back home. But here he is, infatuated by some beautiful man who makes him lose his senses. Paige Sing-soo can't help but wonder what it is about the beautiful man that makes him so entranced. It's such a shame that he didn't get his name. Looks like Chi-yu needs to watch out for a new rival. With how bad Chi-yu has been, I'm already rooting for this guy. Carrying the box of sweet-scented osmanthus cake, Li Qing returns home to Chi-lin Mansion with a heavy heart. Li Qing makes up his mind that he shall find a good time to tell Chi-yu about his ailment. If he's about to die, he might as well tell him, as he does not know when they will have a good relationship again. With this thought in mind, Li Qing's lips curves up to a hopeful smile. Li Qing's musings are interrupted by a baritone voice. Li Qing is surprised to see Chi-yu sitting near their room's entrance, seemingly waiting for him. Li Qing asks him what he's doing at home at this hour. Chi-yu takes offense at the question, challenging why Li Qing would ask why he's home when he owns the place. Li Qing explains that he expects Chi-yu to be back by dinner time, so seeing him at this time of day is surprising. Making conversation, he asks Chi-yu if the emperor delegated less work for him that day. He wonders if Chi-yu did not ask his assistant to review them for him. Triggered at the questions, Chi-yu sits up straighter, asking Li Qing what right he has to ask him such questions. He's your husband. He has the right to ask these questions. Li Qing tries to defuse the situation by telling Chi-yu that he is merely asking. He decides to change the subject because government affairs are boring and no one can blame Chi-yu for wanting to stay away from work talks. Chi-yu leans forward, asking Li Qing where he went that he was out for half a day. Now, you're the one who's interrogating. Why can't Li Qing ask you questions, but you can? Seeing Chi-yu's sour mood, Li Qing decides to not tell Chi-yu about his illness. Chi-yu looks at him sharply, quietly observing him. Combined with his illness and being under Chi-yu's interrogating gaze, Li Qing can feel sweat running down the side of his face. He sadly thinks to himself that Chi-yu does not care for his well-being. There is no reason for Chi-yu to know. Li Qing tells Chi-yu that it's such a nice day that he took a stroll outside to enjoy the views of Beijing. He lost track of time and came home later than usual. Finding it unusual that Chi-yu is interested in his activities, he asks why he's asking such questions. Chi-yu challenges the truthfulness of Li Qing's answer. He asks what's in the wooden box and where he got it. Li Qing explains that inside are osmanthus cakes purchased from Lian Xiang Luo. It is a treat that Chi-yu has tasted before. Li Qing wonders if Chi-yu would be nostalgic at the sight of these osmanthus cakes, and offers some to Chi-yu. He brings a box of osmanthus cakes to Chi-yu, explaining that the smell of the treat is so strong, and hands over a piece of the treat to Chi-yu. Chi-yu knocks the osmanthus cake off Li Qing's hand. Grabbing Li Qing's wrist, he menacingly tells him that he will only give him one more chance to tell the truth. What is he getting at? Chi-yu asks him if he bought the osmanthus cakes himself. Li Qing avoids Chi-yu's eyes as he stammers his reply. He admits that he did not get the cakes from the shop. Chi-yu vindictively calls him a liar and lets go of Li Qing's wrist, making him fall to the floor. He accuses Li Qing for being restless, implying that Li Qing is cheating on him. Li Qing realizes that someone must have tattled to Chi-yu. The first person that comes to mind is Paige Sing-soo, who must have come to Chi-yu. When Li Qing refused his advances, Li Qing holds the hand that was bleeding that day. He tells Chi-yu that he has not been feeling well, and that he spent the morning at Thai hospital and met up with Chi Mao. Chi-yu clenched his fist. He got word that Li Qing had a secret rendezvous with Chi Mao. At first, he is unable to believe it and did not expect that Li Qing would readily admit to the affair. Hold up. He only admitted to going to the hospital, not having an affair. Calm down. The newlyweds are at a standstill. Chi-yu asks what kind of disease would take that long to treat. He can't believe that Li Qing would not mind his station as crown prince and entangle himself with another man. Li Qing brings the wounded hand closer to his chest, as if protecting himself subconsciously. Chi-yu asks why he wouldn't make use of the doctors at Chi-lin Mansion. It's not as if Chi Mao is known for being the best. Finally, getting straight to the point, he asks Li Qing if he went to see Chi Mao to make himself feel better. Li Qing finally understood where Chi-yu is coming from. He incredulously asks Chi-yu how he could think that he and Chi Mao are having an affair. Chi-yu angrily snaps back that if there is nothing to hide, then Li Qing wouldn't lie about visiting the hospital. Li Qing asks why Chi-yu would throw wild accusations at him when they are already married. Chi-yu points at the fallen osmanthus cake and correctly assumes that the treats are from Chi Mao, clearly trying to gain Chi-yu's affections. Furthermore, Chi Yu has been gone for several years, which is enough time for Li Qing and Qi Mao to turn their relationship from enemies to lovers. They must have been lovers for so long. Such an accusation makes Li Qing shiver. Qi Yu tells him that if he likes Qi Mao so much, then Li Qing should have married him instead. Li Qing hugs his wounded hand closer, chanting a proverb to assure himself. If one is doing right, then one must not worry about unfair comments. His body shakes at the injustice, his stress level through the roof. This waste of space is making him more sick, instead of expressing sympathy for Li Qing. Qi Yu admonishes him for acting like a kicked dog. He notes that Li Qing never smiled when they were together, but he came home smiling after seeing Qi Mao. Is someone acting jealous? Li Qing can't believe it. He went to the hospital finding out that he has a terminal illness, and he comes home and is accused of happily seeing his lover. Li Qing can't help but want to laugh. If only it were true. Qi Mao would probably be a far better lover than this spoiled prince. Qi Yu observes Li Qing's movements, but his jealousy and rage is far greater than any compassion that he could muster. He can't believe how audacious Li Qing is by bringing home the osmanthus cake he received as a gift from his lover. Qi Yu picks up the plate of osmanthus cake and drops it to the ground. Li Qing tells him to stop, but his body is too weak. Bile crawls up his throat that he started hurling at the privacy screens. Unaware of Li Qing's illness, Qi Yu threatens Li Qing to not meet up with Qi Mao again or with anyone else. His threats halted at seeing Li Qing struggle with red fluid on his lips. Alarmed, he turns to Li Qing, finally showing concern. Now that you know that he's sick, do something. You're just making it worse. Qi Yu grabs Li Qing by the arms, thinking that Li Qing, while sickly, has not displayed such symptoms before. Li Qing tells him to not mind him. Qi Yu tells Li Qing that he should call someone to clean the place up. Li Qing thanks him for caring and pushes him off. The newlyweds are at a standstill. Qi Yu asks what kind of disease would take that long to taking a cloth and making use of the basin readily available in the room. Li Qing carefully cleans himself. When he lifts his head, he is surprised that Qi Yu stayed in the room with him. Qi Yu's eyes are glued to a spot on the privacy screen. Li Qing follows his gaze and sees the crimson stain at the bottom of the screen. He wonders if Qi Yu is upset that the privacy screen was ruined. Li Qing apologizes for dirtying Qi Yu's belongings and offers to clean it himself. Should the cleaning not work, he offers to pay for it as it is a rare art by Tian Gongfang. Qi Yu compassionately tells him not to worry about it, so you can at least act civilly. Where's that compassion a while ago? Qi Yu finally takes the time to observe Li Qing's physique. He wonders, when did Li Qing become so frail? When they first met, Li Qing's body did not seem so sickly. He turns his eyes away from Li Qing and asks if he wants to have a doctor to give him a checkup. Qi Yu notes that Li Qing offered to replace the screen as if the contents of Qilin Mansion are not his. He also went out of his way to get a doctor outside of Qilin Mansion to treat him. He realizes that Li Qing does not see Qilin Mansion as his own home. It is obvious that Qi Yu wanted him gone. So why won't Li Qing leave? Qi Yu broods unhappily. Li Qing waves off Qi Yu's suggestion of having a doctor attend to him as he already received his prescriptions from Qi Mao. He promised to take the medicine to get better. He speaks as if his illness is an inconvenience for Qi Yu. Poor Li Qing. Qi Yu demands that Li Qing does not see Qi Mao again, brushing off Li Qing's needs. Li Qing attempted to protest as unbeknownst to Qi Yu. Li Qing desperately needs the medicine. Qi Yu sternly told him not to come up with any more excuses. He deems his order non-negotiable as his pride won't be able to take the embarrassment of his spouse cheating on him. Why do cheaters love to project? He threatens Li Qing that it will be best if he never hears about Li Qing fooling around with another man. He grabs Li Qing by the waist as he doles out his threats, leaning in intimately. Li Qing turns his head away from him as he promised that he'll do as Qi Yu asks. On Li Qing's slender neck is a mole that Qi Yu finds alluring. He can't help but be drawn towards his new spouse. It's probably the newness of their relationship and the excitement of having a new compliant toy to play with. Li Qing's innocence, his compliance, his elegant movements, and the virginal ways he looks at him are things that Qi Yu finds interesting and seductive. He leans in further to catch a whiff of Li Qing's smell. In spite of the bitterness of their union, Qi Yu feels a connection, a spark, if he dares to call it, between him and Li Qing. Li Qing pushes him off, not wanting to be hurt again. A jealous feeling snakes through Qi Yu's heart. He asks Li Qing why he would deny him. He accuses that Li Qing's meeting with Qi Mao made him repulsed by Qi Yu's touch. Li Qing tried to deny his accusations, unable to look at him. He asks Qi Yu to go easy on him while he recovers. But Qi Yu does not want to wait. He holds Li Qing tightly as he continues his advances while Li Qing tries to struggle against him, begging him to take it easy. Having trained in martial arts, Qiyu is far stronger than Li Qing. The crown princess's struggle is futile as Qiyu successfully captures his lips. When their lips parted, Li Qing looks at him with a mix of surprise and fear. Qiyu demands that if Li Qing is not really having an affair with Qi Mao as he says, then he must prove it by fulfilling his duties as Qiyu's crown princess. Knowing the pain that he would endure, Li Qing's face paled. Qiyu lifts him up in his strong arms and takes him to their bedroom. He placed Li Qing down on the bed. Noticing that Li Qing had lost some weight, he is far too light for a grown man. Li Qing counters that there is nothing wrong with his weight and that it should be considered good. Qiyu remarks that Li Qing is as light as a leaf that he may get blown away by the wind. Feeling melancholic, Li Qing cryptically asks if Qiyu would feel sad if Li Qing suddenly disappears. Annoyed by Li Qing's childish question, Qiyu straight up tells him that he won't be sad at all. He pushes Li Qing on the bed and climbs up on top of him. Hurt by Qiyu's lack of care, Li Qing covers his eyes to hide his tears as he lays on the bed and helplessly gives Qiyu what he wanted. Li Qing can only hope that Qiyu will never forget him. When morning came, Li Qing washed up after the arduous time he spent with Qiyu and noticed that his symptoms had gotten worse. Xiao Di approaches him with a bowl of medicine and offers them to Li Qing. The medicine is from Qi Mao and Xiao Di brewed it herself, so that no one else would know that Li Qing is ill. She worries that Li Qing's complexion is far too pale and his weight lighter. She offers to take on Li Qing's task of dressing Qiyu in the mornings. Li Qing gladly accepted the medicine and told Xiao Di that he is all right. He quickly drank the medicine, complaining that it has a metallic and fishy taste. Unable to keep the medicine down, he hurls in front of Xiao Di, almost vomiting the medicine. As he wipes his mouth, cold sweat breaks out from the side of his face and neck. He describes the medicine as fishy and metallic. Qiyu comes out of their bedroom complaining at the smell of medicine and vomit at this hour. His mood sours at the sight of Li Qing and insensitively asks how long Li Qing would be sick for. I don't think it's up to anyone how long they will be sick. Li Qing apologized and promised that he will soon recuperate. Li Qing decides to change the topic. Like a dutiful wife, he offers to help Qiyu get dressed. Qiyu observes Li Qing as he helps to get him ready for court. He suddenly had the urge to lift up Li Qing's face, making him look up at him. Li Qing's face morphs to a look of surprise at his gesture. He tells Li Qing that he should eat more protein to get better as good food can accomplish more than any medicine and treatment can. Are you a medical professional? I demand to see your license. He blames Li Qing for being picky with his food and sees this as the reason why Li Qing is sickly. Li Qing realized that Qiyu remembers that he dislikes meat. Instead of answering him, Qiyu turns his back to Li Qing and leaves. Li Qing calls out to wait for him so that he can escort Qiyu, to which the prince declines and tells Li Qing that he will go to court alone. Li Qing watches him leave, wondering if Qiyu decides to go to court on his own, so that Li Qing can rest. His heart soared at the thought of Qiyu caring for him. Unfortunately, Li Qing's wishful thinking is far from what Qiyu has in mind. He throws that overcoat that Li Qing meticulously dressed in with and tells his attendants that he shall not go to court that day. There is another place that he'd like to go to. Just when you thought that he has changed, he decides to play cookie. It has been 3 days since Li Qing's visit to the hospital. Qiyu has been going to court on his own, and everything seems well. An official came to Qilin Mansion, delivering a message from the emperor. It is a summon for Li Qing to immediately visit the palace. Li Qing accepts the summon and asks what it is about. The official knows very little as to what the emperor wanted from Li Qing, but shares that it may have something to do with the emperor scolding the prince that very morning. The official warns him to be careful. Li Qing cannot think of anything that may anger the emperor and thanked the official for delivering the message. Shavati handed a silver tael to the official, which the official tried to decline. Li Qing tells him to accept it as the man has been working really hard and to use the trinket to treat himself to a bowl of soup. So Li Qing is a generous tipper. The official thanked him for his generosity. Li Qing asks him to wait as he changes to clothes appropriate for the occasion. Li Qing enters the palace escorted by the official. He was then ushered to the emperor's private office. The emperor sits behind his desk on a raised platform, while Qiyu stands close to him on the steps. Li Qing bows to the emperor to show respect. The emperor asks him if he knows what he did wrong. However, Li Qing draws up a blank as he has no idea what is going on. He tells the emperor that he has been ill since his wedding. thinking that the emperor is referring to the fact that he never paid his respect to his in-laws, as is customary for a bride that enters a new family. Li Qing explains that he did not come to avoid spreading his illness. The emperor tells him that he is not accusing Li Qing of not doing his duties. He explains that the crown prince has not attended the morning court sessions for 3 days in a row and asks Li Qing if he knows about it. Li Qing sweat bullets while he sneaks a peek at Qiyu. Li Qing would see him off every morning, but it turns out that Qiyu has been skipping the sessions like an errant child. Li Qing admits that he is unaware of the prince's activities. The emperor angrily tells him that the prince has been spending his time at the military camp to party and drink himself to stupor. He would draw his sword to challenge the soldiers, causing a ruckus. Qiyu interjected that he spent his time with the soldiers during the years at military camp. It is not unusual for him to visit the camp, and he is not a child that needs to tell Li Qing everything he does. Li Qing realizes that no one would dare tell on Qiyu, as all servants at Qilin Mansion work for him. While Li Qing may be the crown princess, he does not have any power over the servants. Jun Su Angxiao tells Qiyu off, angry at his son's petulance. We all know where he got that from. The emperor scolds Li Qing. He insists that as Li Qing is now the crown princess, it is his duty to make sure that the prince attends the morning court sessions and strays away from trouble. He should know where the prince is at all times. Qiyu is highly anticipating that Li Qing would realize what he just got into and throw in the towel. He wants Li Qing to finally give up and offer to divorce him. But Li Qing is tougher than that. Instead of giving up, he bows to the emperor and promises to be more diligent in his duties. Realizing that Qiyu's actions were not out of care for him, Li Qing pressed his lips together in disappointment. Qiyu took Li Qing's illness as a chance to get away from him. Qiyu and Li Qing returned to Qilin Mansion. Instead of talking it out, Qiyu gave Li Qing the silent treatment and put in every effort to avoid him. Meanwhile, Li Qing continued to drink bitter medicine every day. While drinking a bowl of the bitter concoction, Xiao Di reminded him that Qi Mao instructed Li Qing to eat a balanced diet. Li Qing took the time apart from Qiyu to focus more on his well-being. Li Qing strolls to the gardens and found the servants in perfect assembly. He sees Qiyu's carriage preparing to leave, and he wonders when Qiyu returned. He has not seen hide nor hair of his husband. At a distance, he sees Hu Nuer standing beside Qiyu, smugly waving at him as if he is gesturing to a close friend to come closer. Li Qing approaches the two and asks if Qiyu is also going. In the book, Li Qing asks if Hu Nuer is also going. The Jing Empire called all its vassals and representatives of other countries to the capital to celebrate in a grand banquet. The event's purpose is to display the might and richness of the Jing Empire to its surrounding nations, brokering lasting peace and strengthening its connection to allied nations. As Emperor Jun Su Angxiu's only heir, it is inappropriate for Qiyu to bring his slave along. Hu Nuer happily explains that it excites him to see many nations coming together, and Qiyu promised to bring him to the banquet. Hu Nuer would sometimes address Qiyu as father or sometimes grandfather. It's weird, but I guess it's no different from calling your partner daddy. He innocently asks if Li Qing is unhappy that he is tagging along. Li Qing has no say in the matter. He took his time on how to carefully reason with Qiyu. Gathering his bearings, he starts to lightly explain to Qiyu how inappropriate it is to bring Hu Nuer to this kind of event. To which Qiyu pointed out that it is not Li Qing's place to tell him off. Not only is he embarrassing Li Qing by bringing his side chick, he's also rubbing it in on the other nations' faces that the Jing Empire is cruel to those they conquered. Hu Nuer is a prince from the eastern regions, and showing him off as a slave may not be good for brokering peace. It's just not in good taste. Li Qing watches Qiyu and Hu Nuer climb up the large carriage in front of him. He tells himself that he must tread carefully for Qiyu's sake. The emperor's request that he take charge of Qiyu's well-being and reputation bears heavy on him. He must take control of the situation. Fearing that it may have an effect on others, it's really difficult if you're in charge of someone who's so bullheaded. The Taiji Hall is filled with guests basking in the merry atmosphere. Exotic dancers and talented musicians entertain the guests. An array of decadent dishes is served to all the guests. Li Qing sits on Qiyu's right while Hu Nuer sits on the left. As is customary for the wife, Li Qing is about to offer to pour Qiyu his wine. But Qiyu beats him to eat by asking Hu Nuer to pour him his drink. Hu Nuer delightfully granted his request. Simpering, Hu Nuer thanks Qiyu for allowing him to join in the festivities. Qiyu did not respond and only looked at him sharply. Hu Nuer quivered and sweated bullets at Qiyu's reprimanding look. Li Qing sighs as he watches Qiyu down his drink. Li Qing is not an avid drinker, and he dislikes the taste of alcohol. He coughs when the alcohol reaches his throat. From across the hall, a pair of eyes never left its gaze on him. It's none other than the Prince of Luolan, Pei Xing-su. Li Qing's sweat drops as he wonders why the other man keeps looking at him. He looks at Li Qing like he wants to eat him. Li Qing is taken aback when Pei Xing-su goofily waves at him in greeting. I love Chibi Pei. He can switch from the tall, dark, mysterious type to goofy, cute. What are you up to type? Li Qing sits there in confusion while Pei is just straight up crushing on him. Pei congratulated Chiyu for being so lucky that a marvelous beauty sits beside him in this banquet. He raises a cup of wine to toast to Chiyu's good fortune. Chiyu looks at him surprised. He reaches for his own cup, but instead of politely accepting Pei's compliment, Chiyu grabs Hu Nuer's face to show him off to Pei Xing-su. He tells Pei Xing-su to marvel at Hu Nuer's beauty, which is rare in the eastern parts. Pei Xing-su agrees that Chiyu is indeed very fortunate. Pei Xing-su drinks while smirking. He thinks to himself that Hu Nuer's looks pale from Li Qing's elegant and striking beauty. When he complimented Chiyu, he was referring to Li Qing. He finds Chiyu's taste in man to be disappointing as Li Qing is far more superior than Hu Nuer. Watching Li Qing being ignored in the sidelines is a sad sight for Pei Xing-su. Chiyu notices that Pei Xing-su keeps looking their way. As if flexing a shiny toy, he tells Pei Xing-su that Hu Nuer is not only beautiful, but is also skilled at dancing. He also mastered the dances of the western regions. At the shock of the guests at the banquet, he orders Hu Nuer to dance in front of everyone. Hu Nuer pales. He sweats bullets and tries to reason with Chiyu, asking him to reconsider. He tells him that he only belongs to Chiyu and would not dance for other people. Poor Hu Nuer. Chiyu does not care that he is humiliating Hu Nuer. Making a former prince dance like a harlot in front of the other royals is just embarrassing. Annoyed at being told no, Chiyu repeated his order for Hu Nuer to dance, anger lacing his voice. Taking pity, Li Qing tells Chiyu that his request to make Hu Nuer dance is not acceptable behavior for a prince. As a representative of the Jing Empire, he should not let pride get the better of him. Li Qing rightfully observed that others may take pleasure at seeing the Prince of Yu dance for them to feel powerful and to show off. However, such action will be looked down upon. They may pretend to congratulate Chiyu, but the childishness of the act is not lost on them. Li Qing throws a glance at the emperor and observes that Jun Suanshao must be seething, although he has yet to reprimand his son. Li Qing fears that the emperor might punish them later. Chiyu looks at him sharply. He challenges Li Qing that if he does not want Hu Nuer to dance, then Li Qing should dance in his place. Appalled at Chiyu's threat, Li Qing could only sit there shocked. Chiyu orders Hu Nuer a third time, and the prince-turned-slave has no other choice but to obey. He stands on shaking knees, swallows his humiliation, and dances to the beat of the music. Li Qing can tell that the guests are only pretending to admire Chiyu. Deep down they are mocking him for lacking class and not understanding etiquette. The emperor decided to draw the attention of Pei Xing-su. As the Prince of Luolan is the same age as Chiyu, he encourages them to be friends. Pei Xing-su bowed respectfully and tells the emperor that he admires Chiyu for being talented at both martial arts and literature. He might be prince, but the difference between their stations is vast as Luolan is not as rich as Dajing. Befriending the crown prince of Dajing will be very fortunate for him. Chiyu hates people who bond together for benefits. He insists that in order to make a nation as strong as Dajing, a country must have a strong army to avoid other countries from conquering them. He believes that having connections will not result in winning over the world. Tension arises in the hall. Yun the emperor still is in his seat. The purpose of the banquet is to gain allies through diplomacy, with the prince announcing that words and connections are useless, and military might is the way to go. He's practically telling the other nations that all this talk is pointless. Li Qing saves the day by diplomatically rewarding Jun Chiyu's words. He made it seem that Chiyu is simply pointing out that having a strong military defense is the minimum requirement in making the nation strong. However, everyone should work towards keeping the people content, happy, and secure. Pei Xing-su brings up a question to the crown prince. He explains that although the Western Plains covers a large land, geographically speaking, their resources are scarce as they are mostly deserts. He asks what solution they can come up with to make sure that their people are well-fed and live abundantly. Knowing that Chiyu can't answer the question, Li Qing took it upon himself to answer on his behalf. Li Qing eloquently pointed out that the country must determine where their strength lies and find ways to compensate for their weakness. He made it appear as if it was Chiyu's idea. As Luolan is in an advantageous location between Dajing and other nations, If Lu Olan invests on trade routes between the countries, it would benefit Lu Olan greatly. I think Li Qing means charging for toll fees and making Lu Olan a hotspot for exchanging goods. Lu Olan can also make use of their precious stones and spices to exchange for basic needs like food and medicine. Pei Xing-su thanks him sincerely for his advice. He admits that his main purpose in visiting Dajing is to create an alliance and open up trade between the countries. Hearing Li Qing speak on behalf of the crown prince makes it clear that Dajing is open to such talks. Pei Xing-su smiles in admiration for Li Qing. He is impressed by Li Qing's eloquence and his diplomatic way of implying that Dajing's conquering days are over and is open to creating allies for lasting peace. He is glad that Dajing's interest aligns with Lu Lan's. The emperor did not hide his appreciation of Li Qing's eloquence. He complimented Song Qing, who is now minister and raising a wonderful son. He is happy for choosing Li Qing as Qiyu's study assistant. Pei Xing-su silently rejoiced. He finally learned his crush's name. He savored the name in his head, keeping it in mind. Li Qing took a well-deserved drink after diffusing the situation. He may have done a good job at making Dajing look good, but Qiyu is unlikely to appreciate it. Qiyu pointed out that Li Qing seems to be in better health. Qiyu accused Li Qing of finding Qili Mansion not big enough as a stage to show off on and ordered him to go home as his opinion is not welcome. With shaking hands, Li Qing swallows his tears and puts down the bowl he's been sipping. Seeing the silver lining of Qiyu's dismissal, he excused himself, choosing to leave rather than face further humiliation and neglect. Li Qing leaves the banquet hall, leaving behind Qiyu to enjoy the festivities without him. After taking his leave, Li Qing rounds a corner outside the banquet hall. He halts at his steps at hearing someone call his name. He recognizes the voice of Pei Xing-su and decides to walk faster. He cannot fathom why the Prince of Lu Olan would follow him. But alas, the Prince of Lu Olan is able to outwalk him and blocks his path, confirming that his name is Song Li Qing. Li Qing ignores him and tries to walk around him to get away. Pei Xing-su asks if Li Qing has visited a doctor. He correctly assumes that Li Qing's illness is blood exhaustion. In other references, Li Qing is suffering from anemia. Turning towards him, Li Qing asks how he knows. Plucking a branch from a nearby plant, Pei Xing-su points the sharp end of the branch against his arm. He tells Li Qing that he recognized the symptoms and told Li Qing to watch closely. Pushing in the pointed end of the branch against his skin, Pei Xing-su shows Li Qing the red oozing out from the wound. Li Qing understood. Pei Xing-su pointed out that they suffer from the same ailment. This is the weirdest show and tell. He's probably just glad to meet someone who can fully understand his sufferings. He tells Li Qing that he has been suffering from the ailment for 2 years now. Li Qing is surprised to hear this as blood exhaustion is a terminal disease and is incurable. So how can this prince live this long and look healthy? Pei Xing-su admits that he is not yet cured from the ailment. He is lucky to have a father who exhausted all resources to find a cure for him. Alas, their search finally bore fruit when they discovered a cure called blood cystine from the desert. With this cure, Pei Xing-su is able to live this long. Li Qing is astounded to hear that magical elixir, such as a blood cystine, would exist. He asks Pei Xing-su how he can find the blood cystine. Disappointingly, the Prince of Lu Olan answered that there are no more left. Lu Olan is a barren desert, and they were only able to find one. He reveals that he came to Dajing to study the medical books in the hopes of finding another cure for his illness. The bit of hope that aroused in Li Qing was quickly dashed. Thanking the prince, Li Qing told the prince that he shall deal with his illness on his own. He also asked the prince to stop tattling on him to Qiyu and asks what he wants from him. Taken aback, Pei Xing-su is surprised at the accusation as he never tattled to Qiyu about Li Qing. Thinking that the other is lying, Li Qing turns to leave but is stopped by Pei Xing-su. Putting a hand on Li Qing's shoulder, the prince excitedly asks him to come back with him to Lu Olan. Surprised at this request, Li Qing had to ask the prince to repeat himself. Pei Xing-su elaborates that he wants Li Qing to leave Qiyu. He leans down so that he is eye level with Li Qing and urges him to follow him, promising that he shall never disappoint him. That's a strong claim to make. Bewildered at the prince's request, Li Qing asks him how much he knows about him. They've only seen each other in passing a few times. He asks the prince if he knows who Li Qing is. The prince insisted that it does not matter who Li Qing is. What matters is that Li Qing is the one he has been seeking. When Li Qing answered his question at the banquet, Pei Xing-su was able to confirm that Li Qing is the one. Li Qing pushes him off, demanding that he takes back his words. He fears that people would hear their conversation and misunderstand what they are discussing. Should it fall on Qiyu's ears, he might plot to kill Pei Xing-su. The Prince of Lu Olan explains that he is not going to compete with Qiyu. He believes that Li Qing must feel undervalued in his position as the prince's attendant. He also points out that Li Qing has been thinner since the last time they met. He showers Li Qing with praises, driving home that he sees Li Qing as a valuable asset who has a good heart, a clear vision of the future, and ambition. He is far from a normal person. However, they degraded a wonderful talent like Li Qing's to that of a mere attendant. Is he offering him a job? Laying out the benefits that Li Qing will sow if he follows Pei Xing-su. The Prince of Lu Olan promises to respect, value, and love Li Qing for the rest of his life. He smoothly turned the job offer into a love confession. This guy has guts. He even promises Li Qing an official position at court should he want to. Pei Xing-su's offer is sincere. He can't believe that a prosperous nation like Dajing would disregard a talent like Li Qing. If Li Qing agrees to return with him to Lu Olan, then he would surely be a great help in making Lu Olan prosper. He expressed his disappointment at Qiyu's blatant favor for someone like Hu Nuer when he had a gem like Li Qing beside him. Li Qing had enough and tells Pei Xing-su to back off. He shall forget that such a proposal ever happened and demands that Pei Xing-su drops the idea. Li Qing marvels at the man's frankness but also thinks that he is rather silly. Bowing down in farewell, Li Qing gave the excuse that he must return home to drink his medicine. Pei Xing-su watches him leave, his heart heavy yet full of determination. That look tell me it's not over. A little while later, Pei Xing-su returns to the banquet. When it is time to present his gifts to the emperor, he stands at the bottom of the raised platform as the eunuch reads through the list of gifts. Going through the treasures, poultry, and 1,000 horses, the list finally ended and Pei Xing-su congratulated the Empire of Dajing for its success and wished the emperor a long life. The emperor noticed that there is more he wants to say and like an indulging uncle asks him to spill it out. Prince Lu Olan kneels down as he reveals that he has more requests and hopes that the emperor will grant it. Emperor Jun Suanshou encouraged him to talk. Prince Lu Olan explains that it is a certain someone that he wants, and that the emperor and crown prince can grant it. No, don't do it. Qiyu is surprised that his name is mentioned. Intrigued, Emperor Jun Suanshou asks if there is beauty that caught Pei Xing-su's heart that he made a request from the emperor. In the book, Jun Suanshou jokingly told Pei Xing-su that he does not have a princess to give him. Pei Xing-su explains that he is not going to ask for a princess or someone of noble birth, but what he wants is the 7th-ranked attendant who left the banquet early. He wants Song Li Qing. He did it. Unable to restrain his anger, Qiyu grabs a bowl made of porcelain and throws it on the floor. This is the best chance to get rid of Li Qing like you've always wanted. So why are you having a tantrum now? Silence envelops the banquet hall as they watch the Prince of Lu Olan await the emperor's answer. Experienced at keeping himself calm, Emperor Jun Suanshou asks what Pei Xing-su wants from Song Li Qing. The emperor may look calm, but deep down he feels agitated. He glances at his angered son standing with his hands fisted tightly. Pei Xing-su confessed that he fell in love with Li Qing the moment he laid his eyes on him. He admires Li Qing's talents and looks. He promises to take care of him as he knows that he is a valued member of the imperial court and Qiyu's attendant. Begging on his knees for the emperor to grant him a marriage with Li Qing, he promises to build strong ties between Lu Olan and Dajing. The emperor takes it in stride and carefully explains that he already married off Song Li Qing, and even jokingly tells Pei Xing-su that he came too late. This is news to Pei Xing-su. He is not aware that Song Li Qing is already married. A eunuch explains that Song Li Qing is not only the prince's attendant, but he is also the crown princess of Dajing. Not only that, it is the emperor himself who imposed the marriage. So, Pei Xing-su did ask for a princess's hand. Pei Xing-su's heart stops after hearing this. He turns towards the eunuchs who attended him and demands to know why no one ever told him. Upon looking at their sheepish expression, Pei Xing-su realized that as Qiyu does not appreciate his marriage to Li Qing, the imperial court kept Li Qing's position a secret from the attending representatives. It dawns on Pei Xing-su that it is too late to save Li Qing from this fate, and realizes that his impulsiveness would only make things more difficult for Li Qing. At Qilin Mansion, Li Qing prepares Qiyu's sleeping robes and some snacks for him to enjoy when he comes back from the banquet. Qiao Di scolds him for doing her job, and laments that she will have no work if Li Qing continues to do her work. Li Qing waves her off, citing that he has nothing to occupy his time with. Xiao Di complains that the crown prince is so mean to her master for ordering Li Qing to leave the banquet early. However, instead of being angry at the prince, Li Qing still treats him well. Li Qing notices a string peeking out from the pile of clothes and pulls at it. A charm attached to a string of tassels comes out. It bounces on the floor and finally stops. The spherical charm splits in half to reveal a red brocade pouch. Li Qing picks it up and finds a red jade inside. The red bloodstone has his and Qi Yu's name engraved on it. Xiao Di excitedly explains that Qi Yu returned one evening with this item. The brocade pouch is embroidered with mandarin ducks and twigs, which symbolizes love, devotion, and fidelity. She also explains that the red bloodstone takes the place of the red beans that's customary to the Chu people. Qi Yu's little father, Empress Shen Yu, is from the Chu clan, and it is tradition that you engrave the name of the one you love on a red bean. Xiao Di takes this as a sign that the crown prince does care for Li Qing after all. Li Qing asks why Xiao Di never told him about it. She explains that the crown prince must be saving the gift as a surprise for Li Qing's birthday. Li Qing is not deluded enough to think that Jun Qi Yu would ever do such sweet things for him. Looking at the red brocade pouch, he notices that there are fine hairs sticking out. Xiao Di explains that those are Jun Qi Yu's baby hair when he was 1 year old. The Chu people have a lot of customs, and they would keep a lock of their baby's hair. One day, when the child is old enough to get married, he would tie his hair with his spouse so that they will never part. Xiao Di encourages Li Qing to do it. Song Li Qing was adopted by General Song and his husband, Hong Lion, when he was 3 years old. He is sure that they did not have a lock of his hair when he was a baby. Xiao Di insists that it does not matter. Hair is hair, and Li Qing should cut off a lock of his hair and tie it with Qi Yu's. She quickly scampered off to get scissors. Li Qing does not want to do it, but as he does not want to offend Qi Yu and his in-laws. After cutting off his hair and tying it with Qi Yu's baby hair, Li Qing puts the hair inside the red brocade pouch. Seeing the locks of hair tied together moved Li Qing's heart, and he felt like crying. If only Qi Yu is not so opposed to their relationship, they would be a happy couple. When he looks up, he sees Qi Yu standing in front of him. A foreboding feeling settles on Li Qing's stomach as he sees the look in Qi Yu's eyes. Li Qing stares up at Qi Yu, but it is clear to see that the other is livid. Li Qing frantically sat up, asking his spouse why he came back so soon. Xiao Di greets Qi Yu by bowing her head in respect, but Qi Yu only coldly tells her to leave. Li Qing suspects that he must be mad because he touched his things. He quickly apologized and handed the red brocade pouch to Qi Yu. Qi Yu forgot about the pouch completely. It was a gift given to him by his little father with instructions to hand it to Li Qing. The red brocade pouch adds to his ire, a reminder of this fate being forced on him. Li Qing asks about the bloodstone and comments that their names were written on it. He tells Qi Yu that he tied their hairs together as tradition dictates. He asks if the contents of the brocade pouch were gifts for him. Qi Yu is not listening. All that's ringing in his head are Pei Xing Su's praises for Li Qing and his brazen request to marry him. His jaw clenches at the thought. Unable to restrain his anger, he takes it out on Li Qing and pushes him down on the couch. He vaguely asks when it happened. Li Qing does not understand what's going on and can only look at him with a mix of surprise and fear. Qi Yu demands to know when Li Qing had time to dally with Pei Xing Su. Li Qing fearfully tells him that he does not know Pei Xing Su well. Qi Yu does not believe him and tightens his hand around his throat. Qi Yu is convinced that the two must have had an affair for a long time. Otherwise, why would Pei Xing Su ask the emperor to marry Li Qing with the representatives of other countries bearing witness? If their relationship is not that deep, why would Pei Xing Su go to that extent? Li Qing shivers, not understanding how it came to this. With pure hatred, his voice laced with jealousy, he tells Li Qing that Pei Xing Su even confessed that he fell in love with Li Qing at first sight. Li Qing can't believe it. To Li Qing's relief, Qi Yu finally lets him go. Spitefully looking at Li Qing from head to foot, Qi Yu concluded that Pei Xing Su must like Li Qing, who looks sickly, submissive, and weak. He accuses Li Qing of seducing Pei Xing Su with his silver tongue when he spoke at the banquet. Qi Yu accuses Li Qing of throwing himself at any man. He had suspicion that something was going on between Li Qing and Qi Mao. To Qi Yu, it shouldn't come as a surprise that Li Qing is having an affair with another man. In the book, Qi Yu even insulted Li Qing by saying that he is no different from his little father, Hong Lian, who was known for being promiscuous. Li Qing, who loved his adopted father so much, can't stand to hear Qi Yu badmouth his father, something that is a sore spot for him as Qi Yu used to defend him from other bullies who does the same. Li Qing has had enough and tells Qiyu to stop. Li Qing looks at Qiyu and asks how far Qiyu would go to embarrass Li Qing. If he thinks so little of Li Qing, Qiyu shouldn't be mad if Li Qing did have an affair with Pei Xing-su. If Pei Xing-su marries Li Qing and takes him back to Luolan, it would solve Qiyu's problems. He'd been demanding that Li Qing divorce him. He should be happy that Li Qing will be out of his hair, which is what he's always wanted. At the thought of Pei Xing-su taking Li Qing away, Qiyu snarls and roars that he will not allow it. So what exactly do you want? Make up your mind, dude. Li Qing just can't understand him. He lets out a long sigh at seeing Qiyu so angry. Qiyu's eyebrows are drawn together as he asks if Li Qing has been waiting for the chance to run away with Pei Xing-su. For some reason, Qiyu is getting more and more angry. Li Qing does not want to continue talking as he knows that Qiyu won't believe whatever he says. He looks straight at Qiyu and asks what makes him so angry when he claims to be disgusted by Li Qing. Qiyu has no answer as he does not understand why he is so mad. Taken aback by the question, he looks at Li Qing as he ponders on what sets him off. He can see in Li Qing's eyes what the other is thinking. Li Qing thinks he cares. Qiyu can't wrap his mind around the possibility of caring for Li Qing when he despises him so much. He grits his teeth and throws all his anger in a single punch. Thankfully, he only connects with the wall besides Li Qing. The crown princess is stunned that Qiyu would actually hit him. He looks up at him in fear, while Qiyu coldly tells him to not get ahead of himself. Qiyu reminds Li Qing that he only belongs to him. He won't allow others to trample his pride by touching what belongs to him. Li Qing is disheartened at the realization that Qiyu only sees him as an object to possess, an accessory to boost his ego. Li Qing's silence is getting to Qiyu. Li Qing lets out a tired sigh, which angers Qiyu even more. Qiyu pulls his hand out of the wall and grabs Li Qing's head. Catching Li Qing's lips, he pushes him down. Li Qing couldn't manage to get away. When Qiyu finally lets him go to breathe, Li Qing shakes in fear as Qiyu demands to know if he ever did any extracurricular activities with Pei Xing-su. He needs to know that Li Qing has not betrayed him. Angered by Qiyu's baseless accusations, Li Qing curses at him. Li Qing's look only added fuel to Qiyu's anger, and he continued to kiss Li Qing. In the heat of the moment, Li Qing slaps Qiyu to protect himself, while insisting that he does not know Pei Xing-su well and nothing between him and Pei Xing-su has ever occurred. When Li Qing thought he'd escaped, a hand grabs his arm. Qiyu pulls him to his chest. Li Qing's strength is no match to him. Li Qing's denial makes him blind with anger, not believing that anything happened between the two. Li Qing tries to get away, but Qiyu won't let him. Lead sinks in Li Qing's stomach as Qiyu whispers his desires. Lifting Li Qing up to his shoulder, Qiyu walks towards their bed and throws Li Qing down. He accuses Li Qing of denying him because of Pei Xing-su. Li Qing simply tells him that he's not in the mood, but Qiyu is insistent. As he removes Li Qing's garments, Qiyu tells him that he should be grateful for his attention. The only way that Li Qing can escape Qiyu is to no longer belong to him. Throughout the night, Li Qing endures the pain, his body littered with marks. Qiyu appears satisfied. It reminds him of the seals that he stamped on Li Qing when they were children. Reveling at the mere thought of possessing Li Qing once more, Qiyu gleefully whispers to Li Qing's ears that as long as they are married, he will own him. Their activity lasted through the night, with Qiyu making sure that Li Qing understood his lesson. The activity left Li Qing weak and in pain. He has been losing a lot of fluid. The darkness hides the fact that Li Qing is on the verge of dying. Qiyu wakes up after a satisfying sleep. Noticing that he slept past the usual time, he blames Li Qing for not waking him up. Fear grips his chest at the sight of red stains on their sheets. He shakes Li Qing to wakefulness, but the other is unresponsive. Qiyu knows that he'd been rough with Li Qing last night, but there's no way that he'd done enough damage to make Li Qing hurt so much. Li Qing's complexion is not good. The marks of last night's activities litter his neck, chest, and collarbone. Qiyu panics after having a good look at his husband. He screams for the servants to call for the Imperial doctor. When the doctors arrive, Qiyu demands that they check Li Qing right away. Qimao strides over to Li Qing's bed and notices the red marks on his skin. Qimao can already guess what happened. He quickly rummaged through his chest of medicine and found the red pills that will help Li Qing. He knows that Li Qing is ill from blood exhaustion and correctly assumes that the prince did a number on Li Qing to make him like this. He slips the round pill between Li Qing's lips and raises his head to help him drink water to help the pill go down. Li Qing coughs and spits the pill out. Chi Yu berates Chi Mao for not being able to make Li Qing take the medicine. Grating his teeth, Chi Mao explains that Li Qing can't take the medicine while unconscious. Unable to comprehend what's going on, Chi Yu demands to know what's going on with Li Qing. Chi Mao looks at him sternly, rightfully telling him off for being the cause of Li Qing's current condition. Chi Yu defends himself by saying that he was only a bit rough on Li Qing. You might want to reconsider what a bit means. Chi Yu remembers all the things he did to Li Qing last night and clenches his teeth in a mixture of guilt and anger. Chi Mao observes his friend's condition and takes pity on his current state. It's only been a while since Li Qing lived at Chi Lin Mansion, but his body has deteriorated significantly. He wonders if Chi Yu treats him inhumanly. Chi Yu tells Chi Mao that he knows of his secret meeting with Li Qing and accuses him of having feelings for Li Qing. Chi Mao vehemently denied the accusations, insisting that he and Li Qing are only friends. He also pointed out that Chi Yu's accusations at this time are unnecessary when Li Qing is on the verge of dying. This shocks Chi Yu. Not wanting to believe him, he pushes Chi Mao away and scampers towards Li Qing's bed. He picks up the red pill and forces it down Li Qing's throat. Against Chi Mao's protests, Chi Yu demands for water, intent on making Li Qing swallow the pill. The water dribbles down Li Qing's jaw. Chi Yu stops to observe Li Qing and sees that Li Qing is breaking out in cold sweat. Chi Yu abruptly stands up and rushes towards Chi Mao's chest of medicine, rummaging through the drawers, finding a cure. Chi Mao stops him, telling him that at this point, he killed Li Qing. Chi Yu finally snaps at hearing Chi Mao's words. He clenches his fist, acknowledging his hopelessness, and asks Chi Mao what to do. At this point, Chi Yu realized that he had no idea how to save a life. Growing up in the borders, he only learned how to slay Da Jing's enemies. Li Qing groans, which draws his attention. He comes closer to the bed, wanting to know what Li Qing is saying. The crown princess murmurs Chi Yu's name in his sleep, wishing to be let go. A thorn pricks his heart, but he ignores it. He touches Li Qing's hand and asks no one in particular why they are cold. Lifting Li Qing up to a sitting position, he tells him that he can't die. Hugging him close, his heart full of regret, he demands that he wakes up. But his demands are for naught, as Li Qing stays unconscious, his mind in darkness. Chi Yu hugs him closer, promising to be gentler with him. He turns to the doctors, offering a reward to anyone who can cure him. He threatens to punish all of them if Li Qing were to die. Without any choice on the matter, the doctors bowed in agreement. Chi Yu seethed, dissatisfied with the doctors who attended Li Qing. It's been a full day, yet none of them are able to diagnose what is ailing his husband. The feeling of hopelessness eats at him. He can do nothing but worry. Shavadi interrupts his thoughts, announcing that the Prince of Lu Olan came to visit. Chi Yu can't believe that the man has the audacity to come to his home. Shavadi explains that the Prince of Lu Olan heard of Li Qing's condition and claims to have a cure. Chi Yu stills at hearing this. Clinging to any hope he can grasp, Chi Yu allows Pei Xing Su to enter his home. If not for Li Qing's condition, never in a million years would he allow this man near Li Qing. Pei Xing Su observes Li Qing and is surprised that he would look so weak and he was fine the day before. How could he be on the verge of death after a single night? Impatiently, Chi Yu demands to know if Pei Xing Su has the cure. Like a lover sitting beside his beloved's deathbed, Pei Xing Su bows his head. Chi Yu looks down on Pei Xing Su like some villain. Surprised, he had no time to dodge when a fist flew at him. Hit him good. Pei Xing Su curses him, demanding to know what torture Li Qing had to go through in Chi Yu's hands, enduring his swollen cheek. Chi Yu stands silently, even when Pei Xing Su poses to attack a second time. Gathering his bearings, Chi Yu grabs Pei Xing Su's wrist. He tells Pei Xing Su that if he can save Li Qing, he'd allow him to punch him. If not, he'll be sure to fight back. Pei Xing Su is not as strong as Chi Yu, who grew up in the garrisons waging war against Da Jing's enemies. He is no match for Chi Yu's strength. The first punch was a lucky strike. Pei Xing Su knows of Chi Yu's reputation and how cruel he can be. Not only did he kill many people and enslave a prince of the Yili royal family, he even tortures his dear husband. Chi Yu does not care what he thinks and demands that he save Li Qing. Pei Xing Su does not need to be told twice. Pulling his hand away from Chi Yu's grasp, he vows to save Li Qing. As much as Pei Xing Su wants to vent his anger, fighting with Chi Yu is pointless. Insulted that Pei Xing Su had the gall to be angry at him, Chi Yu tells him that it was he who should be mad for asking Li Qing's hand in marriage in front of the world's envoys. It is Chi Yu who has a beef to settle with him. Pei Xing-su claims that he has the right to be angry. First, he is jealous of Qiyu for being so lucky to marry Li Qing. Second, he is mad at him for being blind and not able to appreciate the gem he had been gifted with. Lastly, he is angry that Qiyu does not uphold the responsibilities of a married man and hurts his husband. Qiyu has no words to defend himself with. He can only clench his fist as Pei Xing-su rants at him. Finally, having said his piece, Pei Xing-su concluded that Qiyu does not deserve Li Qing. He turns to Li Qing, watching his face. Qiyu tells him that Li Qing is his, and Pei Xing-su has no right to interfere in the matters regarding their marriage. He tells Pei Xing-su to leave if he only came to Qilin Mansion to rant. Pei Xing-su confidently answers that there is a way to save Li Qing, but demands that he should be left alone with Li Qing when administering the treatment. Qiyu looks at him incredulously. He thinks that Pei Xing-su must have nefarious intentions to Li Qing, but Pei Xing-su is unbendable. He will only save Li Qing under the condition that they are left alone together. Otherwise, Li Qing will die. Qiyu looks at Li Qing, watching his husband suffering on the bed. There is no other choice, threatening to end Pei Xing-su and destroying his country if he fails to save Li Qing. Qiyu leaves him alone to do what needs to be done. All he did was dole out threats to the medical staff and those who wanted to save Li Qing. Not really helpful. Qiyu. Pei Xing-su mocks Qiyu for lacking this kind of protectiveness when it was needed. What right does Qiyu have to act like a caring husband when it is too late? Qiyu leaves the room, his eyes closed in regret. When Qiyu left, Pei Xing-su stood in Li Qing's room in silence. Outside, Qiyu stands facing the garden, contemplating if he had gone too far this time. From behind, a playful voice comforts him. It is Hu Nuer inviting him to his room and Xing Li Za to have a meal together. Qiyu explains that he must stand guard as he is worried that Pei Xing-su might do something bad to Li Qing. Hu Nuer tries to convince him that the guards won't let Pei Xing-su do anything to Li Qing. He convinces Qiyu that his health is far more important and that he must rest. Compromising, Hu Nuer offers to message him to make him feel relaxed. Ridden with guilt, Qiyu asks Hu Nuer if he treated Li Qing so cruelly. Hu Nuer takes his side and angrily states that anyone who accuses Qiyu of such things should be punished. As the future emperor of Dajing, he is above all others, and such words are slander. With these words of flattery, Hu Nuer is able to get to Qiyu's head. Driving his point, he praises Qiyu for his adventures in the western regions and all the things he did to protect his country. However, it is Li Qing who does not understand Qiyu's sacrifices. Under the pretense that it is not his nature to talk ill about people, Hu Nuer criticizes Li Qing for not doing a good job of managing Qiyu's reputation. He accuses Li Qing of making himself look good while pushing Qiyu's name to the mud. As Qiyu's slave, he pretends to be aggrieved. Hu Nuer even goes so far as accusing Li Qing of pretending to be sick to gain Qiyu's sympathy, a strategy written in the book, The Art of War. It's a must-read. He warns Qiyu to tread lightly and not fall for Li Qing's traps. Hu Nuer's words angers Qiyu, and he throws off the food prepared for him. The slave asks him what's wrong. Qiyu looks at him coldly and asks if Hu Nuer has forgotten his place. Hu Nuer tries to calm Qiyu by insisting that he is genuinely upset for him. He claims that he can't help but feel indignant for him. Hu Nuer wonders why Qiyu suddenly started to care for Li Qing. Qiyu dismisses him, his steps leading back to Li Qing's courtyard. Inside Pei Xing-su's seethas, he expected Qiyu to leave right away. Surprisingly, he decides to stick around outside while Pei Xing-su tends to Li Qing. Pei Xing-su wants to make Li Qing give up on Qiyu so that it will be easier for him to take him back to Luolan and treat him. As someone who suffers the same ailment as Li Qing, he knows that the pill created from the blood cistinge will help Li Qing leave. It is the only reason why Pei Xing-su has lived this long. The pills must be taken yearly to extend one's life. Pei Xing-su only has 3 pills in his possession. He recites a silent prayer to his father, begging for forgiveness. If the pills can save Li Qing, then Pei Xing-su will have no regrets. Pei Xing-su stayed at Li Qing's bedside until it got dark, prompting Qiyu to enter the bedroom to kick him out. Qiyu snarkily asks the Prince of Luolan how long he plans to loiter in Qilin Mansion. He glances at Li Qing and is relieved to see that his complexion is a lot better than before. Knowing Li's not wanted, Pei Xing-su stands up to deny Qiyu the chance of chasing him away. Qiyu asks about the medicine Pei Xing-su used and demands to know why Li Qing is still unconscious. Pei Sing Su snaps at him that there is no such thing as a medicine that would miraculously make you feel better after taking one. What he means is that recovery takes time, and Chiyu is acting like an impatient brat. Although annoyed, Chiyu has nothing to say to Pei Sing Su. Pei Sing Su leaves in a sour mood, promising to return to see Li Qing again the next day. He looks back to Chiyu, telling him that Li Qing is still not cured. His life still hangs in balance between life and death. If Chiyu has any care at all, he must be vigilant in observing Li Qing's condition. Angered at being told what to do, Chiyu challenges Pei Sing Su's right to tell him off. Li Qing is his crown princess. It is only right for Pei Sing Su to back off. Pei Sing Su grits his teeth, stomping off as he leaves. Chiyu tells Xiao Di to gather more servants to attend to Li Qing. They can all take turns in watching Li Qing throughout the night and day. He also tells her to follow the Imperial doctor's orders. Making the right call, he tells her to alert the people at Tai Hospital should something happen to Li Qing. He specifically told her to call Qi Mao, setting his jealousy aside. Xiao Di obediently follows his orders, thinking that it would make her master happy. Xiao Di asks if Chiyu would stay. Chiyu gets annoyed when he is told what to do, and tells Xiao Di that there is nothing for him to do. Making him stay will not make Li Qing heal faster. Xiao Di reasons that she believes that when Li Qing hears his voice, Li Qing might wake up. Such things have happened before. Chiyu does not believe such nonsense. He takes a glance at Li Qing. With his conscience tugging at him, Chiyu changes his mind. He walks over to Li Qing's bed and arranges his blanket neatly on top of him. He can only wish that nothing happens to Li Qing. In the book, he leaves to have fun with who knew her. For the next 3 days, Pei Sing Su continues to visit Li Qing. The crown princess stays unconscious the whole time. Pei Sing Su sits Li Qing up and guides the last of the blood sistage pill to his lips. If this does not save Li Qing, then nothing will. Pei Sing Su worries that now that there are no more pills left, there is little chance that they will find a blood sistage plant in time to save him. Fear grips his heart at the thought of Li Qing dying. As he turns to leave, Li Qing moves and a moan escapes from his lips. He slowly opens his eyes, groaning. Li Qing has slept for so long, but even with his eyes open, he can only see darkness. He asks Pei Sing Su if it is nighttime. Pei Sing Su thinks that Li Qing's question is strange. It is daytime, but Li Qing thinks it's during the night. Sensing the presence of another person in the room, Li Qing turns to him, mistaking him for Chiyu. The Prince of Lu Olan tells Li Qing that it is him, Pei Sing Su. Li Qing's heart is in a panic. He asks Pei Sing Su what he is doing at Qi Li Mansion. He worries that Chiyu will hear about it. Pei Sing Su explains that Li Qing has been unconscious for days and the doctors were unable to cure him. He tells him that they used his remaining blood sistage pills to save Li Qing from the brink of death. Li Qing clearly remembers that Pei Sing Su told him that they only got hold of one blood sistage plant even after years of searching. He asks why Pei Sing Su would give up something so precious and give it to Li Qing. There was only a limited supply and Pei Sing Su also needed it to survive. Li Qing, marry this guy instead. If you don't, I will. Pei Sing Su admitted that there were a total of 9 pills and he has already consumed 6 of those. He had 3 pills left, which are thankfully enough to save Li Qing. Pei Sing Su blames himself for what happened to Li Qing. If it were not for his impulsive request at the banquet, Chiyu would not have taken out his anger on Li Qing. Li Qing worriedly asks him why he did it. The pills are extremely crucial in keeping Pei Sing Su alive. Why would he give it up to save someone unrelated to him? Giving the pills to Li Qing would result in his death. Pei Sing Su brazenly told him that 3 years means nothing. Those pills could extend his life for 3 years, but since he gave it to Li Qing, Pei Sing Su can spend a year of his life with Li Qing. In Pei Sing Su's eyes, he did not lose 3 years, but rather he gained a year happily knowing that Li Qing is alive. He tells Li Qing that it no longer matters. What's done is done. It's no use discussing what already happened. Li Qing bows in shame. He asks Pei Sing Su what he wants from him. If it is in his power, he would gladly give them to Pei Sing Su. Pei Sing Su teases him that saving one's life is usually repaid by one's body. You can also pay with a horse or an ox. Pei Sing Su makes it clear that he does not want anything in return. Now that he has given 3 years of his life to Li Qing, his only wish is for him to have a good life and try to stay away from things that hurt him. At the thought of hurtful things, Pei Sing Su realizes that he does not know where Chiyu is at that moment. Li Qing berates himself for even hoping that Chiyu would take care of him when he gets deathly sick. Even when he is at death's door, Chiyu is nowhere to be seen. To be fair, he did stay a bit, just not enough. Li Qing closes his eyes in disappointment. His heart cries for his pitiful situation. In order to protect his family, Li Qing silently endures Qi Yu's cruel antics and humiliation. Li Qing holds Qi Yu close to his heart as he has been infatuated with him when they were young. He holds hope that Qi Yu is the same as before, but he knows now that he should acknowledge that he is a different person now. He must take off the filter and see Qi Yu as he is. Finally, you should see him as the cruel, sadistic piece of work that he is. Li Qing's thoughts are interrupted by Pei Xing-su, who has been calling his name repeatedly. It is obvious to Pei Xing-su that Li Qing's gaze is not directed at him. He correctly assumes that there is something wrong with Li Qing's eyes. He asks Li Qing if he is all right. He observes that Li Qing is unable to focus on any object. Li Qing explains that when he was young, he cried too much until his vision was blurry. He thinks that he must simply be having a relapse of a childhood illness. Pei Xing-su rightfully tells him that Li Qing's condition is a big deal. Li Qing assures him that he will be fine again in no time. He tells Pei Xing-su that he is better now and even pointed at Pei Xing-su's body parts to prove that he can see. It will take more than that to convince Pei Xing-su. So he asks again if Li Qing is really okay. Li Qing points at the table and asks if the food is for him. Pei Xing-su answered that they are indeed for Li Qing. It is a healthy meal made by Qi Mao, cautioning Li Qing to take it easy. He tells him not to force himself if he cannot eat yet. Li Qing worries about his eyes. He did not want to worry Pei Xing-su, but his eyes went blind for a while before he started to see things clearly. He was able to see momentarily, but now he cannot see again. It's completely black. It may take him a while to regain his sight again. Li Qing is a compassionate person and does not want to waste the efforts of those who serve him. Pei Xing-su can see through his heart. He observes that Li Qing is someone who is selfless and puts others' needs before him. He asks that if he always cares for others, then how can he have space for himself in his own heart? Pei Xing-su offers to feed Li Qing. He walks to the desk to get the tray of food. Li Qing insisted that he could feed himself. Suddenly, the door is kicked open, and Qi Yu enters the room, demanding to know what they are doing. Grumpy enters the room. Upon seeing Li Qing awake, Qi Yu is angered that no one has told him that Li Qing has recovered. Pei Xing-su tells him to not be so loud as Li Qing has not yet fully recovered. He scolds Qi Yu for not knowing how to take care of someone properly. Stomping towards the two, Qi Yu tells Pei Xing-su that it is not his place to care for Li Qing. He demands to take the bowl from Pei Xing-su's hands so that he can feed Li Qing himself. Securing the bowl of the nourishing meal, he tells Pei Xing-su to leave. Pei Xing-su does not argue and tells Li Qing to have a good rest. Li Qing thanked him for his kindness. Qi Yu thinks it is unfair of Pei Xing-su to say that he does not know how to take care of Li Qing, when all Pei Xing-su did is to check up on Li Qing from time to time. Qi Yu thinks bitterly that he has been caring for Li Qing and stayed beside him most of the time. When the two of them are alone, Qi Yu breaks the silence by telling Li Qing that he knows that all will be well. Li Qing was just fine, so there's no way that he die a sudden death. When he looks at Li Qing, a foreboding feeling creeps at him. There is something about Li Qing that is different, but he cannot put a finger on what it is. What has changed? It is a pleasant afternoon. Li Qing spends the day catching up on his reading. He looks and finds Qi Yu poring over the memorials, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. He didn't expect that his wayward husband would come back after storming off the other day. It was an unexpected turn of events, as Qi Yu is the type to use his muscles more than his brain. Li Qing wonders if Qi Yu is up to something. Qi Yu pores over the letters, having a constipated look on his face. It is no different from when they were young. Some things never change. Qi Yu notices him and asks Li Qing what he's looking at. Li Qing sweats, worried that he'd offended his volatile husband. Qi Yu watches him silently, and it makes Li Qing more nervous. After a beat, he commands Li Qing to come closer. Li Qing obeys and walks up to Qi Yu's desk. Qi Yu assures him that he does not bite and that Li Qing should not fear him. That's debatable. He offers Li Qing a seat. Qi Yu remembers how full of life Li Qing was when they were young, but he grew up into a boring guy. Li Qing sits at the table, and Qi Yu hands over his brush. He then tells Li Qing to start writing, to Li Qing's surprise. That's scum. I knew he's up to something. He tells Li Qing to write the memories for him. His emperor father wants him to review the memorials and learn from them. His father always tells him that in order to be a good emperor, he must learn the affairs of the common people. As Li Qing passed with flying colors in the Imperial exams, he is perfect for the job. Li Qing argues that making someone else do the work defeats the emperor's true purpose. Li Qing observes that Qi Yu did not change at all. He used to make him do his homework when they were young. Qi Yu argues back that he got the gist of the important memorials and the remaining topics are inconsequential. He just wants Li Qing to write a few sentences. After glancing at them, Li Qing tells him that the emperor will notice the difference in their handwriting, to which Qi Yu replies that he can transcribe whatever Li Qing writes, so that he can present his notes to the emperor in his handwriting. Qi Yu thinks he's very clever. Li Qing laments that Qi Yu could be clever when trying to do things the lazy way. Although Li Qing does not want to do it, he wants to compromise. He cannot outright disobey Qi Yu, as it will only cause him pain, but he cannot do all the work for him. He decides to read through the memorials and ask Qi Yu how he would handle the various scenarios. One of them is about coastal provinces being plundered by pirates. Qi Yu offhandedly answers that the job of protecting the people lies with the coastal garrison, and they should be punished for failing to protect the provinces. To redeem themselves, they should kill a pirate. The capital will reward them for each kill, with no reward limit. This way, the pirates will not be so confident. Li Qing looks at him, stunned. With the look on his face, it's as if he's questioning himself about why he fell for a guy with only 2 brain cells to rub together. Li Qing writes down the answer on the paper. Trying to steer Qi Yu's answer in the right direction, he asks what kind of assistance should be given to the victims, how much relief they should get, and if there have been instances in the past when the ones at fault were rewarded. Qi Yu blurts out some random numbers on top of his head. He initially recommended 10,000, then reduced it to 8,000. He reasons that they should not be too generous, as people may get lazy. Li Qing coaxes him to say more. Qi Yu reasons that if the people start to rely on the government's welfare, it will cause a revolt when the relief stops coming. Li Qing finds no fault in his answer, so he writes it down according to Qi Yu's instructions. Qi Yu finally catches on. Li Qing is making him review the memorials, instead of doing it himself. He watches Li Qing and blushes at the sight. Shi Yao Di enters the room to bring Li Qing his meal. Li Qing tells her that he will eat after he's done. To their surprise, Qi Yu tells her that he will be having his meals at Li Qing's place in the next few days, and orders Shi Yao Di to prepare his meals. Shi Yao Di immediately obeys. Li Qing looks at Qi Yu like he's grown 2 heads. Qi Yu asks him what's so surprising about his plans to have a meal there. They will be working a lot together, so it will be more efficient if they have their meals together. Shi Yao Di smiles as she watches the two interact, happy that her master is finally getting along with the crown prince. Hopefully, things will get better from here. Qi Yu could at least become civil and respectful to Li Qing. The next day, Li Qing decides to take a walk in the courtyard. He has been cooped up in the house, and he only found the strength to go out that day. A bluebird swoops ahead and drops in front of Li Qing. The bird seems to be injured. It tries to flap its wings, but its efforts are futile. Li Qing reaches out to help the bird, but he notices that the bird smells weird. Shi Yao Di warns him to be careful, as the bird's blood may be harmful to Li Qing. From the sidelines, Hu Nu-er approaches them. His face looks like he's looking for trouble. Li Qing tells him that he's simply trying to help an injured bird. Hu Nu-er pretends to be a gracious person, offering to help the pitiful bird that does not have long to live. Li Qing can't help but think that Hu Nu-er is mocking him. Li Qing stands in front of the bird, preventing Hu Nu-er from picking it up. He orders Shi Yao Di to pick up the bird and take care of it. Once the bird is feeling better, he plans to release it in the wild. Li Qing is just too nice. Secretly, Hu Nu-er rejoices that Li Qing took the bird. Qi Yu approaches them, and Hu Nu-er quickly greets him. His greeting is so familiar compared to Li Qing's, who acknowledges his husband's presence with formality. Qi Yu wonders why Li Qing is not saying anything. Hu Nu-er explains that Li Qing is just so tired, and that Qi Yu should not take Li Qing's offense to heart. He acts like he's the legal wife. Who are you to talk to on behalf of Li Qing? Li Qing watches the two interact, feeling like a stranger watching a lonely couple. Li Qing excuses himself, as he understands that Qi Yu only came to his mansion to review the memorials with him. Unexpectedly, Qi Yu grabs his arm and drags him to a quiet place. Where are you taking Li Qing? Qi Yu takes Li Qing to a secluded place in the capital. Li Qing had no idea that a scenery as good as this existed in the capital. Qi Yu tells him that he found this beautiful place when he went to the military camp. Li Qing asks him why he would show him this place. Qi Yu answers that he received praise from his emperor father, who did not make too many corrections to his proposals. This lifts Qi Yu's mood, so he's feeling generous at the moment and decides to take Li Qing on a trip. How I wish you could be generous every day. However, the emperor commented on his ugly calligraphy and requested that he practice more. Li Qing encourages him to work on his calligraphy, which triggers Qiyu. He tells Li Qing that he is aware of what Li Qing is doing. Li Qing has been sneakily making him learn the stuff he does not like, so he just wants to be praised without doing the work. That's not how it works, you lazy bum. Li Qing honestly tells him that he only wishes for Qiyu to become a good emperor. Li Qing realizes that Qiyu can see through his maneuvering, but has not said anything about it until now. Li Qing panics. Who knew what Qiyu would do? Unexpectedly, Qiyu lets him go when he sees Li Qing's pitiful reaction. Confidently, he tells Li Qing that he is bound to be a great emperor someday. Li Qing knows Qiyu well. Only someone with a princely bearing like Jun Qiyu would be so confident. Out of the blue, Qiyu comments that Li Qing has been cooped up in the palace, reading obscure books. Someone who's as weak as Li Qing should take more walks. Li Qing did not answer. He looks around, enjoying the scenery. The pinkish-white blossoms fall gently around them. He notices that Qiyu's attitude toward him has changed for the better. He is more considerate of Li Qing's needs and seems to be more comfortable around him. Qiyu watches his spouse. Li Qing looks so frail amongst the cherry blossoms. Li Qing's lips curve in a smile, and his face has a dreamy look. Qiyu does not understand why heat rushes to his face at Li Qing's smile. He wonders what's making Li Qing happy and what causes Li Qing's thoughts to drift. Good things have to come to an end, and the two have to return to the capital. Before they return home, Li Qing takes this opportunity to grab some items from his favorite bookstore. Qiyu complains that Li Qing would take upon himself to look for books and ink treasures when he could order the servants to do it for him. Li Qing tells him that he'll be finished soon, and it's no trouble for him since he can do it himself. As Li Qing looks for the book that helps put people's minds at ease, a stranger approaches him respectfully, bowing at him. Li Qing notes how unusual it is for someone to enter the bookstore at this time. It is more unusual for a barbarian to come visit and pay him respect. Alarm bells ring in Li Qing's head when he notices that the barbarian enters his personal space and whispers cryptically in his ear. Quietly, the barbarian asks him if he knows what his real fate is. Is this barbarian some sort of soothsayer or fortune teller? Before Li Qing could ask him what he meant, the barbarian walked away from Li Qing's bafflement. Qiyu, who finally got impatient after waiting, approaches Li Qing. He tells Li Qing that they have to return, so that they can eat and Li Qing can take his medicine. He's really just hungry, but it's a big change, as he's now considerate about Li Qing's health, still thinking about the strange barbarian. Li Qing tells Qiyu that he found the books he needs, and they should return. Qiyu looks at him like he wants to say something. They return to the mansion and start to review the memorials. Li Qing gives Qiyu some suggestions on how to write the memorials and what questions to ask the emperor. Qiyu wonders why Li Qing would read the memorials so closely. Li Qing's eyes are not so good, so he needs to read the memorials close to the candlelight. Qiyu watches him closely. Li Qing's profile is illuminated by the candlelight, and the warm glow accentuates his beautiful features. Suddenly, Li Qing asks Qiyu what he thinks about his suggestions. Qiyu jolts in surprise as he was not listening, so he just tells Li Qing to do whatever he thinks is best. Qiyu observes that he can't help but look at Li Qing. He clenches his fist as he musters the resolve to tell Li Qing what he's been thinking. He grabs the memorials from Li Qing's hand, which makes Li Qing worry. Unexpectedly, he tells Li Qing that they should not divorce. Is Qiyu turning a new leaf as he finally realized what a treasure Li Qing is? Silence hangs in the air after Qiyu's sudden declaration. Li Qing drops the brush he's been holding. His brain could not believe that Qiyu would utter such words. There's no way that Qiyu would suggest that they stay together when he's been adamant about divorce, deciding that he must have been hallucinating. Li Qing changes the topic and comments on the messy state of their table. Qiyu lets out an exclamation of disbelief. Li Qing continues to look down, not wanting to meet his gaze. Li Qing scolds himself for being weak. A kind gesture from Qiyu makes him melt. Qiyu breaks the silence between them and makes it clear that he is not in love with Li Qing. Qiyu decides that being together is not so bad and that they have been getting along. Li Qing visibly deflates upon hearing this, so Qiyu lifts up Li Qing's chin to make Li Qing look at him. Qiyu explains that even if he divorces Li Qing, the emperor will find a suitable wife for him. Rather than have a stranger become his spouse, it is better to have Li Qing beside him. Li Qing's eyes widened. He looks like he got slapped by the cold, bitter truth in the face. Poor Li Qing. Li Qing pushes Qiyu's hands away. telling him that he understands. Li Qing is obviously disappointed. However, he's used to it. Divorce is sorry behind. As much as he wants to be with Chiyu, he does not want to be someone he has to endure. He asks Chiyu if there's someone he likes or if he's been in love. Chiyu can't think of anyone he wants to be with and is annoyed that Li Qing is asking these questions. He can't help but think that Li Qing is up to something again. He gets up, dismissing Li Qing's questions. Li Qing apologizes for his forwardness. Chiyu leaves, but not before telling Li Qing that he would be back to transcribe the memorials. Left alone in the study, Li Qing reflects on his actions. He admits to pushing Chiyu's buttons and being too intrusive. You're his husband, and he just asked you to stay in a loveless marriage. It's just right for you to know where you actually stand and what to expect. He knows that he made Chiyu angry. He thinks that Chiyu probably thinks he's being ignorant. All this stress made Li Qing's nose bleed. Drops of the red liquid stain the memorial, and no matter how much he rubs off the blood, it just won't come off. Li Qing looks at the bloodstains worriedly, a reminder that he does not have long to live. All this stress is not good for Li Qing. He should be resting, instead of helping that good-for-nothing Chiyu. The next day, Chiyu was told by the emperor to stay after the court meetings. He asks his emperor father why he was told to stay. Instead of answering, Emperor Jun Shuan Xiao asks him what he's been up to. Chiyu answers that he has been diligent in his studies and has been returning home early to review the memorials after the court sessions. The emperor asks him if the task has been so difficult that it has affected his health. The emperor tells him that there are bloodstains on the memorials, which makes him worried about Chiyu's health. Chiyu wonders what the emperor is talking about. Wrong answer. His baffled look made the emperor realize that Chiyu had been deceiving him. Jun Shuan Xiao throws the memorial at Chiyu. The jig is up. The emperor rages at Chiyu in disappointment. He can't believe that he saw someone so irresponsible, making someone else review and write the proposals. Wasn't you supposed to transcribe the memorials? You must have submitted the one Li Qing wrote. You only have yourself to blame for that one. Before Chiyu could string some words of apology, Emperor Jun Shuan Xiao continued with his tirade. He scolds his son for being arrogant and neglectful of his duties. Rumors have been circulating that he is unfit to become the emperor's heir. The emperor regrets being too lenient with him. The emperor thinks back to the time that Chiyu returned home with a slave. He knew that he should have set his foot down. To Chiyu's horror, the emperor makes a decision. He declares that the slave, who knew her, will be executed. That's a little too harsh. Why not make Chiyu do some hard labor or make him memorize some boring script instead? Or throw him out into the wild and live his life as a poor person? That should teach him. Chiyu heatedly shouts back in protest. He reasons that who knew her has nothing to do with his actions, and it's a harsh punishment to bestow on anyone. Emperor Jun Shuan Xiao does not trust who knew her and does not believe that the slave has no ill will against them. Chiyu wonders if Song Li Qing has something to do with this. He's the only one who knows that Chiyu has not been reviewing the memorials on his own. He suspects that Li Qing told the emperor to cause trouble for who knew her and to control Chiyu. Hiding behind the emperor's power, Li Qing wants to elevate his own position so that Chiyu will not be able to divorce him. Chiyu decides that no matter how much the emperor wants to force him, he will not stay with Li Qing. Just when things are getting better for these two, things happen that take them 100 steps back. Chiyu returns to the mansion, and a Unique announces his presence. It's apparent on his face that his morning did not go well, and Li Qing approaches him with hesitation. He looks at Li Qing coldly and slaps his hand. His slap leaves a red bruise on Li Qing's delicate hand. The poor crown princess looks at Li Qing's back, wondering what happened to set his husband off. From the sidelines, a Unique announces that the emperor orders the punishment of the slave, who knew her. Who knew her will receive 50 strikes as punishment, and he orders the crown prince and crown princess to watch. That's just cruel. Approaching the allotted seats, Li Qing asks Chiyu what's going on. Chiyu is already seated and maliciously blames Li Qing. The Unique asks Li Qing to take his seat, as the emperor wanted who knew her to kneel in front of Li Qing, while being punished. Jun Shuan Xiao, you're not doing Li Qing any favor. You're actually making it worse for him. The emperor wanted to make who knew her realize where his place is and to show respect to Li Qing. Who knew her struggles against the people holding him. He finds it unfair as he has not done anything wrong. He begs Chiyu to save him. The servants slapped him to shut him up. Li Qing still does not understand what's going on and sits there dumbfounded, fear etched on his face. Qi Yu tells him to watch. He vows to make Li Qing suffer, Hu Nu-er's humiliation tenfold. Hu Nu-er begs and begs, but his words seem to fall on deaf ears. The eunuch accuses him of bewitching the crown prince, leading him astray. The emperor wanted to execute him, but decided to be more lenient due to the crown prince's feelings. The emperor wanted him to know his place and be respectful to his betters. This shakes Hu Nu-er to the core. There's only one person who'd wish him harm, and it's none other than the crown princess, Li Qing. Hu Nu-er screams, blaming his misfortune on Li Qing. He suspects that Li Qing got jealous because Qi Yu favors him. He tells Li Qing that he should have killed him instead, rather than made the emperor do the deed for him. These words further implicate Li Qing. Knowing that his words would not be heard, Li Qing sat rooted in his spot, and his world turned upside down. Qi Yu's eyes look at him with loathing, telling Li Qing how he should not have trusted him. If you had transcribed the memorial like you're supposed to, then this would not have happened. Li Qing asks if he really believed that Li Qing could do such a thing. Qi Yu can't think of anyone else who would tell the emperor that he has been making Li Qing review the memorials. Li Qing has all the reasons to punish Hu Nu-er, but does not have the guts to do it himself. So, he made the emperor do it. Li Qing looks down in disappointment. Qi Yu should know that Li Qing would never do such a thing. Qi Yu looks away while snidely, commenting that Li Qing's heart does not match his appearance. The eunuch announces that the punishment has been carried out. Hu Nu-er falls to the hard ground, looking pitiful. I feel bad for Hu Nu-er. The eunuch bows to Qi Yu, wishing that the crown prince does not vent his anger on him. He was only doing his job, and he could not go against the emperor's wishes. Qi Yu tells him to leave, briskly walking towards Hu Nu-er to help him. Li Qing looks at the couple. A stranger from the outside is looking in. Qi Yu looks at him with deep-seated hatred. Carrying Hu Nu-er in his arms, he announces that he will never set foot in Li Qing's mansion again. Since Li Qing wanted to be the crown princess so much, he can live alone in the main corridor, all by himself. He looks down at Li Qing in disdain, sarcastically asking if he's happy. Before Li Qing could defend himself, Qi Yu turned his back, not wanting to listen to what Li Qing had to say. Li Qing stays in his seat, still in a daze. It was only when Shi Yao Di invited him to come inside did he leave his seat. With wobbling steps, he enters the pavilion. When Shi Yao Di enters the room, she finds her master huddled against the wall, his arms wrapped around his knees. His body is shaking. With sympathy, she calls out to him, and he looks up to her, with tears running down his cheeks. Li Qing tells her that he wants to go home. She asks him what he means as he is home. Like a lost child, Li Qing tells her that this is not home. I feel sorry for Hu Nu-er, but Li Qing has nothing to do with his punishment. Li Qing tells Shi Yao Di to pack his things. He wants to take a breather and go home to his parents' house. He does not have very long to live, so he wants to take this opportunity to go home and properly say goodbye to his parents. Yes, dear, take a breather. Maybe your parents can convince you to divorce his sorry ass. In Hu Nu-er's pavilion, the sound of laughter can be heard outside. Qi Yu compliments Hu Nu-er's clever ideas. The two play around in merriment, not minding the third person who enters the room. Li Qing approaches the couple, intending to ask Qi Yu to accompany him to his parents' house. It would be weird if he showed up without his husband, and they might worry that things are not going well. Just go home without Qi Yu. It would be worse when they saw his sour face. Qi Yu looks at him in annoyance. He asks Li Qing why he came and flat out tells him that there's no way he'd forgive him even if he begs. Without a beat, Li Qing answers that he knows. Qi Yu wonders if Li Qing is not taking his threats seriously. Li Qing explains that he wants Qi Yu to accompany him to his parents' home to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Hearing that Li Qing's course of action was to run to his parents rather than apologize to Hu Nu-er, Qi Yu got more mad at him. Li Qing explains that he wants to spend time with his parents and assures them that he is well. His father just got back from the barracks, and Li Qing has not had the chance to spend time with him since his return. Qi Yu looks at Li Qing like he's the scummiest of scums. He realized that Li Qing wanted them to pretend to be a happy couple. He suspects that Li Qing just wanted to complain to his parents when he's not looking. He does not trust Li Qing to be honest. Li Qing then tells him that he will have to go by himself and prepares to leave. Guilt twists in Qi Yu's heart. He does not understand why he feels this way, but looking at Li Qing's retreating back, he feels a twinge of sadness. He stops Li Qing from leaving, telling him that Li Qing could meet his parents during the emperor's birthday. Li Qing looks at him, hopefully. Stepping forward, Qi Yu tells Li Qing that he could go under certain conditions. It depends on what Li Qing could do just to see his parents. No, don't make him suffer more than he already has. Just let him go home. Li Qing asks him what he has to do. He offers to review Qi Yu's memorials for him. Qi Yu agrees, but Hu Nu suddenly interjects and maliciously suggests that he wanted to eat some pine nuts. Since Qi Yu is easily manipulated, he cruelly tells Li Qing to peel some pine nuts for Hu Nu. He does not expect Li Qing to agree, and just wants Li Qing to beg. To his surprise, Li Qing agrees and walks over to Hu Nu-er's table. To add to Li Qing's humiliation, he tells him to kneel while peeling the nuts. He wants Li Qing to show his true face. A prideful person would never stoop to kneel in front of a slave. Li Qing still for a moment, and Qi Yu mocks him for wanting to back out. However, Li Qing reaches for the pine nuts and tells him that he will do it. He'll do whatever it takes to see his father again. He's dying, and just wants to see his parents for the last time. Have some mercy, Qi Yu. Stop bullying him. Li Qing's hands are soft and are not good at peeling nuts. Hu Nu teases him for being too slow and too weak. Qi Yu observes him and wonders how someone like Li Qing could endure the humiliation. Li Qing continues to peel the nuts until night falls. The hard nuts cause his hand to bleed. Oh no, Li Qing has a blood disease, which makes him bleed a lot when wounded. This is not good for him. Red stains the nuts he's been peeling. Hu Nu eggs him on, maliciously making him peel more nuts to make Li Qing suffer more. Finally having enough, Qi Yu makes him stop saying that there's no way he'd eat contaminated food, calling Li Qing useless and mocking him for not being able to do anything right. Li Qing reminds him that he promised to attend the emperor's birthday with him. Qi Yu agrees, and Li Qing thanks him politely. This time, instead of addressing him as Qi Yu, Li Qing addressed him as Your Highness. The formality leaves a bitter taste in Qi Yu's mouth. Li Qing's coldness unsettles him. Something has changed in Li Qing, and Qi Yu does not like it. He does not like it at all. Hu Nu observes that Qi Yu is acting weird. Turning Qi Yu's attention back to him, he massages his shoulders and sweetly asks Qi Yu if he feels sorry for Li Qing. Qi Yu complains that Li Qing never addressed him as Your Highness. He always addresses him by his name. Hu Nu tells him that Li Qing has finally learned where his place is. However, Qi Yu is not convinced. The way Li Qing addresses him is now cold. On the day of the emperor's birthday, Li Qing and Qi Yu share a carriage to the venue. He points out the tassel that Li Qing has been wearing, effectively mocking him for wearing something old and cheap. Seeing Li Qing wear the tassel he gave him when they were kind, Qi Yu becomes assured that Li Qing still has feelings for him, and that his sudden coldness is but a facade. Li Qing looks down at the tassel, his mind elsewhere. Qi Yu asks him why he would continue to wear something so cheap when there are so many jeweled tassels available for him. Li Qing's father might think that Qi Yu is mistreating his son and making him wear something too old and cheap. When he is about to accuse Li Qing of making him look bad, Li Qing interrupts him, telling him that he won't wear it again. Qi Yu can't believe his ears. He's had enough of you. It is a lavish affair befitting the emperor's birthday. From the sidelines, Prince Lo Lan observes that Li Qing has lost some weight. Annoyed that Prince Lo Lan has been eyeing his husband, Qi Yu calls his attention, covertly asking if there is something wrong with his eyes, and if he has not been receiving proper nourishment. Prince Lo Lan asks if Li Qing has been working so hard that he has become sick. Qi Yu wanted to hide the fact that Li Qing is not well, but Prince Lo Lan obviously wanted everyone to know. In a long-winded speech, he tells Prince Lo Lan to mind his own business and to focus on the birthday celebrant instead. He asks Prince Lo Lan if he still has feelings for Li Qing. Prince Lo Lan assures him that he wouldn't dare. He simply finds it strange that the two do not seem to get along well. He observes that Qi Yu must be too fickle to lose interest in his husband within 3 months of marriage. Qi Yu slams his hands on the table in anger. Li Qing sits quietly beside him, but is worried that the banquet will be ruined. He does not want to miss the chance to have a talk with his father. He picks up some sweets with his chopsticks and feeds them to Qi Yu, acting like a doting wife. Qi Yu jumps down on it like a child who wants to make his rival jealous. Li Qing explains that he was just not feeling well and has caught a cold due to the changing season. He politely thanks Prince Lo Lan for worrying about him and assures him that he and Qi Yu are getting along well as a couple. Prince Lo Lan does not want to back down. He knows exactly what's going on behind closed doors. Li Qing is forced to tell him to mind his own business in the politest way possible. Upon hearing that Li Qing views him as an outsider, Prince Lo Lan apologizes for butting in with Li Qing's marital affairs. He downs his drink while lamenting the unfairness of it all. He genuinely cares about Li Qing, but he is being considered an outsider, while Qiyu, who caused Li Qing nothing but pain, is to be Li Qing's husband. The table where Li Qing and Qiyu are situated is quiet. The two do not bother to interact with each other. Qiyu's mood sours, which is Li Qing's cue to stay quiet. Otherwise, he'd have to endure Qiyu's wrath. Breaking the awkward silence, the emperor calls Li Qing's attention. He encourages Li Qing to speak to his father, as they have not gotten the chance to do it since Li Qing's wedding to the crown prince. Li Qing gratefully obeys and walks over to his father's table. Li Qing bows respectfully to his father, thinking that this may be the last time that he can be filial. General Song Qing carefully helped Li Qing to sit up. He worriedly asks his son if he's doing well. Li Qing lies skillfully, assuring him that he is treated well. Upon holding his shoulders, General Song can tell how thin Li Qing has become. He wonders if his son is ill. Li Qing tells him that he has just recovered from an illness, but is now doing well. It is not easy to fool the general when Li Qing lifted his hand. His father saw the wounds on his fingers. He asks Li Qing if it is the crown prince's doing. Li Qing explains that the wounds are due to an accident. For a father, it is hard to see his own child suffer. General Song knows that there is no love between Li Qing and Qiyu. He knows that Li Qing was pressured into accepting the marriage. Instead of being honored, his child is humiliated. General Song Qing promises to take him home, even at the expense of his life. He drags Li Qing by the arm, intent on confronting the crown prince. Qiyu pretends to be nonchalant. With the angry look blazing in the general's eyes, he suspects that Li Qing complained to his dad to stir up some trouble. General Song asks if Li Qing made such a grievous offense to be treated so harshly. He accuses Qiyu of hurting his son and starving him. Qiyu pretends to not know what he's talking about. He tells him that Qiyu is just sick, and there's no way that he has anything to do with it. He even tells him that he had called many doctors to treat Li Qing's illness until he got better. Li Qing stands to the side in silence. He'd rather not add fuel to the fire. General Song finally asks an important question. He asks Qiyu where he was while Li Qing was ill. Qiyu hesitates. He does not want to say that he stayed by Qiyu's side. Instead, he answers that he had soldiers and servants watch over him. This is not the answer that General Song wants to hear. He complains that Qiyu should be the one to stay by Li Qing's side, as he is his husband. Qiyu shot back, saying that Prince Lo Lan's public proposal humiliated him. Does that have anything to do with anything? It's my dear husband who publicly proposed to Prince Lo Lan. Someone's in love with your husband. Qiyu excuses his behavior by telling the general that he only left for a few days to contemplate. General Song acquiesces yet sarcastically acknowledges that Qiyu is faultless. He tells Qiyu that if he's so dissatisfied, that he wouldn't mind if Li Qing returned home. Qiyu did not answer. From a distance, the emperor has been observing them. His commanding voice asks Qiyu what he said to General Song that made him look so mad. Li Qing avoids the impending disaster by telling the emperor that they were just discussing what gift they prepared for him. Li Qing tells Qiyu to hand over the longevity peach. Qiyu made himself to the emperor. Li Qing brings the box to the emperor. Earlier that day, Li Qing asked Qiyu's opinion on the two gift options he had acquired for the emperor. He was able to acquire red coral from the East Sea and a glass lantern from the West region. Qiyu tells him that there are no riches that the emperor does not have, and that who knew or has already prepared a gift. They would pretend that Qiyu made the longevity peaches himself to appease the emperor. He even has the guts to pass off someone else's work as his own. He never learns. Li Qing hesitates in handing the gift to the emperor, but decides to push forward. He tells the emperor that the longevity cake was made by Qiyu himself. Touched that his son would make something with his own hand for him, the emperor quickly had a taste. By the way, where is Empress Shenyu? It's his husband's birthday. Where is he? Before Li Qing could return to his seat, the box of longevity peaches clattered to the ground. The emperor's head drops down on the table, and Qiyu rushes towards his father, alarmed. Emperor Jun Xuan Xiao clutches his chest, his face contorted in agony. Qiyu calls out to him in alarm, genuinely worried for his father. He cannot fathom how this could happen. He immediately called for the Imperial physician. Securing the perimeter, he prevented anyone from leaving the hall. Otherwise, they would be executed. Li Qing tells him to bring the emperor to the inner hall, away from prying eyes. His father is what keeps the empire together. The court is filled with traitors, intent on furthering their own means. If news gets out that the emperor fell, it will cause chaos. After bringing the emperor to the inner court, the imperial physician quickly attends to him. Qi Miao tells him that the cause is poisoning. Qi Yu can't believe it. How could the emperor get poisoned when everything he eats is tested for poison beforehand? He orders Qi Miao to treat the emperor quickly. Kimio tries to explain that it's not that easy. He has to know what poisoned the emperor to determine the correct antidote. Li Qing calmly suggests that they check the food the emperor ate. Qi Yu quickly agrees and sends Qi Miao and the other doctors to check. They use mice to determine which food was poisoned. They finally found the source. They present Qi Yu. The box of longevity peaches. Lying with a plum innocent tree is a dead mouse. Qi Yu did not waste time confronting Hu Nu-er. He slams him down, intending to beat him up. He can't believe that someone he pampered more than his crown princess would betray him like this. Hu Nu-er looks at him in fear. Qi Yu lets him go to allow him to confess. He asks Hu Nu-er why he poisoned the emperor father. Hu Nu-er acts like he does not know. He swears that he never wanted to bring harm to the emperor. Qi Yu tells him that the longevity peaches he made were poisoned. Hu Nu-er looks at him in bewilderment. He reminds Qi Yu that he watched Hu Nu-er make the peaches. To prove that he did not do it, Hu Nu-er ate the remaining peaches from the same batch he baked that morning. Hu Nu-er ate all the peaches until the tray was empty. After a while, he kneels in front of Qi Yu, still alive, showing no sign of being poisoned. He looks up at Qi Yu, begging him to believe him. Qi Yu takes pity on him and orders him to get up. He slumps on the floor, his head aching due to the accumulated stress. There must be someone else who poisoned the emperor. Hu Nu-er tells him to think of the people who handled the longevity peaches. Whoever, this must be the culprit. Qi Yu thinks back on who handled the peach. There's only him and Li Qing. He looks back at Hu Nu-er, scolding him for implying that Li Qing did it. There's no way that Li Qing would do such a thing. Hu Nu-er kowtows in front of him, telling him that there is a secret that he knows. He confesses that Li Qing was sired by the former emperor of the Central Plains. His father is Emperor Xiao, who was Emperor Jun Xuan Xiao's sworn brother, the one whom the current emperor betrayed to usurp the throne. Hu Nu-er crouched on the floor, begging for leniency. He kept this important information from the prince and wished that he granted him pardon. Qi Yu can't believe his ears. There's no way that his childhood friend turned husband was the heir of the former kingdom. He draws his sword, intent on making Hu Nu-er pay for spreading false rumors. Hu Nu-er insists that what he says is true, claiming that he'd gladly give up his life to reveal the culprit's true identity. He explains that Emperor Xiao had a consort, who was given to his king's father when he was young. She was crazy and always introduced herself as Consort 1. Whenever she sees someone, she asks for her son. She describes her son as having a mole on his neck. Qi Yu remembers the mole on Li Qing's neck. He realized that being the former emperor's son could be a motive for Li Qing to harm Emperor Jun Xuan Xiao. Hu Nu-er begged him to search the archive to prove that what he said was true, threatening to cause severe bodily harm if Hu Nu-er was lying. Qi Yu leaves for the archives. He turns his back on the slave and does not see the smirk gracing Hu Nu-er's lips. It is a smile of victory. He put his own life at risk, but ultimately won. In the archives, Qi Yu searched for proof of Li Qing's birthright. All records point to the fact that Li Qing was Emperor Xiao's son. As he turns his head to a forgotten corner of the archive, he sees a painting showing the former emperor in all his glory. He can see Li Qing's features on the fallen emperor's face. It cannot be denied that Li Qing is the heir of the fallen empire. Qi Yu's face controls anger. Li Qing will pay. In Emperor Jun Xuan Xiao's chambers, Li Qing rinsed the washcloth like a diligent son-in-law. He is so absorbed with the task that he does not see Qi Yu approaching him from behind. As Li Qing wrings the cloth in his hands, Qi Yu grabs his bandaged hands, stopping him. When he looks up, he is greeted by Qi Yu's cold, unforgiving eyes. Li Qing looks at Qi Yu. To break the silence between them, he tells him that, due to the poison, the emperor has yet to gain consciousness. Li Qing does not expect what happens next. Qi Yu calls for the guards to arrest Li Qing for the heinous crime of poisoning Emperor Jun Xuan Xiao. Li Qing shall be confined to the cold dungeons where he will be interrogated. Although surprised, Li Qing looks at him calmly, asking if Qi Yu is serious. With his grip tightening on Li Qing's hand, Qi Yu vows to never trust Li Qing again. Li Qing purses his lips, trying to contain the betrayal, fear, and disappointment he is feeling. Releasing his hand from Qi Yu's grip, he calmly tells him that he understands and will voluntarily walk towards the dungeons. He shall walk towards his doom with dignity, a man resigned to his fate. It's as if he's no longer surprised by the extent to which Qi would go to make him suffer. In the cold dungeons, Li Qing is subjected to several rounds of interrogations. Devices meant to cause severe pain litter the floor. One of the guards warns him that all the things that he will be subjected to are by the crown prince's order. He tells Li Qing, who is of noble blood, not to bear their grudges, as they are only following orders, respectfully, and even addressing him with his proper title. The guards tell Li Qing that they will go easy on him if he signs a confession admitting to orchestrating the emperor's poisoning. Exhausted from the pain he had to endure, Li Qing tells them repeatedly that he has no cause to harm the emperor. He calmly tells them that he will not confess. The guards commend Li Qing's stubbornness, but he has a task to do. He orders the other guards to bring in more devices to punish Li Qing. A contraption made of 6 thin bamboos connected by thin ropes was placed in Li Qing's hand. Each finger was trapped in the thin wood. Panic gripped Li Qing's heart when he recognized what the contraption was for. He politely asked the guard to change it, as he needed his hands to write. He is a scholar and was even awarded the prestigious recognition of Tan Hualong. Tan Hualong is the 3rd honor to receive after passing the Imperial exam. The guard tells Li Qing that he would feel bad if he ruined Li Qing's hands, as he's heard of Li Qing's talents in writing. He tells Li Qing that if he wishes to receive a different punishment, then he must first sign the confession. With fear etched on his face, Li Qing resigns to his fate. Quietly, he tells the guard that he needs to confess to what he did not do, and then he no longer wants his hands. As if trying to convince himself, Li Qing screams that he no longer wants them. He screams some more, as the guard crushes the talented hands that many could only dream to have. The head guard comments that Li Qing may look weak, but his pride is admirable. Li Qing lays on the cold floor, finally able to take a break. The guard's attention is drawn by the arrival of the crown prince. Qiyu asks the head guard if Li Qing has confessed. The guard tells him that Li Qing refused to sign the confession, even after receiving severe punishment. The guard tells him that he is worried for Li Qing's health, as he has grown weak and thin during his time at the dungeons. He fears that Li Qing may not survive in the dungeon. Even the dungeon guard feels pity for Li Qing. Why can't Qiyu grant him an ounce of sympathy? Li Qing looks pitiful as he lays on the cold, dirty floor. Qiyu tells the guard to stop their prattling, and tells them that he will take over the punishment. He kneels down to conserve Li Qing. Just in time, Li Qing wakes up and hoarsely whispers that he did not poison the emperor. Li Qing's hands are badly injured, and his body is shaking, but the pitiful sight did not move Qiyu. Without regard to his husband's comfort, Qiyu lifts up Li Qing's chin to make Li Qing face him. He mocks Li Qing for losing his ability to write. The emperor used to praise Li Qing's beautiful calligraphy, a skill that Li Qing spent a lot of time mastering. With his bones shattered, he will no longer be able to draw those beautiful, artistic lines. Li Qing insists that he is innocent. Someone who willingly gives up their life's achievements cannot be the villain. He looks up at Qiyu, hoping that the crown prince will believe his innocence. He even grabs Qiyu's clothes out of desperation. However, the hard, calculating look in Qiyu's eyes speaks volumes. Qiyu thinks hard about the events that led to this. His father, Emperor Jun Xuan Shiyao, usurped the throne from Emperor Shiyao, who happens to be Li Qing's biological father. He can't believe that someone who claims to be as loyal as General Songqing would adopt a child spawned by the fallen emperor. He grabs Li Qing's wrist, not mindful of the pain he's causing him. Li Qing hisses in pain, but keeps quiet. Qiyu hardens his heart. Li Qing must have held a grudge all these years for revenge. All of Li Qing's declarations of love and tenderness are lies. He orchestrated their betrothal, planning to gain the emperor's trust so that he could be close enough to enact his plans. Qiyu looks into Li Qing's eyes. Demanding to hear the truth, he asks Li Qing if he truly loves him. Li Qing is stunned by the question. Letting go of Qiyu's robes, Li Qing smiles wanly. His image is that of a man who lost his faith upon realizing that everything he's done is for nothing. He can't believe that his dream is being put into question. All his life's work and dreams boil down to one question. Did he truly love Qiyu? Li Qing chuckles to himself. His small chuckles eventually turn into laughter, punctuated by a series of coughs racking his thin frame. To Li Qing, the question is absurd. Running out of patience, Qiyu asks him why he is laughing. Li Qing asks him what he did that warranted such a question. Why would Qiyu still question his love? Why would Qiyu think that Li Qing has anything to do with the emperor's current condition? Even when there is no evidence, Qiyu tells him to stop spouting nonsense and demands a straight answer. Li Qing wipes the blood on his chin and looks at Qiyu with a weak smile. This time, the look he gives him is not a look of devotion. It has the look of a broken-hearted man. He tells Qiyu that he has loved him since they were children. His father used to joke that the crown prince would cling to Li Qing when they were toddlers. The crown prince was only a year old at the time, and he would not let Li Qing go. Li Qing concocted a fantasy in his head that Qiyu was his fated one. Even when they met at the academy, when Qiyu presented himself as a selfish, domineering brat, Li Qing tolerated him. He allowed Qiyu to bully him and indulged in his whims. He never thought that they'd grow so distant when they were inseparable as children. Qiyu remembers that he never regarded Li Qing as anyone special. Li Qing was a good friend that Qiyu could take advantage of. He wonders if Li Qing harbored feelings for him then. Li Qing continues with his tale. When the emperor offered to marry Qiyu him, Li Qing felt like the luckiest person alive. However, it was all fake. He never thought that he'd achieve the two things he'd strived to have all his life: the honor of passing the Imperial exam with flying colors and marrying the one he loves. He never thought that he'd deserve such blessings. He felt that if he waited it out someday, Qiyu would turn a new leaf, and the misunderstandings between them would clear up. Li Qing looks at Qiyu in the eye, accusingly. He asks Qiyu if he ever thought of Li Qing as a human. He asked if Qiyu ever considered that Li Qing's feelings could get hurt. Li Qing finally realized that he placed his love on the wrong person. Love shouldn't be this hard. He regrets loving the wrong man. With his body weak, he beckons Qiyu closer, promising to tell him the truth. Qiyu complies, intending to get this ordeal over with. Li Qing whispers the words that will set him free. He does not love Qiyu anymore. He repeats these words like a prayer, each sentence rising an octave, cementing the fact that he, Song Li Qing, is no longer Qiyu's plaything. Qiyu sits up, stunned. He can't believe what he's hearing. His love for him was constant all his life. To hear him say it, a part of him felt cold and empty. Li Qing falls to the floor, his face buried on the makeshift bed of straws. Without a care for his pitiful husband slumped on the floor, Qiyu shakes off the emptiness he's feeling. He convinces himself that it should not matter whether his traitor loves him or not. He coldly asks Li Qing if he just fell out of love at this moment or if he just lost the will to continue his pretentious act. Either way, Qiyu believes that Li Qing unwittingly revealed his true self. He asks Li Qing how he could repay the emperor in such a way. The emperor bestowed the title of Tan Hualong on Li Qing, recognizing his talents and even making him crown princess. Li Qing does not answer. He probably thinks it's pointless or he's just too tired to argue. Qiyu asks Li Qing if he's finally satisfied, now that the emperor is in a coma. Irritated by Li Qing's silence, Li Qing demands that he answer. Qiyu knows that Li Qing's wounds are not life-threatening, so there is no reason for him to pretend like he died. Standing up, Qiyu walks over to the furnace and grabs an iron poker, its ends blazing yellow from the fire. Brandishing the hot iron in front of Li Qing, Qiyu demands to know what poison Li Qing used. Shakily, Li Qing repeats that he did not poison the emperor. Unfortunately, Qiyu does not believe him. He warns Li Qing that if he does not tell the truth, then Qiyu will not hesitate to brand his skin with a hot iron. It will leave a mark that even when healed, would brand Li Qing as Qiyu's possession, demeaning him to be less than human. Qiyu silently prays that Li Qing will admit the crimes so that he can go easier on Li Qing. However, Li Qing insists that it was not him. Resolve reflects in his eyes as he grabs the implement from Qiyu's hand and scorches his flesh with the hot iron. Li Qing screams, while Qiyu looks at him in shock. Li Qing branded himself, effectively making himself a slave of the Jun Empire. Slumped, Qiyu holds him up by his arms, insisting that he did not truly intend to cause Li Qing harm. He only wanted Li Qing to confess. He hears Li Qing murmuring some words, but it was so quiet that he did not hear them. For the 100th time that day, Li Qing tells him that he did not do it, tucking Li Qing's head under his chin. He coos at him soothingly. After giving Qiyu a false sense of security, Li Qing bites him harshly. Qiyu angrily pushes him away, demanding that Li Qing stop being so stubborn. He will give Li Qing one last chance. Wanting to get back at Li Qing, he reminds him that he has General Song's life in his hands. Li Qing's eyes widen at the mention of his father. He subserviently crawls towards Qiyu, begging him to spare his father. General Song has been loyal to the emperor and has won war after war in the country of Jingo. His father does not deserve the harsh treatment. Qiyu tells Li Qing that he imprisoned all 373 people residing in the Song mansion, including the servants. Only execution awaits those who harm the emperor, and Li Qing's family and servants are going to be considered accomplices. Li Qing shakes visibly upon hearing this. Song Qing did not do anything wrong. The kind general raised Li Qing since he was a toddler and does not deserve to have his reputation dragged down to the mud and executed. Li Qing realized that the noose of death is inescapable. He wonders what he ever did to deserve this fate. Qi Yu tells Li Qing that his despair is apparent, when Song Qing is only Li Qing's adoptive father. The emperor is Qi Yu's biological father, therefore, Qi Yu would do anything for him. Li Qing begs Qi Yu to wait and listen. Qi Yu looks down on him, a little surprised at Li Qing's sudden compliance. Swallowing his pride, Li Qing confesses to poisoning the emperor. He slams his forehead to the ground to kowtow, insisting that it was him who poisoned the emperor, and that the Song family has nothing to do with his plans. As the mastermind, Li Qing insists that he alone should endure the punishment. His father should be spared, and he would beg Qi Yu to let his family go. Qi Yu coldly tells him that General Song's execution is due in 3 days. Qi Yu will spare him if Li Qing tells him which poison he used. Li Qing does not answer. Qi Yu leaves the dungeons as Li Qing continues to call out his name. In Qi Yu's mansion, a eunuch begs Qi Yu to complete reviewing the memorials. With the emperor in a coma, the court needs directions, and they rely on Qi Yu to fill in the role. Qi Yu understands what needs to be done and assures the eunuch that he will get to it. Qi Yu deflates at the number of memorials stacked on his desk. He remembers Li Qing urging him to take the memorials seriously, no matter how inconsequential they may seem. Even the little people deserve his attention. Take, for example, the relief funds that Qi Yu decided to provide to the provinces that were attacked by pirates. The relief funds may seem like small amounts of funds for Qi Yu, but for the people, they may be the difference between life and death. Li Qing urges Qi Yu to consider each request with patience. They may seem like a bunch of boring words to Qi Yu, but these little matters make up the country's economy. Qi Yu waves off the image of Li Qing from his head. He lets out an exclamation of frustration. Even in his head, Li Qing would nag, and it annoyed him. He knows what to do. Qi Yu diligently studies the memorials. Unconsciously, he falls back to his old habit of asking Li Qing what he thinks about certain topics. When he looks at where Li Qing usually sits, he finds the chair empty. Loneliness washes over Qi Yu. Li Qing is no longer with him. He forgot that he sent Li Qing to prison. How could you forget? You were just mocking him that morning. Qi Yu refuses to budge. Li Qing is not the only scholar in the world. Li Qing is nothing special, and he could get someone else to replace him. Qi Yu convinces himself that he does not need Li Qing. He could be an effective and just crow prince. He thinks back on what Li Qing told him in the dungeons, Li Qing's confession that he no longer loves Qi Yu. These words are like knives sinking into his heart. Qi Yu slams his fist on the table, annoyed that Li Qing's words are haunting him like a ghost. A hooded figure passes through the darkened hallway of the dungeons. The head guard explains that he would not dare allow this figure to enter if he did not have the emperor's token. The hooded figure thanks the man before entering the cage and imprisoning Li Qing. This mysterious figure is none other than Prince Lo Lan. At the sight of Li Qing's prone figure on the cold ground, Prince Lo Lan immediately rushes to help him. Bemoaning how such things could happen to someone as kind as Li Qing, Prince Lo Lan helps him up. Li Qing is too weak to hold himself up. He assures Li Qing that he is there for him and to no longer fear. I'm really rooting for Prince Lo Lan. Take him away. Far, far away from Qi Yu. There is no spot on Li Qing's body that is not covered with bruises or wounds. He shivers from the cold. Prince Lo Lan hugs him to keep him warm, even holding his hands to warm them. Li Qing refuses, as his hands are in pain. These words alarm Prince Lo Lan. Li Qing's hands are swelling. It is obvious that the hands have suffered internal injuries, possibly broken bones. Li Qing admits that he won't be able to write anymore. It's as if a floodgate has opened and Li Qing allows his tears to flow. The warm glow from the torches illuminates the side of Prince Lo Lan's place as a thought crosses his mind. Without a care to the wind and to any consequence that would befall him, Prince Lo Lan asks Li Qing if he would come with him to his country. In the desert country of Lo Lan, Li Qing can live out the rest of his life in peace. Prince Lo Lan describes the place to Li Qing to convince him to come. There is a hidden oasis during the summer, and when winter comes, the ground turns into a flower field. He asks Li Qing if he's ever seen a wonderful place before. Li Qing shivers as he answers, his words filled with regret. He never left the capital, and he regrets that he never traveled far to see such beautiful sights. He may never get the chance to. Prince Lolan insisted that they leave the capital together. Li Qing grabs his sleeves as he tells him the truth. They could never leave the palace, resigning to the fate that awaits him. Li Qing tells him that he can't leave. Qiyu raided his family home, imprisoned his father, and he begs Prince Lolan to save his family. With hesitation, Prince Lolan agrees. Li Qing explains that the longevity peaches were from Hu Nu Er. It smells weird, which Li Qing finds unusual. The scent is close to sandalwood, but Li Qing can tell that it's something else. He asks that Prince Lolan find out what it is. Prince Lolan seems to recognize the scent that Li Qing described, with the possible culprit being Hu Nu Er. Prince Lolan's suspicions might be true. Prince Lolan immediately left to find Dr. Qi Miao. He asks if he has the box of longevity peaches. Thankfully, Qi Miao has access to all the evidence found at the banquet. Prince Lolan lifts up the food box that used to contain the poisoned longevity peaches. Prince Lolan lifts up the box close to his face and takes a sniff. The box has a subtle scent similar to sandalwood. Qi Miao asks if there is something wrong with the food box. Prince Lolan's face hardens, just as Li Qing said. The box has a suspicious scent. He needs to handle this with caution. As much as he wants to be the one to defend Li Qing, he knows that his involvement will do more harm than good. He asks Qi Miao to move closer so that he can hear him out. He tells Qi Miao that Li Qing was imprisoned in the water dungeons, and his life hangs in the balance of life and death. Prince Lolan leans closer as he whispers the words that can save the one he loves. Finally, the Emperor wakes. Dr. Qi Miao assures the Emperor that he's no longer at death's door. As long as the Emperor takes the calming fraught that Qi Miao prescribes him, he will be as good as new. Qiyu thanks the good doctor. To reward him for his hard work, he will promote Qi Miao to become head of the Imperial Hospital. On top of the promotion, he will receive 100 taels of gold. Qi Miao kneels towards him in gratitude. However, it is not fame and fortune that Qi Miao is after. He only has one request. There is an important matter that he wants to bring to their attention. Qiyu asks if it is about the poison. Qiyu is surprised that the doctor was able to deduce the poison that Li Qing used. As much as he wants to know which it is, he'd rather not hear anything related to Li Qing. Qi Miao explains that he researched poisons intensively and found that the poison used on the Emperor is called a Milan fragrance. Its scent is similar to that of sandalwood. When used in a sandalwood box, most people would not notice its presence. The toxin in Milan fragrance is not lethal. However, when mixed with alcohol, its toxicity amplifies. Emperor Jun Xuan Xiao comments that Mila fragrance is a traitorous poison to use, and its effects are unpredictable. It was unheard of. Qi Miao answers that although the Emperor is knowledgeable, it is not unusual that he has never heard of the Milan fragrance, as it is not native to their country. The Milan fragrance is native to the native regions. Upon hearing this, Qiyu can easily tell how this would look bad on Hu Nu Er. In denial, he refuses to believe that Hu Nu Er would want to cause him harm. Hu Nu Er has never lied to him. Qiyu questions Qi Miao's intentions. He wants to know if Qi Miao's words are true and not something he made up to save Li Qing. Qi Miao insists that he is honest with his deductions. He even put his life on the line, just to prove that he was not lying. Slamming his fist on a wooden banister to vent his anger, Qi realized that Hu Nu Er had fooled him. Qiyu sincerely apologizes to his father and confesses that the food box and its contents were prepared by Hu Nu Er. He vows to punish Hu Nu Er severely for his crime. Emperor Jun Xuan Xiao is not surprised. He knew that the slave could not be trusted. With his country besieged by Qiyu, a fallen prince who had to live as his slave, could never have pure intentions toward his conqueror. As a gracious emperor who has endured the worst, he excuses his son's oversight and just wants Qiyu to learn from his mistake. He also wants Qiyu to treat Li Qing better. It was then that Qiyu realized that Li Qing was still in the water dungeons, paying for a crime he did not commit. Upon hearing the damage his son has caused, the emperor becomes livid. He throws a bowl of china at Qiyu to express his ire. Qiyu has done the unforgivable, and there's no going back to how things were before. Not only did he imprison the crown princess, he also caused unrest in the people's hearts and among his avid supporters. In the novel, he beats up Qiyu. Song Qing was Jun Xuan Xiao's most trusted friend and general. Treating him and his family like villains is a gross repayment for his years of service and loyalty. It is a pleasant day. Li Qing finally walks out of the water dungeon, his name cleared from suspicion. He walks slowly, but his eyes do not seem to appreciate the sights around him. He stares blankly forward, taking one step at a time. A baritone voice calls out his name. His head tilts to see where the sound is coming from. Chiyu approaches, telling him that he came to take him home. He extends his hand to the small of Li Qing's back, acting like a husband welcoming his wife home. However, Li Qing's body language is far from receptive. He takes a step back from Chiyu, and his arm extends forward to create distance between them. Li Qing asks where his father is. Chiyu tells him that General Song is now free. His honor and reputation have been restored, and he gets to keep his noble title. Everything is now back to normal. Li Qing can't believe his ears. There's no way that things will go back to normal. Li Qing tells Chiyu that he wants to go home to see his father and his family. Chiyu answers that his home is at Qilin's mansion, and that Chiyu is his family. Not since he threw him to the dungeons. He promised to arrange a meeting between Li Qing and General Song at the Qilin mansion. Realizing that Chiyu would insist on keeping him in the mansion, Li Qing tried one more time to express his wish to go home. Chiyu tries to coax him into coming home by acting like a puppy who has been waiting for its master's return. He admits that he wronged Li Qing for not listening to his pleas and for making him suffer. He insists that he only did all that because he cares for Li Qing. I don't think an apology could solve this. It's also not helping that you're trying to gaslight Li Qing. What kind of person could do that to someone he cares for? Chiyu offers an apology to Li Qing. Surprisingly, Li Qing tells him that he's not angry at him. His soft voice does not have a hint of anger or resentment. How could you forgive him so easily? Used to being spoiled, Chiyu does not find it strange that Li Qing would forgive him so easily. He reaches out to Li Qing's hand, intent on taking him home by the hand. However, Li Qing snatches his hand away. Annoyed, Chiyu asks why Li Qing would avoid him, if he's really not angry. Li Qing answers that he did it out of reflex, as his hands hurt. Like an attentive husband, Chiyu wraps the coat around Li Qing's shoulders to shield him from the cold. Where's that coat when Li Qing was shivering on the cold ground? Chiyu did not even consider that Li Qing's body was frail before throwing him to the dungeon. Chiyu tells Li Qing that he would understand if Li Qing did not forgive him for now, but he would rather not argue outside, as people may see them. No matter how pointless it is to argue, Li Qing gives in. Li Qing moves forward, but misses a step. He falls down the last step. Luckily, he felt not too far from the ground, but it still hurts. It was then that Chiyu realized that Li Qing's eyes could not focus on anything. Li Qing waves off his concern. He tells Chiyu that he has gone blind. Chiyu worries that the punishments Li Qing endured caused him to lose his sight. Chiyu finally grasps how much damage the punishment has caused. Li Qing will never be able to read or write. However, Li Qing seems so nonchalant and indifferent. In a tone similar to one talking about the most mundane things, Li Qing tells him that he is simply having a relapse from an old illness. Chiyu can be assured that he is not at fault. Li Qing explains that he used to cry a lot, and that it has damaged his eyesight. How could you go blind from too much crying? Chiyu asks Li Qing why he never told him this before. Li Qing answers that Chiyu might find his weakness disgusting. Guilt twists in Chiyu's heart, but he pushes it down in favor of getting Li Qing home. He tells Li Qing that he has already summoned Qi Miyao to their home so that he can treat Li Qing. Unable to bear the awkward atmosphere between them, Chiyu lifts up Li Qing's bridal style in his arms. He promised to take Li Qing to see his father as soon as he got better. Chiyu froze for a moment when he realized something. When Li Qing notices that they have not moved from their spit, he asks Chiyu if he finds him too heavy. Chiyu utters a word, but he can't bring himself to say what he noticed. Li Qing is not at all heavy. In fact, he is far too light for a man his age. As if trying to assure himself and ease his guilt, Chiyu tells Li Qing that everything is all right and that he's taking Li Qing home. In the Qili mansion, Qi Miyao attentively cares for Li Qing. After checking Li Qing's pulse and seeing the extent of his childhood friend's injury, he wishes to be the subject of Li Qing's blood disease, but Li Qing stops him. Li Qing refuses to let anyone else know about his illness. Qi Miyao insists that Chiyu should know, so that he can treat Li Qing better. Li Qing does not see the point of telling Chiyu. This is Li Qing's way of rebelling against Chiyu. He does not think Chiyu deserves to know. Before Qi Miyao could protest further, Chiyu entered the room. Chiyu immediately asks if Li Qing's hands will heal and if he can regain his sight. Qi Miyao answers that with time, the damage to Li Qing's hands will heal, and his sight will recover after enough rest. What he can't say to Chiyu is that Li Qing does not have the luxury of time. Chiyu's mood lifts up, and he sits beside Li Qing to share the good news with him. He assured Li Qing that he would be able to read and write again. Qi Miyao bids the couple farewell, promising to come back with some medicine. He lies through his teeth as he tells Qi Yu that Li Qing will be able to go back to how he used to be. Without looking at Qi Miao, Qi Yu waves him away, promising to reward him when Li Qing gets better. He tells Li Qing to get better so that he can help Qi Yu with the memorials. Rolling my eyes here. It always has to be about Qi Yu. Qi Yu washes a cloth in a basin to help Li Qing clean up. When he lifts up Li Qing's sleeve, he sees the burn marks left by the iron rod. Li Qing seems to have a third-degree burn. This type of burn destroys the outer layer of skin and the entire layer beneath. It's nasty and very painful. Qi Yu asks Li Qing if the burn hurts. Li Qing answers honestly, but his expression seems to say that he's numb from the pain. Not wanting to tolerate Qi Yu's presence more than he has to, Li Qing tells him that he wants to rest. Stating that Li Qing is treating him coldly, Qi Yu insists that Li Qing forgive him soon, as he has already apologized and admitted his wrongs. Growing up as a pampered and spoiled prince, Qi Yu hates being ignored. However, Li Qing does not care and continues to ignore him. Realizing that he deserves this treatment, he tucks the blanket around Li Qing. He promised to wait until Li Qing came around. Li Qing wakes up in a cold sweat. He was having a nightmare. Upon seeing him awake, Qi Yu greets him with a bowl of medicinal porridge, ready to feed Li Qing. However, Li Qing does not have an appetite and asks Qi Yu to eat alone. Qi Yu sets the bowl down, standing over Li Qing in a menacing way. He is upset that Li Qing is acting coldly towards him when he already apologized and they've learned that Li Qing's wounds and sight will recover. He wants to know what Li Qing wants so that he can be forgiven. Li Qing tells him that he does not want to be compensated. If Qi Yu must do something for Li Qing, then he should go on an errand and get a box of Osmond-less cake from the city, and Li Qing wants him to personally get it for him. Li Qing could be petty. I love this pettiness. Qi Yu obediently agrees and sets off to get the requested treats. After Li Qing is assured that Qi Yu has left, he gets up and asks Xiao Di to help him get dressed. The water prison is a dark and desolate place. Only the soft rhythm of light footsteps gives the suffocatingly damp place some life. Alone in his cell, Hunur sits on a stool, his wrists shackled to a long chain attached to the wall. His eyes were fixed on the window, his only source of light and hope. When he hears the sound of someone approaching, he abruptly turns to look, believing that Qi Yu changed his mind. He walks up towards the bar, his heart fluttering with hope. His blue eyes widen in disbelief when he finally realizes who came to see him. Li Qing keeps himself in the shadows of the water prison, but Hunur can recognize him clearly. In a soft, dignified voice, Li Qing asks Hunur how he could expect Qi Yu to come to his rescue after poisoning the emperor, fully knowing how cruel Qi Yu could be. Li Qing wonders whether Hunur hopes Qi Yu will grant him leniency. Hunur laughs coldly. Someone as cold-hearted as Qi Yu would never show mercy. He says this without a hint of fear. As if casually commenting on the weather, he tells Li Qing that he willingly acted as Qi Yu's plaything in order to manipulate him. His voice becomes sharper and his eyes glint hatefully as he admits that he never expected Qi Yu to show him love or affection. Li Qing ponders Hunur's words. Hunur lowered his pride and discarded his noble upbringing to pander to Qi Yu's whims. Li Qing realizes that Hunur never loved Qi Yu. Everything he did was meant solely to harm him. Hunur grips the cell's bar tightly as he admits that he has been patiently waiting for Qi Yu's downfall. He looks down in defeat, realizing that his plans have failed and he may never see Qi Yu fall. Realizing that his death is looming, Hunur freezes in his place. In front of him, Li Qing watches him with pity. Hunur was once a prince of a kingdom, yet now he is but a helpless mutt. Pandering to Qi Yu's whims and pretending to be his lover is Hunur's only way to get back at him for invading his country. Li Qing's compassionate heart goes out to Hunur. Hunur notices his empathetic eyes and tells Li Qing not to pity him. Li Qing's situation is no better than his. With a bitter smile, Li Qing agrees. They are not at all different. Li Qing finally asks Hunur what he came here for. He wants to know the truth about his own identity. Hunur sees no harm in telling Li Qing the truth. He wants Li Qing to hate Qi Yu. He may have failed, but Li Qing may succeed once he hates Qi Yu enough. With these words, a feeling of dread washes over Li Qing. Hunur confesses that Li Qing is not the son of the Song family. He belongs to the Xiao family, and the blood of the former emperor flows in his veins. Li Qing is stunned. His heart fills with dread as Hunur explains that Li Qing's father died in the battle against the current emperor. Li Qing's mother also died as a result of the war. Jun Xuanshao and his son are the cause of Li Qing's suffering. If Jun Xuanshao had not usurped the throne, Li Qing would have been the prince of this country. Hunur eagerly leans against the prison bars, thrilled to share details with Li Qing that might turn him against Qi Yu. Qi Yu and his family owe Li Qing a blood debt, and Li Qing should avenge his parents. Shaking his head, Li Qing disagrees. His face was calm and composed. He tells Hunur that if there's one thing he regrets, it's being born to the wrong parents. He hates how fate played with his life. Li Qing looks down, his resolve strong. He does not want to live his life full of hatred. Li Qing's wisdom and kindness shine through as he chooses his path. Li Qing realizes that he and Qiyu were never meant to be together. Their marriage was a big mistake and fate played a role in his tragedy. Hunur angrily says that Li Qing's lack of anger is not due to kindness. He is being held down by his lack of a backbone and helplessness. Li Qing lowers his head and remains silent. After a short while, Li Qing reaches for something inside his sleeve and hands over a piece of paper to Hunur. Hunur has no clue what the paper is for. Li Qing explains that before the emperor was poisoned, he petitioned the minister of the household to free Hunur from his status as a slave. Convinced that Qiyu's feelings for Hunur were genuine, he wished for them to love each other freely, unhindered by the boundaries of their status. Hunur clasps that fragile paper between his hands as he carefully peels open its pages. He cannot believe that Li Qing would willingly sacrifice his love and hand over Qiyu to him. He reads the slave contract in his hand. With an official seal from the ministry, his slave status was revoked. His hand shakes in disbelief. A mix of emotions overwhelms him as his knees give up beneath him. He laughs humorlessly, unable to believe that someone could be this kind. Li Qing reached out blindly, fumbling for support as he knelt down toward Hunur's position on the cold floor. He tells Hunur not to live his life in hatred. Out of the blue, he asks Hunur for his real name. Hunur looks down, his expression glum. Li Qing tells him that when Hunur dies, someone should at least know his name so that he can be remembered. These kind words stun Hunur, bringing him to tears. His blue eyes widen as he confesses that he had almost forgotten what his name was. His real name is Wu Yigur, which in Li Qing's dialect translates to Noble Moon. It was a name filled with his father's hope for his future. A tear drops in the dank cell. Paper lamps illuminate the Qilin Manor, giving the palace a nice glow against the dark night. Qiyu frantically asks Li Qing where he went. His face looks genuinely concerned. It's too late to show concern, bro. Li Qing tells him calmly that he just went out for a walk. Qiyu reaches out to touch Li Qing's shoulders gently as he scolds him for being out so late. His words are laced with worry, as he tells Li Qing that he should have waited for Qiyu to return and accompany him. Something could have happened to Li Qing as he is still ill, and it is dark outside. Brushing Qiyu's hands away, Li Qing puts distance between them as he coldly tells him that night and day make no difference to him. Qiyu feels uncomfortable knowing that he is the cause of Li Qing's blindness. He asks Li Qing to stop being harsh with his words. After everything you did, Li Qing should smack you to hell and back. Li Qing scoffs. He tells Qiyu that if he wants someone to simper pleasing words to him, he should go to someone like Hunur. He should leave Li Qing alone. Still feeling guilty, Qiyu tells Li Qing that they should just forget it and move forward. All that matters is that Li Qing came home safely. He knows that all that happened is his fault, so Qiyu is willing to let the matter go. Li Qing decides to sit to rest his tired legs, but Qiyu continues to pester him. Qiyu asks him if he wants to eat osmanthus cake. He bought it personally for Li Qing, hoping that it would quell Li Qing's anger at him. Li Qing flat out tells him he does not want them. Li Qing did not only reject the osmanthus out of spite, he also had no appetite for food, whether savory or sweet. Everything makes him feel queasy. Stunned, Qiyu moves a bit too fast, but before he could get any closer, Li Qing decides to just eat one cake so he would stop bothering him. Qiyu sits on the chair beside Li Qing, watching him take a bite of the osmanthus cake. Nibbling on the piece of cake, Li Qing feels nauseous. Watching Li Qing eat gives Qiyu a sense of ease, assured that Li Qing has not changed. He reaches out to Li Qing, asking him if he purposely left a crumb by the side of his mouth for Qiyu to lick. Li Qing's eyes widen in surprise as Qiyu leaned down to lick the crumb off his face. Not the time, bro. Read the room. Finally coming to his senses, Li Qing pushes Qiyu off him. He wipes the crumb with the back of his severely bandaged hand. Acting like a spoiled child, Qiyu insists that since he did what Li Qing asked, they should put the past behind them. There's not enough osmanthus cake in the world to make up for what Qiyu did. Qiyu suddenly reaches out to Li Qing, grabbing him by the back of his neck. He forces his poor crown princess onto the lounge as Li Qing struggles against him in protest. Li Qing lets out a sharp cry of pain as Qiyu looms above him. Qiyu takes this chance to lean down on Li Qing, attempting to undress him. Li Qing panics and he quickly grabs the lapels of his robe. He tells Qiyu to wait. Qiyu asks Li Qing to forgive him and forget about everything that happened. He even tells him that he is willing to forgive Li Qing and set aside his past prejudices, so that they could start over. He scolds Li Qing for being fixated on their previous misunderstandings. The nerve of this guy. Li Qing is shocked by Qiyu's words. If Qiyu had uttered these words before everything he did, before Li Qing's heart went numb and before he had known about his lineage, Li Qing would have fallen for it, but it's too late and there's no use thinking about what could have been. Still holding on to his collar, Li Qing sits up and asks Qiyu why. Qiyu confesses that he is starting to like Li Qing. Taken aback, Li Qing pauses. Qiyu's words are like ice to his already cold heart. Rising up from his seat, Li Qing wants to distance himself from Qiyu. Qiyu looks up at him, clearly clueless. As he scratches his head in disbelief, Li Qing walks away, fumbling around blindly. Restless, Qiyu tells him that the emperor is right. Li Qing is the perfect spouse for him. Li Qing ignores him as he prepares for bed. Li Qing bows his head in resignation. Li Qing as he contemplates how shallow Qiyu's love is. Before long, Qiyu would come to understand that no one would wait for him to grow up. Like a parent chastising a child, Li Qing tells Qiyu to go to bed early so that he will not miss the morning court session the next day. In the master's chambers, Li Qing and Qiyu lie down together in their matrimonial bed. Their outer robes hang neatly on top of each other on the side of the bed. Qiyu hugs Li Qing from behind, reminding him that he promised not to leave him. To placate him, Li Qing acknowledges that he did make that promise. Finally assured, Qiyu closes his eyes, believing that Li Qing would not dare leave him. Li Qing stays silent. Contrary to Qiyu, his eyes opened in quiet defiance. He vows to break the promise, assuring himself that he could switch off his feelings. It shouldn't be too hard. At the break of dawn in the Keelan manor, before the light of the paper lanterns is extinguished, the master of the house prepares to leave. Someone explains that they asked the tailors to make the clothes more luxurious. Patting down the lapels of the clothes, the voice asks Keelan whether he likes them and how they fit him. Keelan moves a bit to test the fit of his clothes as he smiles in satisfaction. He answers that the clothes fit perfectly, and asks how they knew about his preferences. Li Qing tells Keelan that he taught Zhao Di how to make his favorite snacks and that he should ask her to make them for him in the future. Keelan whines that the snacks would not taste as good if Li Qing did not make them himself. Li Qing coldly reminds him that he cannot make them for him anymore. Keelan approaches him, his hand reaching towards the frazzled Li Qing. He confidently tells Li Qing not to worry and that his eyes and hands will heal soon. His face looks almost innocent as he utters those words. The picture of a man who always had his way with the world. He turns around to leave, telling Li Qing to wait for his return. Li Qing stands up abruptly, calling out to Keelan. Keelan asks if there's anything else he wants to say. Li Qing hesitates and reminds him where he keeps Keelan's favorite ink and that Keelan should use a cinnabar pen when reviewing the memorials. Keelan shrugs and tells Li Qing that should he need them again in the future, he could just ask Li Qing to get them for him. Thinking that Li Qing is just being his usual worrywart self, he bids him goodbye. It seems that Li Qing has more to say, but he stops himself. Keelan smiles, thinking that Li Qing is back to his usual self. He leaves him, assured that all is finally forgiven. As the sun rises higher in the sky, its rays beam down on Keelan Manor. Li Qing orders Zhao Di to bring the charcoal brazier to the courtyard and to call for people to help them carry his clothes chest. Although surprised by her master's request, Zhao Di does as she is told. The fire in the charcoal brazier pans out angrily. Servants carry his expensive clothes, presenting them to their crown princess one at a time. Zhao Di exclaims as Li Qing throws one expensive robe into the flames. Li Qing coldly replies that these clothes are no longer of any use. Zhao Di is even more alarmed when Li Qing pulls an item out of his sleeve. She pleads with him not to burn it, as she knows Li Qing treasures it. Her master has always kept the item at the bottom of his chest. Li Qing holds out the pouch containing a jade and a lock of intertwined hair. The jade has Li Qing's and Qiyu's names carved in it, and the intertwined locks are his and Qiyu's baby hair. Li Qing looks at the items sadly. He tells Zhao Di that he does not want to keep these items, as he and Qiyu were never meant for each other. He drops the items into the fire, admitting that he no longer hates Qiyu, but he no longer loves him either. He wants to burn everything he owns in the manor, so that no trace of him will be left for Qiyu to hold onto. Li Qing reaches down to his belt and asks Zhao Di whether the tassel Qiyu gave him has completely faded. Zhao Di honestly tells him that the tassel has lost all its colors. Li Qing is glad to hear that the tassel no longer has its vibrant color. Without hesitation, he drops the tassel to burn with the rest of his things. Letting go of the tassel feels like letting go of all his feelings. His love for Qiyu started when he gave him the tassel as a keepsake. It was then that he started to obsess over Qiyu and care for him deeply. He stands in front of the fire, feeling the cleansing properties of the flames as the tassel turns to soothe. He turns to Zhao Di to ask her to get a carriage for him. Zhao Di asks him where he wants to go. His voice is steady as he tells her that he will go to court and ask for a divorce. The court of Dajing's kingdom is a sight to behold. The walls and pillars are gilded in gold, a blatant show of opulence. The emperor sits at the top of the dais while the crown prince stands on a platform below the throne. The ministers stand in neat rows as they deliver reports on the status of their kingdoms. A minister reports that the Huren tribe has been causing trouble, and the emperor's soldiers have been sent to deal with the bandits and protect the people. Although it was a noble endeavor, the minister advises that the emperor should send an inspector to oversee the river channels. Emperor Jun Chuanshao observes that his son is finally taking the court seriously. He seems to be listening intently to the minister's reports. The emperor asks him why he's being quiet today. Humbled, Kiyu admits that he was overwhelmed when he had to stand in the emperor's place when he was poisoned. He finally realizes that it is important to be well-versed in current affairs and that he should study more in order to become a better heir for the kingdom. He turns to the ministers and acknowledges that they are all important to the empire and apologizes for his past mistakes. The ministers bow, daring not to accept his apology, and tell him that, being the son of heaven, he is not at fault. What a bunch of yes-men. Emperor Jun Shanshan smiles in satisfaction at his son's self-reflection. He tells Kiyu to defer to Li Qing for advice. Li Qing is calm and his intelligence is admirable. Kiyu would definitely learn from Li Qing. This is exactly why your son started to rebel. Li Qing is the kind of cousin that Asian kids hate to have. Kiyu finally sees the wisdom in his father's words and agrees. He even tells him he wants to study again for a year and bring Li Qing with him as his study companion. The emperor is pleased that Kiyu finally understands his effort. He tells him that using Li Qing as a study companion is a waste of his potential, and tells Kiyu to ask Li Qing what he wants first. The emperor observes that Kiyu speaks warmly of Li Qing, but is worried about how Li Qing feels. He hopes that the two have reconciled and are on good terms again. Kiyu waives the emperor's concern and is assured that Li Qing will follow him everywhere. A resounding noise reverberates throughout the walls of the hall. Kiyu finds it odd and wonders who would dare use the drum of grievances. A eunuch comes forward in a rush, announcing that it was the crown princess who struck the drum. Both Kiyu and the emperor are surprised. Kiyu does not understand why Li Qing would strike the drum, and the emperor orders the eunuch to let him in. Accompanied by Xiao Di, Li Qing walks the halls with his head held high amidst the inquisitive stares of the ministers. With Xiao Di's support, he climbs up the dais. As he steps on the platform where Kiyu stands, Kiyu approaches him to ask why he came. Li Qing did not acknowledge him and quietly knelt before the emperor. Emperor Jun Shanshan chastises him for ringing the drum of grievances, which is reserved for complaints of injustice and critical matters. Even as the crown princess, he may face punishment if his reasoning is not justified. He asks Li Qing what he came here for. Without hesitating, Li Qing announces that he wants a divorce. The weight of his words fills the hall. Kiyu looks stunned while the emperor stays composed. In a placating manner, he acknowledges that Li Qing did suffer in Kiyu's hands, but presses that Kiyu has changed his mind and is willing to work it out. He urges Li Qing to take back his words. A minister chimes in, telling Li Qing that he must be crazy. Everyone dreams of becoming part of the Imperial family, yet Li Qing is willing to throw it all away. They gossip amongst themselves, wondering why Li Qing would want a divorce. Kiyu's voice rings across the hall. He angrily asks Li Qing why he would want to divorce him. Why do you think? He can't believe that Li Qing would actually want to leave him. Kiyu won't let him go. Li Qing bows his head, explaining that he is unsuitable to stand beside the prince. Their marriage was a mistake since the very beginning, and now that he has lost his love for him, he wants to separate amicably. When they married, the world rejoiced, but everything turned sour, and he had to announce their divorce through the drum of grievances. With both hands, he presents the divorce document he personally drafted to the emperor, hoping that his wish will be granted. He came prepared. A hand grabs the divorce papers. It was Kiyu. He does not believe that this is happening, and he rips the paper apart. He throws the pieces at Li Qing, demanding that Li Qing explain himself clearly, otherwise he won't let him get away. Li Qing did not respond. He did not even look at Kiyu. Lowering his hand, he tells Kiyu that even with the divorce papers torn, he would not be able to undo what has happened. Kiyu denies this, and tells Li Qing that he would not agree to the divorce. He is upset that Li Qing did not even consult him first. Li Qing finally looks up towards him, reminding him that Kiyu had always wanted to separate, so why is he whining now? Kiyu admits that he neglected Li Qing before but has now decided to accept him. He asks why he would want to leave. Kiyu tells him that Li Qing would always belong to him. Li Qing has his mark on him, a mark that he could never wash off. Li Qing wonders what he meant. Li Qing lifts up his left sleeve and asks Kiyu if he was referring to the Imperial stamp the hot rod left behind on his skin. Alarmed, Kiyu asks him what he plans to do. Li Qing shows off the brand on his shoulder, and with his resolve final, he announces that he and Kiyu will now part ways, inviting everyone in the hall to bear witness. He draws a knife from his belt as he states his name. Sweat beads on Kiyu's face, his body frozen in place as he helplessly calls out Li Qing's name. Without hesitation, Li Qing uses the knife to remove the mark on his arm while announcing his separation from Kiyu. Kiyu tries to stop him, but it is too late. The knife clatters to the ground. Kiyu is rooted on the spot as Li Qing slumps down in pain. Writhing in pain, Li Qing tells him that the mark is gone, and there is nothing left of Kiyu on him. Distraught and panicked, Kiyu can't believe that Li Qing would go this far just to sever ties with him. He looks at the ministers and only sees mocking expressions on their faces. Driven by shame, he announces that Li Qing is not the one to break their marriage. Qi is the one breaking up with him. In an attempt to save face, he flips the narrative, effectively granting Li Qing's request for divorce. Li Qing does not care. It does not matter who's discarding whom. His body shaking from pain, he stands up with Xiao Di's help and leaves the hall. Consumed by rage, Qi hurls everything within his reach. He goes after Li Qing and storms out of the hall, demanding that Li Qing come to his senses and return to the mansion, where Qi would wait for him to beg for his forgiveness. He even dares Li Qing not to come back. Be careful what you wish for. Inside the emperor's private study, Qi paces restlessly as the emperor carries on with his work. He suspects that the divorce must be General Song's idea. The emperor finally acknowledges his rampaging son and tells him that a true man knows when to admit defeat. Although the marriage did not work out, the couple should at least part amicably, allowing each other to keep their dignity. Li Qing turns to him in anger, accusing him of always favoring Li Qing and his father. Before he could continue his rant, the emperor told him that he was in favor of the Song family because it was Qi who was in the wrong. Qi is stunned to be told that he was in the wrong. How spoiled are you? Closing the distance between him and his father, Qi points out that Li Qing embarrassed him in front of everyone, and that he has a right to be angry. He admits that he did not want a divorce but does not understand where he went wrong. Emperor Xin Zhao points out everything he did wrong, including humiliating Li Qing for favoring a slave, implicating General Song, and imprisoning the Song family and their servants. Even a saint would be mad. The emperor asks him if he loves Li Qing, even a tiny bit. At first, Qi was unable to answer. Flustered, he answers uneasily. He admits that Li Qing is not bad at all, and that he has plans to continue his marriage with him. The emperor furrows his eyebrows as he contemplates what to say next. He tells Qi that he does love Li Qing. Spoiled that he is, Qi has never been rejected before, and his pride is in the way of his true feelings. Qi denies this. Standing up from his desk, the emperor tells Qi that since it was he who cut ties with Li Qing, he must be ready to face the consequences. If Qi were to reflect on his actions and show that he regrets them, Li Qing might warm up to him one day. Qi insists that he will never regret his actions. He even mocks Li Qing for acting high and mighty like some national treasure. If Li Qing does not want him, then he'd better stay as far away as possible. Qi does not care for someone who bears the blood of the previous dynasty. He suspects that Li Qing is as malicious as his birth father. The emperor is surprised by his words and demands to know where he learned of Li Qing's origin. Qi admits that he learned it from Hunur, who claimed that Li Qing's birth mother was the former emperor's concubine. Looking up at his father, he insists that General Song betrayed the emperor's trust by raising the child of his former enemy. To Qi's surprise, the emperor remains calm rather than angered. He realizes that Qi's distrust of Li Qing stemmed from Li Qing's background. Qi even threw Li Qing into the water prison. The emperor realizes that Li Qing's suffering is caused by none other than his own actions. The revelation leaves a long silence hanging between father and son. Qi asks his father what he meant. The emperor reveals that he was the one who asked General Song to adopt Li Qing. Qi cannot believe his ears. His distrust of Li Qing and the Song family came from their keeping Li Qing's lineage. He now realizes that Li Qing did not hide his lineage. Reaching out to grab his father's arms, Qi begs his father not to lie to him, but his father remains silent. Qi finally understands that Li Qing never wanted to deceive him, and he treated Li Qing unjustly. Guilt creeps up his chest as he thinks about all the humiliation that Li Qing had gone through, all because he loves Qi. The emperor admits he ordered General Song to adopt Li Qing because he did not want people to mistreat him for being the son of the former emperor. He had General Song fabricate a new identity for Li Qing and pretend that he was a child of a distant relative who had passed away. Qi's strength escapes him and his hands let go of his father's arms. He can't believe that this is happening. He asks his father why he would ask his most trusted general to adopt the child of his enemy. Emperor Junxuanshou covers his face with his hand in shame. He admits that he felt pity for an innocent child. His old age must have driven him to care for Li Qing. It finally dawns on Qi that everything had been a grave misunderstanding, and the realization fills him with dread. He must have shattered Li Qing's heart completely. Snapping out of his daze, Qi realized that he should go back to his mansion. Bidding his father farewell, he leaves abruptly to run home. The emperor lets out a sigh, hoping that Qi is not too late. In Qilin manner, Qi briskly walks towards the room he shares with Li Qing. He finds Xiao Di standing forlornly in the hall. Since she is here, he asks if Li Qing returned with her. Before Xiao Di could answer him, he hurriedly entered the master's bedroom, calling out for Li Qing. He is met with silence. The room is cleaned and polished. He turns to Xiao Di, asking her where her master is hiding. Xiao Di tells him that young Master Song returned to his father's mansion. Qi quickly corrects her for the title she used for Li Qing. Li Qing is not a young Master Song. Li Qing is the crown princess. He insists that Li Qing was appointed by the emperor to be his spouse. With these words, he storms off. He ventures further inside the room. noticing that Li Qing's favorite book is not on the table where it should be. He asks Zhao Di where the book is. Zhao Di shakes in fear as she tells Chihuahua that Li Qing burned the book. Chihuahua does not believe her. Li Qing would never burn his favorite book. Zhao Di nervously tells Li Qing that he burned all the books he brought. Chihuahua is struck by her answer. Dread pools in his stomach as he desperately scans the room for Li Qing's things, a breathless no escaping him again and again. No matter how much he searches the room, there is no trace of Li Qing left. He tore through every nook and cranny and found nothing. Sweat beads on his face as it dawns on him that Li Qing is never coming back. Dazed, he walks out of the room, not believing that Li Qing would actually leave him. He cannot bring himself to accept it. Surely there must be some mistake. As Qiyu passes by the courtyard, he finds the charcoal brazier outside. Running towards it, he notices an item that he gave to Li Qing. It is the tassel he threw at him so many years ago in their wedding jade. Li Qing treasured these items the most, but he threw them away. He thinks back to all the reminders Li Qing gave him that morning. He remembers that Li Qing told him to ask Zhao Di to make his snacks. Assured that Li Qing would always be around, he replies that he'd rather have Li Qing make them for him. All those reminders are Li Qing's way of saying goodbye. He screams as he closes his fist around the jade, stooping down in regret. Li Qing left nothing behind. He didn't even give Qiyu another chance. Zhao Di calls out to him softly. She tells him that Master Song left him a letter. She hands him a piece of paper. Qiyu lights up, reaching out to receive the letter. Hope blooms in his heart that Li Qing still cares. He hurriedly opens the letter, and his body freezes as he reads its contents. The letter says that Li Qing does not want to meet him even in the afterlife. Something in the way Li Qing worded his letter deeply unsettles Qiyu. He could have written that they should never see each other again, but why had he reached beyond this life and spoken of the next? He fears that Li Qing has been hiding something from him. He decides to seek out Li Qing regardless of the time of day. He must see him. It was nighttime when Qiyu reached the Song Mansion. He jumped down from his horse before the poor beast could come to a halt. The guards of the Song Mansion intercepted him, preventing him from getting in. The guards tell him that they have been ordered not to let anyone in. Qiyu orders them to tell Li Qing he came for him, and asks the guards if they even know who he is. The guards brazenly replied that they were specifically told not to let the Crown Prince enter the Song Mansion, and that they would lay their lives down just to stop him. With a bitter smile, Qiyu finally accepts that Li Qing no longer cares for him. Deciding not to make things hard for the guards, he asks them to inform Li Qing that he had come to see him. After waiting a long while, Qiyu scans the Song Mansion. He spots a wall cluttered with some wooden junk and decides to head over there. Climbing up the wall, he sees Li Qing lounging outside in the courtyard. The moon shines above. Its light bounces off of Li Qing's skin. Qiyu is struck by his beauty. Li Qing is even more beautiful than before. Qiyu spies on Li Qing, looking at him with fresh eyes, a newfound appreciation for his former spouse's beauty. A voice calls out to Li Qing. Li Qing opens his eyes. Qi Miao walks towards Li Qing, carrying a tray of medicine. He tells Li Qing to take his medicine on time. Qi Miao hands over the medicine to Li Qing's waiting hands. Li Qing complains about the bitter medicine, hoping that he does not have to take it. Qi Miao scolds Li Qing. He insists on taking the medicine so his eyesight will recover. Li Qing tells him that he does not care if his eyes get better. He is better off blind. That way he does not need to see the people he does not want to see. Qi Miao wraps his hand around Li Qing's bandaged fingers. He tells Li Qing that he understands how he feels. When his eyes get better, he does not need to see them. Li Qing smiles bitterly. Now that he is divorced, he can do what he wants, and he does not need to see them if he does not want to. Qi Miao warns him that the medicine's effectiveness would weaken if not taken on time, and offers to help Li Qing take it. Qiyu continues to spy on them, focusing on their joined hands. In his mind, he chastises Qi Miao for taking advantage of Li Qing. He feels threatened that Qi Miao would take what's his. He quells his jealousy. Even if Qi Miao likes Li Qing will not accept his feelings. Li Qing is headstrong and would set boundaries between himself and Qi Miao. To his surprise, Li Qing allowed Qi Miao to feed him. Li Qing's hands are shaking and they hurt. Coupled with his blindness, he is worried that he would spill the medicine and waste Qi Miao's hard work. Qiyu's jealousy flares up. He can't believe that Li Qing allowed Qi Miao to feed him. Qi Miao tells Li Qing that he is happy that Li Qing is finally relying on him. He confesses that he'd always liked Li Qing and that he's been restraining himself. But now he wants to indulge himself. Dreading the bitter taste, Li Qing takes a spoonful, one after another, until the bowl is empty. His body shakes as he processes the bitter taste. Qi Miao offers him some sweets to chase off the bitterness. Li Qing bites into the osmanthus cake. Qi Miao proudly tells him that the osmanthus trees have blossomed splendidly that year, and the cake was a fresh batch made by this year's blossoms. Li Qing almost licked his fingers at how good the osmanthus cake tasted. He laments the fact that the blossoms would have withered by now. He was unable to see the osmanthus trees bloom as he was at the Keelan Manor when it happened. Qi Miao insists that they could see it again next year. At the mention of the following year, Li Qing hesitates. Sounding optimistic, Li Qing agrees to see it with Qi Miao next year. Meanwhile, Qiu seethes as he watches Qi Miao flirt with his Li Qing. He can't believe that the imp would make a move on Li Qing right after their divorce. Qi Miao tells Li Qing that they don't need to wait for next year for the osmanthus trees to bloom. Instead, they could watch the plum trees bloom in the winter and offer to take Li Qing. Li Qing laughs at his eagerness. Li Qing tells him he does not need to walk on eggshells around him. Li Qing is not going to drop dead anytime soon. Qi Miao is taken aback by his nonchalant attitude. Qi Miao tells him that he was just worried that Li Qing would feel lonely now that Li Qing had divorced Qiu. His gaze hardening like steel, Li Qing tells Qi Miao that he's not going to waste any more of his energy on Qiu. The pain he feels is a harsh reminder not to repeat the same mistake. He promised Qi Miao that he would live his life to the fullest. Qi Miao explains that he was just worried for Li Qing. After divorcing the crown prince, he does not want Li Qing to be sad. Li Qing tells him that from now on he will no longer live for Qi Miao. The pain will help him keep pushing forward and not repeat his mistakes. He would live for himself and live well. Qi Miao stands up, glad that Li Qing is thinking positively. He turns around and solemnly calls Li Qing's name. With his back turned, he promises to find a cure for Li Qing. He wants Li Qing to promise that until then he should live well. Without hesitation, Li Qing makes his promise. With his back hunched, Qi Miao leaves the Song mansion, his face full of worry. He did not see the person standing in his way and bumped into the person. When he looked up, it was none other than Qi Miao. He greeted the crown prince, asking him if he had come out to admire the moon. Qi Miao has no patience for small talk and asks Qi Miao why he told Li Qing to live well. Qi Miao tried to feign ignorance, even accusing Qi Miao of being drunk. Qi Miao grabs his arms, insisting on knowing what Qi Miao meant when he said those words to Li Qing. He demands to know if Li Qing is sick and asks why he was not informed of his condition. He is even more upset because Li Qing did not tell him anything. Qi Miao hesitates. His resolve cracks, and he asks Qi Miao why Li Qing would even bother telling him. Qi Miao asks him who he is to Li Qing. Qi Miao shyly answers that he is Li Qing's partner. Qi Miao mocks him. As Li Qing's life partner, the one he dedicated most of his life to, Qi Miao makes for a lousy partner. He asks Qi Miao how he never noticed that Li Qing was sick, given that they were together daily and at night. He asks Qi Miao why he needs an outsider to tell him what's happening. Qi Miao answers that he didn't know. He was under the impression that Li Qing was just frail. Qi Miao tells him that he did not know because he never loved Li Qing. He never spared him a single thought. Otherwise, he would have noticed that his wounds did not heal as fast and his energy was not as good as before. Qi Miao takes a step forward while Qi Miao takes a step back. Qi Miao asks him how Qi Miao did not notice how Li Qing's body has thinned over time. Qi Miao blames Qi Miao for tormenting Li Qing to the point that Li Qing looks deathly. Qi Miao is stunned at this revelation. He admits that he is in the wrong and that all of this is his doing. He begs Qi Miao to tell him what is wrong with Li Qing. He tells Qi Miao that he can find the best physicians and obtain the expensive herbs to heal Li Qing, even though he knows there is no cure for the blood-draining disease. Qi Miao tells him that the only reason Li Qing is still with them is because of Prince Lulan's help. Prince Lulan gave his remaining life-saving pills to Li Qing. He tells Qi Miao that the best way he could help is to leave Li Qing alone. Qi Miao feels his world turn upside down. He thinks back to what Li Qing said in the letter. He never wanted to see Qi Miao again, not even in the afterlife. In the Imperial Palace path, a eunuch announces that the emperor is waiting for the crown princess near the dragon railing. He cautions Li Qing to be careful with his steps. The path is uneven, and he holds Li Qing's hand as he leads him to where the emperor is. Li Qing tells the eunuch to address him by his name. Li Qing is upset that he is forced to leave the Song Manor forever. The emperor is an important person, and if he summons you, you need to come running. The eunuch apologized for forgetting to address him correctly. He claims he has been rooting for Li Qing and the crown prince all along, believing they are well suited to each other. He tells Li Qing that the crown prince has been heartbroken since the day he left. The crown prince looks work-weary and tired during the morning court meetings, and his usual arrogant self looks downtrodden. Li Qing couldn't care less. He tells the eunuch that Qi Yu will get over it and return to his old self. The two continued their way towards the emperor in silence. Finally, the eunuch announces that they have reached the Imperial garden, where the emperor is waiting for Li Qing. Li Qing announces his presence and greets the emperor. The emperor kindly tells him that he need not be formal with him. After all, he's still ill. He politely asks Li Qing to sit. The emperor asks Li Qing if he has calmed down after hiding in General Song's mansion for the past 3 days. He asks Li Qing if he still wants to divorce Qiu. Li Qing assures him that his mind has not changed. The emperor understands that nothing he says on Qiu's behalf would help him get Li Qing back. His son has completely broken Li Qing's heart. He knows that Li Qing is not an impulsive person and respects his decision. He promises not to force them to stay together, a promise Li Qing is thankful for. Li Qing thanks the emperor and feels relieved that the emperor is not angered by his antics and would not retaliate against his father. The emperor assured him that he need not be grateful. After all, it was the crown prince who wronged him. To make up for his past grievances, the emperor promises him a position in court. This is his way of amending Qiu's past mistakes. Li Qing bows in thanks. The emperor gives Li Qing a look that suggests he has more to say, but he hesitates. Finally, he opens his mouth to ask a question. He wanted to know whether Li Qing is distancing himself from Qiu only because he's lost all feelings for him, or because of his true identity. Li Qing looks up in shock. He did not know that the emperor knew about his lineage. The emperor admits that he knew all along. He tells Li Qing that he is indeed the son of the former emperor. Li Qing asks him if the emperor really thinks that he and Qiu could be together now that his past has been revealed. Even if he and Qiu get back together, Li Qing can no longer look at him like he used to. He will always resent him, and Qiu would be wary of him. The emperor assures him that Li Qing is not one to carry grudges. Hunur did tell Li Qing the truth about his past, but he omitted one thing. The emperor admits that he ordered General Song to adopt Li Qing and create a new identity for him. He wants Li Qing to live freely. The revelation stuns Li Qing. This is the first time he learned of the truth. As the last descendant of the former emperor, it would have been beneficial for Emperor Jun Xuanshao to eliminate him. Yet he let Li Qing live. All the resentment he feels escapes Li Qing, as he lowers his head and apologizes to the emperor, addressing him as father. Li Qing thinks that he should at least refer to Jun Xuanshao as father emperor one last time to convey his gratitude, even when he and Qiu are divorced. The emperor notes that this is the only time Li Qing addressed him as father emperor, and it would also be the last. Before Li Qing could leave the Imperial garden, he heard a voice calling out to him. Qiu rams after him, telling him that it was a surprise to see him. Li Qing would not let Qiu fool him. He knows that Qiu knew the emperor had summoned him, and waited deliberately to ambush him. Qiu complains that Li Qing never wanted to see him, no matter how many times he visited the general's mansion. As a result, he had to resort to this sneaky method. Li Qing is unmoved by his words. He tells Qiu that now that they've met, Qiu should step aside and let him pass. Qiu grabs Li Qing's arm. In desperation, he asks Li Qing whether Qiu's words are true. He wanted to know if Li Qing had a blood disease, and why Li Qing never told him about it. Li Qing tells him that it was not his intention to hide anything from Qiu. He just did not think that Qiu would care. He would not mourn him if Li Qing died in secret. He brushes off Qiu's hold on his arm as if brushing off dirt. Li Qing pointed out that Qiu did not even notice Li Qing slowly dying in front of him. Qiu does not want to hear it. The thought of Li Qing dying brings pain to his heart. Li Qing tells him to stop acting like he cares, just because Li Qing is dying. He does not want Qiu's pity. Qiu tells him that it is not out of pity. He really does not want to lose Li Qing. Li Qing is momentarily stunned by Qiu's words. Qiu tells him that whether Li Qing hates him or not, he does not want him to lose his life. He would rather Li Qing hate him and turn on him than never see him again. Li Qing feels conflicted. He thought that he had finally strengthened his resolve to stop loving Qiu, but just a few words of comfort from him shook his resolve. Li Qing steps aside to face Qiu. He tells him that he is very happy now that they're divorced. If Qiu wants Li Qing to live a fulfilled life, the best thing he could do for him is to leave him alone. With those words, Li Qing turns to leave. Qiu grits his teeth and takes one step forward. He hugs Li Qing from behind. It's been a long time since he was able to hug Li Qing like this. It feels good to have him in his arms again. Li Qing demands that Qiu let him go, but the arms caging him do not budge, no matter how much he struggles. Qiu begs him not to leave. He begs that Li Qing forget about the divorce and get back together. He tells Li Qing that he has now realized his mistake. He regrets everything he did and is willing to make it up to Li Qing. Li Qing does not waver. If all the wounds of this world could be healed with one apology, then forgiveness would come far too cheaply. Qiu tells him that he would allow Li Qing to hit him. He'd accept it willingly if it is the price he has to pay. Li Qing tells him that he is far too fickle. When Li Qing was in love with him, he did everything to drive him away. Now that Li Qing wants to leave, he pesters him, making lofty promises. He tells Qiu that people do not revolve around him. These words stun Qiu. As a son of heaven, the world follows his every whim. Qiu reminds Li Qing of their wedding night. That night he made things difficult for Li Qing, and Li Qing had to beg on his knees to get him to return to their chambers. He tells Li Qing that he bought red candles and papered the walls with the double happiness sign. Wants a do-over of their wedding night. This time he wants to follow the proper rituals and share a wedding wine with Li Qing. He asks Li Qing if they could start over again. Li Qing looks at him with a blank face. He tells Qiu that all this is pointless. Stepping towards the carriage and further away from Qiu, Li Qing bows that he will not marry again. The wedding night he had with Qiu would be the only one he would have in this lifetime. He would never share a cup of wedding wine with anyone ever again. The attendant rushes over to Li Qing to help him get on the carriage. Out of frustration, Qiyu curses as he asks Li Qing what it would take for him to forgive him. He tells Li Qing that he is willing to do whatever it takes. In retaliation, Li Qing asks him what it would take for Qiyu to let him go. Qiyu is unable to answer and stays rooted on the spot. Li Qing's words hurt Qiyu a lot more than he expected. Emotional damage. He watches Li Qing's carriage leave him. But deep down, his heart aches. He can't give up yet. Li Qing cannot leave him. He will never let him go. Qiyu secretly follows Li Qing's carriage all the way to the Song's mansion. He is greeted by the sight of Prince Lulan waiting for Li Qing's return home like a devoted husband would. He seethes in jealousy as he watches the Prince of Lulan look up at Li Qing as if he hung the stars. Breathing heavily, Qiyu wonders what he is doing at General Song's mansion. Pi Xingshu helps Li Qing get down from the carriage. Yup, what a gentleman. So unlike someone we know, Pi Xingshu inquires about his visit to the palace and is genuinely worried that he has to answer to the Emperor's summons even when he is not yet feeling well. Li Qing tells him that he saw Jun Qiyu at the palace. Pi Xingshu asks him whether Jun Qiyu orchestrated their meeting and whether he threatened Li Qing. Li Qing tells him that Qiyu came to see him to finally admit that he was wrong. Pi Xingshu scoffed disbelievingly. He jokingly tells Li Wing that someone like Qiyu would never admit a mistake. When Li Qing did not respond, he asked him whether his heart had softened in response to a simple apology. There's no way that Qiyu could repent enough to make up for everything he did. He does not believe that a person's nature can change overnight, and he even quotes a line from a book. He cautions Li Qing not to let himself be deceived. Li Qing smiles at Pei Xingshu and assures him that he would not be swayed by Qiyu's crocodile tears. He invites Pei Xingshu to join him at the mansion. Pei Xingshu agrees. A voice calls out to Li Qing from behind. Li Qing can't believe that Qiyu followed him all the way from the palace. Pei Xingshu quickly steps in front of Li Qing to defend him. Qiyu quickly confronts Pei Xingshu to ask him what he's doing. Pei Xingshu tells him that his presence is unwelcome and that he is a danger to Li Qing. Li Qing is better off without him. Qiyu insists that Pei Xingshu has no right to speak for Li Qing. Pei Xingshu steps towards him, reminding him that Li Qing is now free to choose whoever he wants. As a man, Pei Xingshu can freely defend the person he admires. He asks Qiyu what right he has to challenge Pei Xingshu. Qiyu retorts that even if Li Qing and he are separated, he won't allow Pei Xingshu to take advantage of Li Qing, and he won't allow Pei Xingshu to hover around Li Qing. Who's been taking advantage? Pei Xingshu shoots back that Qiyu also does not have the right to speak on Li Qing's behalf. Qiyu did not like Pei Xingshu's reply and started to call him names, even remarking that the Prince of Lulan is despicable and shameless. Li Qing stands to the side as the interaction between the two men turns dangerous. He decided to step between them and faced Qiyu. He scolds Qiyu for starting a fight in broad daylight and for making a scene. Faced with Li Qing's anger, Qiyu calms down a bit and tells him that he did not come here to fight with the Prince of Lulan. Taking hold of Li Qing's arm, he promises not to cause trouble if Li Qing talks to him calmly. He tells Li Qing that he's been thinking about him a lot. He does not want Li Qing to leave him. Li Qing shakes off the hand holding his arm. He turns to Pei Xingshu and extends his hand to hold his arm. He invites the prince to come inside the Song mansion. Li Qing's hand on Pei Xingshu's arm makes Qiyu seethe in jealousy. Pei Xingshu is frozen on the spot as he feels Li Qing's hand in his. It's been a long time since they last saw each other, and now Li Qing is willing to hold his hand. Qiyu cannot take this sight. He tells Li Qing that he cannot treat him this way. Li Qing tells him that they are no more than strangers. It is no longer Qiyu's business who Li Qing associates with. Li Qing drops the bomb and tells Qiyu that he made a decision to be with Pei Xingshu. Turning to the Prince of Lulan, Li Qing asks him to double down on what he said. Tucking his hand in Xingshu's arm, Li Qing silently begs Xingshu to go along with his act. Xingshu understood. Li Qing is only doing this to get rid of Qiyu. He holds Li Qing's bandaged hand tenderly, as he confirms that he and Li Qing have decided to be together. The sight of Li Qing and Pei Xingshu standing close together makes them look every bit like a real couple, a sight Qiyu cannot bear. He grabs Li Qing's shoulder as he tries to shake the truth out of him. He asks Li Qing when they decided to be together. He reminds Li Qing that he told him that there was nothing going on between him and Pei Xingshu. It was only 3 days ago that Li Qing left the Qilin manor, so how could he move on so fast? Li Qing flinches in pain as Qiyu shakes him. Pei Xingshu grabs Qiyu's arm. He tells Qiyu that Li Qing is still not feeling well and that his reckless behavior is harming him. He shoves Qiyu off of Li Qing. He tells Qiyu that he pursued Li Qing because he fell in love with him at first sight. He reminds him of that fateful day when he asked for Li Qing's hand in front of everyone. Qiyu stumbles back. Pei Xingshu yells at him, telling him to vent his anger at him instead of Li Qing. Li Qing turns to Qiyu and tells him he is being unfair. While married, Qiyu has been flirting with Hunura in front of Li Qing. Yet now that they are separated, he shames Li Qing for finding another lover. Li Qing does not care what Qiyu calls him or thinks of him. Now that they are no longer together, Qiyu has no right to judge him. Qiyu feels hollow. He takes a moment to think things over. Li Qing was never a flirt. He is far too dignified to frolic with other men while married. Deciding to believe that Li Qing has been faithful to him, he realized that Li Qing was only doing this to get even with him and to drive him away. He promises Li Qing that he will change and will never flirt with Hunur or anyone else. A moment passes by as he waits for Li Qing's response. Finally, Li Qing scoffs, telling Qiyu that he's tired. Li Qing turns around, knowing that this conversation is not going anywhere. Until now, Qiyu remains clueless. With careful steps, Pei Xingsu supports Li Qing as they enter the Song Mansion. While Qiyu watches them leave, Pei Xingsu's arm around Li Qing's shoulders. Qiyu reaches out his hand dejectedly, disbelievingly. He asks whether Li Qing really no longer wants him. Inside the Song Mansion, Li Qing sits in one of the rooms they use to reserve guests. Prince Lulan feels at home as he serves Li Qing a bowl of medicine. He places the bowl of medicine in front of Li Qing. Li Qing looks up at him. The bags under his eyes are becoming more pronounced. He looks tired and worn. He apologizes to Pei Xingsu for using him to drive Qiyu away. Pei Xingsu understands why he did what he did. Caressing Li Qing's shoulder, he explains that he knows that all of it was an act, and Li Qing only did that to get rid of Qiyu. Li Qing sits at the table with a guilty expression on his face. Pei Xingsu admits he felt happy even though he knew it was all an act. Pei Xingsu's kindness and the gentle hand on his shoulder made Li Qing's eyes well up in tears. Li Qing tells him that none of it was fake. Standing up from a seated position, Li Qing moves to hug Pei Xingsu. Surprised, Pei Xingsu allows Li Qing to hug him, his heart beating fast. When he finally came to his senses, he touched the back of Li Qing's neck to get him to look at him. He tells Li Qing that he does not need to pretend. He understands that Li Qing has little time, which makes him feel he cannot repay all his debts to Xingsu. He feels obligated to repay Xingsu with himself. Xingsu holds Li Qing gently. He tells him that he can't be another person who hurts him and that he only wants Li Qing to be happy with the time he has left. He wants Li Qing to leave for himself. He wants him to leave a life that doesn't compromise his values or pride. He wants Li Qing to be free. Li Qing looks at him unseeingly. His eyes cloud with tears as he weeps. He finally met someone who fully understands him and sees him for what he truly is. Someone who understands his struggles and accepts him, faults and all. With his hands covering his crying face, Li Qing apologizes to Pei Xingsu. He admits that he could never love him the way he loved Qishu. Pei Xingsu lets out a sigh and assures Li Qing that everything will be okay. Once Li Qing has calmed down, they are finally able to sit down and have a proper conversation. Pei Xingsu tells Li Qing he came to visit because he has urgent news to share. He received a letter from Lulan stating that his king father is ill and has little time left to live. As the prince of Lulan, he needs to return to see his father before he passes away. He extends his hands to Li Qing's bandaged ones and invites him to come to Lulan with him. He tells Li Qing that Lulan is a beautiful place that Li Qing would surely come to love. If he comes with Pei Xingsu, he would want for nothing. Pei Xingsu would protect him and would no longer be afraid. Li Qing hesitates and comments that Lulan must be like a paradise. While the offer is tempting, Li Qing is but a blind man with broken fingers. He would be of no use to Prince Lulan and would only be a burden. He is also unable to leave his fathers behind. He apologizes to Pei Xingsu, and the kind prince, although disappointed, understands Li Qing's reasons. Pei Xingsu holds Li Qing's hand against his cheek. He tells Li Qing that he's afraid that they may never see each other again. Li Qing promises to wait for his return. Finally assured, Pei Xingsu cheerfully asks Li Qing not to go back on his promise. Li Qing tells him that he will see him off when he leaves the next morning. The plum trees are blooming splendidly that morning. Li Qing gets off his carriage to bid his farewell to his good friend Pei Xingsu. He tells Pei Xingsu to be careful while he rides his horse. The price of Lulan reminds him that he grew up riding horses, and he should be able to safely make the journey back to Lulan. Not wanting to part ways just yet, Pei Xingsu invites Li Qing to go for a walk. Li Qing agrees. Li Qing teases him that if he does not leave soon, the journey will be harder on him. When they are finally on their own, Pei Xingsu tells him that there is something he must do before he leaves. Curious, Li Qing asks him what it is. Pei Xingsu grabs Li Qing and kisses his forehead. Shyly, Li Qing stumbles back in surprise, his face blushing. Pei Xingsu tells him that he can't wait for Li Qing's answer. Should Li Qing get mad at him, he could scold Pei Xingsu when he comes back. Pei Xingsu jumps on his horse. Before galloping away, he turns to Li Qing, urging him to wait for him. Li Qing waves at him in farewell. Li Qing feels sad at the sight of Pei Xingsu leaving. He does not think that he would still be alive when Pei Xingsu returns. He feels empty as he lowers his head. A cough tears through him, and his eyes go wide at the sight of blood. His hand shakes as he looks at his dirtied hands. His vision blurs and everything is making him feel dizzy. Li Qing collapses on the cold ground. Close to where Li Qing fainted, two ministers are walking side by side. Coincidentally, these two are the ministers who placed first and second in the last imperial exam. The first-place finisher complained to the other that the emperor wanted to transfer him to a far-off province to serve as a local magistrate. The transfer is tantamount to a demotion, and the minister is not happy about it. He suspects that the emperor intends to hand over his job to Song Li Qing. The second-place finisher agrees that what the emperor wanted is unfair. Song Li Qing, who only placed third in the imperial exam and was discarded by the royal family, is no match for the first-placer. He does not understand why the emperor would bother with him when even the crown prince no longer wants him. The first-placer gestures for him to be quiet. Li Qing is the son of General Song and is well-connected. Clearly, nepotism is at play. They should be careful with their words and anyone could be listening. Suddenly, the first-placer stops in his tracks, surprised by what he's seeing. A figure lay sprawled across their path. The man lay motionless, his fingers littered with bandages as if every finger had been injured. They moved closer to observe the body. They even thought that the man was deceased and had been murdered and unceremoniously dumped in the forest. When they moved the body to better see the face of the victim, they were surprised to see that it was Song Li Qing. If not for the dried blood on his lips, it would look as if Li Qing were only sleeping. The second-placer wonders out loud why Li Qing is unconscious in the forest. The other places his hand against Li Qing's nose and tells the other that Li Qing is still breathing. As Li Qing is still alive, they could just inform a member of the Song family to pick up Li Qing. Before he could move to get help, the first-placer tells him to stop. A devious idea started to play in his mind. Thinking about his current predicament at court, he can no longer rely on currying favors from others. He decides to take matters into his own hands. As the emperor wanted to replace him with Li Qing, he could keep his position if Li Qing were gone. His position would no longer be threatened, and he could stay in the capital. Not wanting to be involved in murder, the other tells him that he does not want to be a part of it. A servant of the Song family could be looking for Li Qing, and they may run into them by chance. The other tells him that there is nothing to fear. He's had enough of Li Qing upstaging them. Li Qing always attracts the royal family's attention, and is praised by many, even though it is obvious that he is far more talented than they are. If they allowed Li Qing to live, they would always be in his shadow. He reasons that fate rewards those who persevere and are brave, enticing the other to be an accomplice to his schemes. He promises that if he becomes successful, he'll help the second-placer succeed too. The second-placer hesitates for a short while, but the call of a good future is far too tempting. He agrees. Underneath the plum flowers, Li Qing continues to sleep, unaware of the malicious intent of the two men, only a few steps away from him. When night finally cloaked everything in darkness, the two sneaked into a mortuary. The accomplice sought assurance from the other, afraid that they would be discovered. The one who masterminded the crime that they are about to do assures him that no one visits this unholy place. If anyone discovers Li Qing, it would be far too late. Li Qing would have succumbed to the illness, and the only thing that would be left behind would be his bones. The mastermind assures him that they did not kill Li Qing, so nothing could be traced back to them. It was the perfect crime. There is nothing to be afraid of. Finally, the two leave the mortuary, leaving Li Qing behind in the darkness. When the next day came, it was like any other morning. Flowers continue to bloom, birds continue to sing. But for Qiyu, it was the morning that he woke up knowing that Li Qing no longer wanted him. Xiaodi waits for him beside his bed, surprised that he does not want to attend court. She insists that young Master Song wants him to be a wise king, and tries to coax him into attending court to fulfill that wish. Qiyu does not care. He sinks further into the expansive bed, his eyes swollen. He replies that Li Qing has left him and does not want to do anything with him. So it does not matter if he becomes a wise king or not. He tells her that Li Qing said that he wants to be with the Prince of Lulun, and asks Xiaodi if Li Qing was lying. He justifies that Li Qing must have said what he said to get rid of Qiyu. Xiaodi is at a loss for words and stays quiet. With his hand resting on a sealed jar of wine, Qiyu tells Xiaodi that he saw Li Qing hold hands with another man. He tells her that she had no idea how much it hurts him. Suddenly, Qiyu sits up. Like a madman, he announces that he can't allow it to happen. He grabs his outer robe and swiftly puts it on. He decided not to give up on Li Qing. He will not stop until Li Qing forgives him. Even when Li Qing curses at him, no matter how many times Li Qing rejects him, he will not let Li Qing go. Taking a step towards the moon door, Qiyu leaves the manor to yet again pester Li Qing. At the entrance of the general's mansion, a servant paces restlessly, his eyes scanning every direction in a desperate search. Qiyu jumps off his horse, making a beeline for the poor servant. Qiyu grabs the servant by the collar and demands to know why everyone belonging to the Song mansion have left. The servant tells him that everyone is searching for the Li Qing. Qiyu cannot believe his ears. The servant tells him that they have been searching for Li Qing all day. He went out in the morning and traveled to the outskirts of the city, and should be back by noon. However, the servants who were escorting him came back without him and reported him missing. There was no sign of their young master. The only thing left behind is a pool of blood on the forest floor. Qiyu shakes the poor servant, asking why no one was with him when Li Cheng is in poor health. He asks the servant where Li Cheng is, demanding to know if he returned to the city on his own, or if he was abducted. He asks if someone else was in the forest. The servant shivers in fear as Qiyu assaults him. The servant answers that there were only 2 ministers who entered the forest. Qiyu remembers that Li Cheng does not get along well with the 2 top-ranked ministers. Qiyu immediately made a beeline towards his horse. Once on top of his horse, Qiyu decides to find the 2 ministers. The top-ranked minister can't help but feel restless. Pacing back and forth in his courtyard, he bites his fingernails while he tries to assure himself that he will not get caught. The mortuary is well hidden. Even if anyone found him, they would not find Li Cheng alive, as his body is far too weak. There's no way that he would survive. A loud knock on the door startles him. Suddenly, the door opens with a bang, and Qiyu lunges straight at him. Qiyu looms at him imposingly as he reaches for his sword. The top-ranked official greets him fearfully, intent on getting the information he needs. Qiyu warns him that he will only be given one chance. Drawing his sword to the top-ranked official, Qiyu asks him where Li Cheng is. With the sword dangerously pressed against his neck, the official tells him that he saw Li Cheng and Pei Xingqiu in the forest. He claims that Li Cheng does not want to part with the Lulan prince. He tells him that Li Cheng was so upset he spat blood, with sweat dripping down his forehead. His eyes widen in fear as the sword draws nearer. The official tells him that he saw the Lulan prince and Li Cheng shared a loving embrace. Pei Xingqiu tells Li Cheng he does not want to be away from him, and proposes they elope. Shaking in fear, he continues with his lies. He tells Qiu that Li Cheng agreed to come with Pei Xingqiu, and that Li Cheng got on Pei Xingqiu's horse and rode into the sunset with him. He vows that he is telling the truth. Qiu's heart sinks at hearing that Li Cheng eloped with the Lulan prince. His face morphs from that of a formidable man to one whose world has collapsed around him. With his heart breaking, he looks years older. He can't believe that Li Cheng actually left him for Pei Xingqiu. He slowly lowers his sword, his eyes downcast, his shoulders slumped. The official lets out a sigh of relief, for he gets to live another day. Even with his heart broken in pieces, Qiu is still unwilling to let him go. He must find Li Cheng. He would find him. Whether it be in Lulan or at the end of the world, he will find Li Cheng. Qiu sets out to look for his wayward ex-husband. On his journey to the western regions, he decided to spend the night at a mortuary. Dread looms in this god-forsaken place as crows circle the unholy place. While his horse grazes on the grass outside the gloomy building, he patiently waits for the horse to catch its much-needed rest. His eyes wander towards the dark, desolate building as if something inside is beckoning him. Inside, candles illuminate an open casket. He moves to investigate the casket, but his horse finally stands up straight, signaling it is done eating. Qiyu thanks the horse for its hard work, but they must leave. Mounting his horse, Qiyu leaves the mortuary, accompanied by his men, not knowing that Li Cheng is just within reach. As the hour grows bleak, suspicious-looking people enter the mortuary. 2 men work together as they carry a tightly wrapped bundle made of woven straw. The bundle is heavy, and they both support it from both ends. One of them addresses the other as Master Lu, and asks if he would really leave his wife in this dingy place. Urging Master Lu to be more compassionate, he suggests that he could send his wife back to her family, so she could return to where she was born and rest in peace. The other man, presumably, Master Lu, answers that the woman does not deserve peace. He was kind enough not to throw her dead body to the dogs. They shoved the large bundle into the only open casket. It was then revealed that the tightly wrapped bundle contained the corpse of a woman. The other tells Master Lu that his suspicions about his wife's infidelity were unfounded. She even jumped into the river, just to prove her innocence. Master Lu is unmoved. He does not believe that she is innocent. She did it to keep the other man's identity a secret. No one knows who sired the child growing in her belly. Master Lu no longer wants to listen to the other man. He tells the other to hurry as the mortuary is filled with negative energy. Inside the casket, the corpse of the dead woman lies on top of Li Cheng. With the added weight on top of him, Li Cheng feels warmth. Water keeps dripping somewhere, rhythmically breaking the sound of silence. Li Cheng starts to squirm, his face contorting in pain. The water continues to drip, disturbing Li Cheng's deep slumber. The sound echoes in the dark room. 2 weeks later, the scene unfolds in a bustling marketplace. Camels walk through the stone-paved street, carrying goods on their backs. Several people in long robes and head coverings walk around inspecting the goods offered by different stalls. Accompanied by 2 attendants, Qiyu rides his horses to the center of the marketplace. Finally reaching his destination, he wastes no time in getting off his horse, leaving the tasks of taking care of them to the attendants of this palace. He enters the palace like he owns the place. He finds Pei Xingqiu kneeling before a closed wooden casket. Uncaring about the solemnity of the scene, he strides towards the grieving man and demands to know where Li Cheng is. Pei Xingqiu turns towards surprised. He asks what Qiyu is doing in Lulan, and why he came all the way to the western region to look for Li Qing. Qiyu glances around, hoping that he will catch sight of the one he is looking for. He asks the Lulan prince where Li Qing is, demanding that he see him. Pi Xingshu is baffled, not understanding what's going on. He tells Qiyu that he left Li Qing in the Jing Kingdom's capital, and asks how Li Qing could be missing. Qiyu is surprised by Pi Xingshu's answer. He finally realizes that Li Qing is not in Lulan. If not in Lulan, he asks himself, where is Li Qing? The open courtyard of the Lulan Palace is a sight to behold with its beautifully crafted pillars and mosaic floors. In its center stand two men who hold the future of two kingdoms. Qiyu does not waste time on pleasantries as he asks the Prince of Lulan where Li Qing could be if he is not in Lulan. Closing the space between them, he demands that Pi Qingshu stop lying. He tells him that he is concerned about Li Qing and just wants to know if he is safe. He promises not to force Li Qing to come back with him. Pi Qingshu grabs him by the collar. He looks at Qiyu sincerely as he tells him what happened in the plum forest when he left. He swears that although Li Qing was there to send him off, he refused to come with Pi Qingshu to Lulan. He shoves off the stunned Qiyu. The fear of not knowing grips Qiyu's heart. He tells Pi Qingshu that no one has seen Li Qing since he went to see Pi Qingshu off at the outskirts of the plum forest. He ordered a messenger to monitor any news of Li Qing's return and to update him every 2 hours. It's been 2 weeks and no one has found Li Qing in the capital of the Jing Kingdom. Hearing what happened, Pi Qingshu fists his hand in anger. Qiyu covers his face in shame and fear. When Pi Qingshu calms down, he tells Qiyu that his own carelessness caused this. He knew that Li Qing had mobility issues and he shouldn't have allowed Li Qing to see him off. Sighing in defeat, Qiyu lowers his hand and expresses his condolences for Pi Qingshu's loss. The once proud Qiyu stands hunched in the middle of Lulan's courtyard. He vows to find Li Qing. Gathering his resolve, he grits his teeth and turns around to leave. Pi Qingshu observes that Qiyu has changed a kit since the last time he saw him. He is much calmer now. Li Qing's disappearance must have taken its toll on him. Pi Qingshu calls Qiyu. He promises that if Qiyu could find Li Qing, he would stay away. He would never leave Lulan ever again. Qiyu stops to listen to what Pi Qingshu has to say. Not believing his ears, he turns to the Lulan prince and asks him if he plans to become Lulan's king and give up his love for Li Qing. Pi Qingshu tells him that as long as Li Qing lives, he would want for nothing. He demands that Qiyu promise to take care of Li Qing and make up for everything he did to him. Qiyu does not hesitate. As Qiyu reflects on everything that happened, it becomes clearer that he loves Li Qing and would not be able to let him go. But there's a catch. Pi Qingshu wants to make a deal with him. If he finds Li Qing first, he wants Qiyu to give up on Li Qing and to never show his face again. Qiyu hesitates. He can't imagine himself ever letting go of Li Qing. But this time, he is confident that he will not lose. He would give Li Qing his all. With that in mind, he makes his promise. Even with Qiyu gone, Pi Qingshu stays rooted in the courtyard. He murmurs an apology to Li Qing for using him like a prized toy in his wager with Qiyu. He made that deal as he can finally see that Qiyu is worthy of Li Qing's love. The water dungeon is dark and gloomy. The top-ranked official is thrown in a dingy cell. He grunts in pain at the harsh treatment. With arms crossed, his face devoid of emotion, Qiyu asks the prisoners where Li Qing is, promising to let the first one to confess live. Otherwise, their entire family will be at stake. In front of him, the top-ranked and second-ranked scholar kneels in supplication. The top-ranked official immediately begged for mercy, claiming innocence. Realizing that he could get blamed, the second-ranked official scolds him and immediately confesses to implicating him. The two squabble, trying to implicate the other, and escape punishment. As they fight each other, the truth slowly reveals itself. Qiyu watches them as they pathetically point a finger at each other. Running out of patience, Qiyu ordered the guards to issue a decree. The second-ranked scholar will lose his position and will be exiled, while the top-ranked scholar will be executed, and all of his relatives will be banned from the capital, and none of them will be able to participate in the Imperial exams. The two scholars slump down in defeat as the guards carry out the decree. Qiyu rides his horse as if the demon himself is behind him. He urges his horse to run faster, cold sweat dripping down the side of his face. He slams open the door of the mortuary. Inside, he finds a corpse. His face morphs into fear as he calls out for Li Qing. Qiyu runs towards the only open casket in the mortuary. He shakily lifts up the straw mat, revealing a rotten corpse. Qiyu scans the casket with dread. Instead of Li Qing, he finds the body of a woman, with her hands holding on to her bloodied belly. He stumbles back, frantically searching the casket. Li Qing is not there. His emotions finally reach their peak, and he screamed, slapping his head with his hand. He tries to keep his focus. He blames himself for not checking the casket when they pass by this place on their way to Lulan. He would have found Li Qing then. Hope escapes him as he kneels on the ground in front of the open casket. A fog envelops a whole village. Despite the dreary atmosphere, people continue to run their errands, going where they need to go. The people flocked around a message announcement promising a reward of 100,000 talos. One of the villagers remarks that the reward is for anyone who finds the crown princess. A wealthy-looking man comments that the crown prince must deeply love the crown princess. Behind him, a beggar makes his way towards the sign. A wooden staff taps on the uneven pavement, hitting the foot of the wealthy man. The wealthy man turns towards the beggar to scold him. The beggar apologized promptly and left without a word. The wealthy man pats himself down, getting rid of any filth that the beggar must have passed on to him. Finding a spot, the beggar sits on the ground. He removes the cloak covering his face. The beggar is none other than Li Qing. A calligrapher spots him and notices that Li Qing is no ordinary beggar. His voice and appearance say otherwise, and he feels pity for him. Li Qing answers that he is indeed down on his luck. The calligrapher notes his refined demeanor and correctly assumes that Li Qing is educated. He offers Li Qing money if Li Qing can write something beautiful for him. Li Qing asks for food instead, fearing that money would only get stolen. The calligrapher readily agrees. Li Qing accepts the paper and brush, relishing the feel of the materials in his hands. It's been a while since he wrote anything. He relishes the feeling of having a brush in his hand as it smoothly glides against the paper. The man is pleased by his penmanship, noting that Li Qing must not be an ordinary person. True to his promise, he hands Li Qing some food and bids him farewell. Turning to a dank alley, Li Qing used his wooden staff to find his way back. He finally finds the spot he's been looking for, and removes the bundle he carries on his back. Li Qing opens the bundle and looks at the face of a beautiful baby. Murmuring to himself, he notes that the child must be hungry, and that its father finally has some food to feed it. The baby enthusiastically drinks the goat's milk. When the baby finished feeding, Li Qing set the pannier aside. He reveals that the baby was the child of the woman who was thrown on top of him in the open casket. She gave birth before succumbing to death. To thank her for saving him, Li Qing decided to raise her child like his own. The baby is healthy. Even through the harsh travel under the sun and rain, the baby survived. Li Qing fears that he will run out of food to feed the baby. He plans to travel to Lulan. Once there, he would be able to travel farther, making it easier for him and the baby. The checkpoints that Qiyu set up around the borders make it harder for Li Qing to move around. Li Qing wonders what he should do. Coming out of the alley, he comes across a wealthy-looking man tending to his horse. The man takes a quick glance at Li Qing. He notices that Li Qing seems to be a norther. Even covered in dirt, he notices that Li Qing has a beautiful face. He asks Li Qing if he wants to trade his calligraphy for food. Awkwardly, Li Qing tells him that he could write well and would be happy to write him some prose. With the coming new year, the calligraphy would bring him luck. The man admires Li Qing's face and brushes a lock of hair off his face. Li Qing is surprised at being touched. The man finally lets go, chuckling. He tells Li Qing that he looks far too young to be a master and doubts his skill. Offended, Li Qing no longer wants to sell his calligraphy. The man stops Li Qing from leaving. He tells Li Qing that the baby could use the food he would give him. The baby would not survive long without food. The man introduces himself as Wu Dershan and states that he came from Lulan. He tells Li Qing that he is a businessman who has trouble reading the writings from the Central Plains. As a result, he has lost a lot of money. He offers to pay Li Qing if he teaches him Central Plains letters. He tells Li Qing that he has many camels that could produce milk the little one could drink. He also claims that camel milk is superior to cow's milk. Li Qing considers his options. He remembers that Pei Xingshu once told him that the Lulan people are kind and honest. The man seems kind, and his baby Guansheng would not survive on steamed buns. Li Qing asks Wu Dershan if he could help him cross the border. Wu Dershan assures him that he is well connected and would have no problem crossing between the Jing Kingdom and Lulan. Thinking that this is his best option, Li Qing agrees. Wu Dershan eagerly leads the way. Li Qing leaves the dank village and joins Wu Dershan's caravan. On their way across the pass, Li Qing peeks at the caravan's window, feeling the warmth of the sun against his skin. His thoughts wander to Qiyu. He wonders what Qiyu felt when he first arrived in the desert and could see only sand for miles. He wonders if Qiyu was as sad as Li Qing is feeling now. Gratefully, he is happy to have experienced the places Qiyu has been to. He could smell the things Qiyu smelt, and he could hear the sounds Qiyu heard. He wonders if Qiyu was confused when he first heard the dialect of the western regions. He wonders if Qiyu felt alienated. When Qiyu first fought, Li Qing wondered if he was scared. All these experiences make Li Qing feel he is getting closer to Qiyu, while at the same time the distance between them is getting wider. In the capital of Lulan, Wu Dershan takes Li Qing to his lavish home. He tells Li Qing that he lives alone in this house and there are only servants around. He holds Guansheng in his arms when he invites Li Qing to stay in his home. The man seems to be sincere. He passes Guansheng to his servant, asking him to give Guansheng some camel milk. The servant readily agrees. He then turns to Li Qing and, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, offers to have a hot bath prepared for him. The journey to Lulan was long and arduous, and Li Qing could benefit from a bath. Li Qing thanks him. Steam rises from the wooden bathtub. Li Qing removes his clothes, preparing to relax and to finally freshen up. When he is ready, he steps into the tub and finally sinks chest deep into the warm water. He lets out a sigh of relief as he finally feels clean. A blush creeps up to his face as he enjoys himself. Suddenly, a hand shoots up from behind him, tapping his shoulder. Li Cheng is startled and asks who sneaked into the bath with him. Wubershan stands before Li Cheng, his hands shaking in anticipation. He offers to wash Li Cheng's back for him. Li Cheng feels uncomfortable and places his arms in front of him to protect his modesty. He tells Wubershan to leave. Wubershan tries to put him at ease, explaining that due to the limited water supply in Lulan, only royalty and noblemen have the luxury of bathing regularly. It is common for men to bathe together and wash each other's backs. This guy quickly went from a harmless teddy bear to a sleazy, ugly monster. Li Cheng abruptly stands up, announcing that he is done bathing. Wubershan stops him. His creepy face looms over Li Cheng as he tells him he was unable to bathe properly. Li Cheng slaps his hand away, asking him what he wanted. Now that he has a good look at Li Cheng, Wubershan is stunned by his beauty. He giggles, his body shaking in delight as he reaches out to touch Li Cheng's face. He was right all along. The beggar he picked up on the side of the road is a one-of-a-kind beauty. He tells Li Cheng that he should be used to people wanting him for his beauty. Li Cheng takes a step back and tells him to stop. He turns around to leave the bathroom when suddenly, Wubershan grabs his chest from behind. He manipulatively reminds Li Cheng that he saved him and helped him cross the border. He even let Li Cheng into his house and helped the baby from getting hungry. He coerced Li Cheng into repaying him by giving him his body. Dread pools in Li Cheng's stomach as Wubershan leans down to sniff the back of his neck. He tells him he wants to bed Li Cheng to enjoy the pleasures the Crown Prince of Jing used to enjoy. This is Wubershan's 1 in a million chance to sleep with a crown princess, a chance that not everyone gets to have. Li Cheng blames himself for trusting Wubershan. Who would have thought that Wubershan would be able to figure out Li Cheng's identity? Li Cheng tries to protest, burying his face in the crook of his arm. When Li Cheng stops struggling, Wubershan told him to lift up his head. Suddenly, Li Cheng spits blood in Wubershan's face. Wubershan finally backs away, his hands wiping the blood off his eyes. Li Cheng tells him he has a highly contagious disease, which is also why the Crown Prince of Jing divorced him. Satisfied that Wubershan has finally backed down, Li Cheng wipes the blood from around his mouth. He tells Wubershan to wait for him to recover. Fearing Li Cheng's disease, Wubershan tells Li Cheng that he'll have someone investigate if it's true that the Crown Prince abandoned Li Cheng. He turns around to leave, telling Li Cheng that he would regret it if he were lying all along. Wary that he might come back, Li Cheng waited for him to leave. It is only when he could no longer feel his presence that Li Cheng let out a sigh of relief. Hunching his shoulders, Li Cheng regrets what he got himself into. For now, Wubershan fears contracting the disease from Li Cheng. But Li Cheng would not be able to fool him for so long. He would learn the truth one day. Abandoning any more attempts to get clean, Li Cheng grabs a robe. Now that he is out of the capital, he is alone and is a nobody. Everything he learned from books means nothing in this barbaric place. His thoughts wander to Qiyu, realizing that this savage place forced Qiyu to be crass and savage. Li Cheng wonders how someone like Li Cheng could survive the brutalness of the desert. If it were Qiyu, he would surely thrive in such a place. Li Cheng shakes in fear. A sudden longing for Qiyu overcomes him. He scolds himself for thinking of Qiyu at the first sight of danger. Ironically, Qiyu is the person who caused him the most pain. Li Cheng has been missing for several days. Even if Qiyu feels guilty for everything he has done to him, he would surely forget about Li Cheng. Meanwhile, in the village at the border of the Jing Kingdom, the search for Li Cheng becomes more rampant. Qiyu is beside himself, grabbing anyone who resembles Li Cheng even a tiny bit. The innocent man who was grabbed fearfully tells him that he has never committed any crime. Qiyu apologized for mistaking him. Leaving the innocent man alone, Qiyu continues his search. Fog envelops the sleepy village as the weather turns for the worse, but it is not enough to deter Qiyu. Pushing forward, he wonders where Li Cheng has gone. Qiyu stands in the middle of the foggy village, wishing that Li Cheng would send him at least one message. Even if he never shows himself to Qiyu, Qiyu would be satisfied just to know that he's okay. He promises himself that he will not bother Li Cheng again once he is assured of Li Cheng's safety. One of his soldiers urges him to return to the capital, as there is no way that the weak son of the Song family could survive this long. Qiyu does not reply, making the soldier anxious. Finally, Qiyu turns to him coldly, making the soldier flinch. "Run for your life." The soldier quickly apologized, fearing for his life. Sweat poured profusely from his pores as he waited for his life to end. Suddenly, Qiyu turns away. He tells the soldier that he does not blame the man for thinking that way. Qiyu remembers how Li Cheng always used to tell him what a brute he is, and scolds him for always punishing his men. Qiyu decides to follow Li Cheng's advice from now on. Stunned, the soldier notes how much the Crown Prince has changed. Back then, the Crown Prince would not hesitate to strike down anyone who questioned him. When Qiyu turned back to address him, the soldier panicked. Qiyu tells him that he is wrong. Li Cheng should not be referred to as the son of the Song family. The soldier should address him as the Crown Princess, master of Keelan Manor. He warns the soldier not to mistake the title. The soldier quickly agreed. He assures Qiu that once Li Qing is sighted, the spies will surely alert them. He tells Qiu to return to the capital, as he has run himself ragged over the past few days. Qiu refuses, resolute in his belief that Li Qing is alive. He can tell that Li Qing is somewhere out there waiting for him to find him. Realizing that this place does not harbor Li Qing, he decides to head to the capital of Lulan. The quiet of the room is disturbed by the sound of slamming doors. Li Qing sits on the lavish couch while cradling Guangsheng in his arms. Wuershan strides over to where he sits, announcing that he received the report from his intel. It was confirmed that Li Qing is the missing crown princess of the Jing kingdom. He asks why the crown prince offered a handsome reward for anyone who would return Li Qing to him. Li Qing tells him that the crown prince is not enamored of him, and that the baby is what he is after. He tells Wuershan that the baby is the crown prince's illegitimate son. He concocts a story claiming he kidnapped the baby to make the prince anxious. Wuershan believes him easily. To him, it makes sense that the crown prince wants to protect his bloodline. Launching on the sofa, he asks Li Qing why he dared to take the crown prince's son. He is glad that he kept the baby safe. Otherwise, the king of Lulan would surely sacrifice him and his family to keep the crown prince of Jing from waging war on them. Li Qing passionately tells him that he did it to get back at QQ for cheating on him and siring a son with someone else. As revenge, he kidnapped the baby to make QQ search until the end of the world and feel what it's like to be in pain. If Li Qing raises the baby, he would make him hate QQ and manipulate him into taking revenge on his behalf. It would be satisfying to have father and son fight each other. Wuershan looks impressed by Li Qing's manipulative idea. He feels fortunate that he has yet to harm the child, otherwise he would be in big trouble. Self-preservation tells him to turn Li Qing in, but a part of him is unwilling to part with this beauty. Standing up, Wuershan tells Li Qing that the crown prince of Jing will be glad if Wuershan returns his child to him, and he will receive the 10,000 tiles promised. Stooping down, he tells Li Qing that he will make things easy for him. Once Li Qing recovers, he may take him on as a male pet. Li Qing looks away from him in disgust. Although glad that Wuershan believes his story, Li Qing is disappointed that Wuershan did not hand him over to the authorities. Instead, the sleazy bastard has yet to let go of his desire for Li Qing. On the bright side, Guangsheng will be safe. Wuershan stands up straight to tell Li Qing that Lulan has a new king and he must prepare a gift for him. He tells Li Qing that once he recovers, he will let Li Qing out of the room. This news catches Li Qing's attention. He asks what happened to the former king, who should still be young and strong. Wuershan tells him that the previous king passed away due to illness. The crown prince will take the throne, and Wuershan was invited to the grand ceremony. He would be able to rub elbows with royalty, and the new king may favor him if he wins him over with his gifts. He could even become part of the nobility. Li Qing tells him that the new king of Lulan admires Chinese calligraphy and art. He suggests that Wuershan find authentic art from famous artists. Li Qing knows that there are no other princes in Lulan, so it must be Pei Xingxu who would ascend the throne. Wuershan turns to him suspiciously and asks him how he knows this information. Li Qing replies that he heard it from the crown prince of Jing. He heard that Pei Xingxu collected art during his stay in the capital of Jing. To honor him, the crown prince of Jing gifted him a painting, which Pei Xingxu liked so much. Wuershan is impressed. Li Qing mocks him for not knowing his king's preferences. Wuershan has no idea where to find authentic works by Chinese masters in the short time he has before the ceremony. Surely others would prepare Chinese calligraphy and art for the new king, and his need to stand out. Li Qing shrugs, telling him to take his problem elsewhere. I think Wuershan needs a balm for his burn. Wuershan remembers that Li Qing is a good calligrapher and asks him to create a counterfeit. Astonished, Li Qing remarks that Wuershan is being recklessly brave. Someone might spot the counterfeit. Li Qing admits that he used to be able to create a perfect copy, but with his blindness, he may not be able to forge a convincing one. Wuershan scoffs. He believes that the new king is young and would have no idea how to spot a fake. He orders Li Qing to create the fake piece. Li Qing lets out a sigh of exasperation and agrees to make the piece. Smiling with narrowed eyes, Wuershan rubs his hands conspiratorially. A sudden realization hits him. He asks why Li Qing would willingly help him. Slamming his hand down on the sofa, he leans down on Li Qing, asking him why he would want to help. Wuershan demands to know why Li Qing would willingly help. Li Qing lets out a sigh of exasperation. He tells Wuershan that since he's already with him, he has no other choice but to cooperate. At this point, his options are slim. Wuershan's home cannot compare to the Qilin Manor, but it is lavish enough and is better than walking around in filth and hunger. Fighting Wuershan would do him no good. Wuershan is satisfied with this answer. He orders Li Qing to get to writing and prepare the gift for the new king. Glad that things are going his way, he turns away from Li Qing, promising half-heartedly to treat him well. Li Qing places Guangsheng on the sofa, hoping the baby will sleep well. Now that there is no one around, his eyes turned into a steely gaze. With the shuffling of paper, Li Qing prepares to write. He writes beautifully, every stroke perfection. There is little chance that his plan would work. He could only hope that Pi Xingzhu would recognize his penmanship. The day of the enthronement ceremony finally arrives. A herald announces that the wealthy businessman Wu Dershan has arrived with gifts, including tales of gold, silver, jewelry, silks, rare treasures, and an authentic work of calligraphy by the artist Liu Sheng. Pi Xingzhu sits on the throne, taking on the role of the new king of Lulan. Wu Dershan kneels before him in respect. Pi Xingzhu knows Wu Dershan's family background. Wu Dershan's family used to be part of the nobility, but after committing crimes they lost their title and were banished. Now that 100 years have passed, they are now absolved of their crimes and may join the ranks of nobility. Wu Dershan thanks him for his generosity. The new king of Lulan quickly orders that the calligraphy of Liu Sheng be brought to him. Opening the scroll, he tells Wu Dershan that he collects calligraphy from the Central Plains and is appreciative that the businessman would cater to his preference. Wu Dershan glances at the new king nervously, wondering if he would be able to spot a fake or if he was just pretending to be knowledgeable and cultured. The king of Lulan looks up from the scroll, a faint smile grazing his lips. He tells Wu Dershan that the piece is a fake. Wu Dershan insists that he bought the piece from a trusted source and spent a lot of money to acquire it. Afraid that the king would punish him, he bows down, claiming that he is ignorant of calligraphy and did not intend to present a fake to the king. Pei Xingzhu sets the piece aside. He tells Wu Dershan that he does not blame him and that he knows it was an honest mistake. The piece was well written and the one who made it must have been an overlooked master himself. The counterfeit is almost a perfect copy of the original. He tells him that he would gladly accept the gift. Concluding the banquet, he dismisses Wu Dershan and everyone who attended the ceremony. Once alone, Pei Xingzhu ponders how mentally and physically exhausting it is to hold court. His father was gracious and refined. Comparing himself to his father, Pei Xingzhu sees himself unfit to be king. He only wanted to live life freely. His musing was interrupted by a herald announcing the presence of the crown prince of the Jing kingdom. Sitting upright, Pei Xingzhu ordered the herald to let Ke Yu in. Unlike before, there is a quiet dignity in the way Ke Yu walks. His presence intimidates Pei Xingzhu, and he can clearly see how different Ke Yu is from before. Ke Yu has changed. The brute who used to wear his emotions on his sleeves is now walking towards him. His emotions contained. His strides were long and confident. His presence is strong and mysterious. He is someone suitable to become emperor. Pei Xingzhu compares himself to Ke Yu and sees himself lacking. When Ke Yu finally stops in front of him, he asks him if he is still searching for Li Qing. Ke Yu tells him that he will not stop until he finds Li Qing. Not forgetting his manners this time, he greets Pei Xingzhu for ascending the throne. However, he did not come bearing gifts. Pei Xingzhu does not mind. In fact, he'd rather not see Ke Yu. Whenever he sees him, he is reminded of how Li Qing suffered in Ke Yu's hands. He guilt-tripped Ke Yu further by reminding him that he is the cause of Li Qing's blindness. Had Li Qing retained his sight, he would not have gotten lost. Ke Yu slumps down on the nearest couch. Throwing his head back, he lets out a sigh of exasperation. He admits to Pei Xingzhu that he hates himself more. He admits to being gullible and shallow, allowing those who gave him false praise to manipulate him and discard the one person who truly loved him. Ke Yu covers his face in shame. Had he loved Li Qing for even a tenth of Li Qing's love for him, he would not be in his current predicament. Smiling wanly, he tells Pei Xingzhu that it should be Li Qing who should hear his words of regret. Deciding that this visit is a waste of time, he bids farewell to Pei Xingzhu. Before he could leave, Pei Xingzhu reminded him of their bet. Li Qing glances at Pei Xingzhu sideways. Something catches his attention, and his blue eyes widen. Suddenly, Ke Yu lunges towards the scroll on top of Pei Xingzhu's side table. Gripping the calligraphy in his hands, he scrutinizes the handwriting. His heart soars with hope as he recognizes the penmanship. It's Li Qing's. There's no way that he could be wrong. Li Qing is alive. He turns to Pei Xingzhu, demanding to know where the calligraphy piece came from. Pei Xingzhu looks at him, astonished. Ke Yu lowers the scroll and tells Pei Xingzhu that the person who gifted the scroll must know where to find Li Qing. A loud bang reverberates through the peaceful room where Li Qing is being kept. Li Qing is visibly startled. He cradles Guangsheng closer in fear. Guangsheng cries from being startled, and Li Qing tries to soothe him. Wu Dershan storms into the room in anger, looking for the person responsible for his embarrassment in front of the new king of Lulan. He grabs Li Qing by the scruff of his neck and throws him down on the floor. With a whip in his hand, he demands to know if Li Qing deliberately made a mistake on the scroll that the king of Lulan was easily able to declare the piece a counterfeit. Li Qing grunts in pain while Guangsheng continues to wail, cushioned in Li Qing's arms. Wu Dershan raises the whip and harshly strikes down Li Qing multiple times, each strike breaking skin. Li Qing wraps his arms around Guangsheng, protecting him with his body, taking the blows. Wu Dershan claims that he escaped punishment by the skin of his teeth due to his quick-wittedness. In his anger, he threatens to end Li Qing's life. Guangsheng cries while Li Qing continues to protect him. Striking Li Qing with the whip was not enough for Wuershan, and he decides to kick him too. Annoyed by the crying baby, he grabs Guangsheng, separating him from Li Qing. Li Qing begs Wuershan not to harm the baby. Dangling the baby by the head, he accuses Li Qing of caring for the crown prince's son, whom he hates. He asks him whose child the baby is, threatening to harm Li Qing further if he lies again. Li Qing insists that the baby is the royal heir of the Jing kingdom. Wuershan can see through Li Qing's lies and threatens to harm the baby. He raises the baby out of Li Qing's reach. Li Qing warns him that if the baby is harmed, he would lose the reward money and he would bring ruin to himself. Wuershan stops, finally coming to his senses. He warns Li Qing that if he fools him again, there shall be dire consequences. His anger still unquelled, he continues to lash out at Li Qing, intending to make him learn his lesson. He tells Li Qing that there's no way that a blind man like him could ever escape. Grabbing Li Qing by the hair, he tells him that he is only letting him leave because of his pretty face. From outside the door, Wuershan could hear people looking for him. Asking who is bothering him in his home, he storms out only to find the king of Lulan and another guest striding towards him. The royal guards stand to the side, escorting the king. The Lulan king has a serious look on his face, and the other notable guest is shrouded in mystery, but his presence is even more imposing. Wuershan sweats at the thought of the new king visiting him at home and asks what the visit is for. The man who came with the king walks closer to him. The gaze in his eyes could kill. Wuershan feels a shiver run down his spine and wonders who this man is. He is even scarier than the Lulan king. Chivio enters Wuershan's home as he owns it. He looks around and his eyes land on a prone figure on the floor. With light seeping through a window, he finds Li Qing, bloodied and suffering. He runs towards Li Qing, taking stock of his injuries. He wonders how this could have happened. Li Qing shivers in his hands. Cradling his love, he blames himself for Li Qing's suffering, and a tear falls from his eyes. A teardrop falls on Li Qing's hand, prompting him to open his eyes. For a second, he is able to see something, a drop of water on his hand. He asks if it was Pi Qing holding him. Qifu does not answer him. Li Qing asks again, wondering why Pei Qing does not answer him. He assures Pei Qing that he is all right. Qifu swallows the lump in his throat and tells Li Qing that it is he, Jun Qihu, who came to save him. Li Qing's vision returns to darkness. He is upset that of all people, it has to be Qihu, the person he never wanted to see. Sweat pours on his face, as he also contemplates how Qihu is the first to show up when he needs help the most. Li Qing sits up with Qihu's help, but once he finds his balance, he places a hand on Qihu's chest to put distance between them. Qihu unwillingly lets him go. He does not speak, his heart a mess of emotions. Finally, he finds the strength to speak. Clenching his fists, he asks Li Qing if he's okay. Li Qing avoids his gaze, telling him that he should rest easy. Li Qing is hard to kill. Qifu asks him not to be too heartless in his response, since Qihu searched day and night for him. Li Qing faces him grumpily. He asks why Qihu has been looking for him. Qihu tells him that he has been worried sick, wondering where Li Qing had gone. He was not able to sleep peacefully for the past few months. He remarks that although Li Qing does not believe him now, he wants Li Qing to know that he can't live without him. He declares his love for Li Qing. Li Qing brushes off Qihu's declaration of love. He coldly thanks Li Qing for saving his life, and tells him he has nothing to offer in return for his kind gesture. Qihu adamantly tells him that he never wanted Li Qing to repay him. Li Qing answers that he would be glad to call it quits between them, and all debts are now erased. These words dampen Qihu's mood. Meanwhile, Wuershan observes the two as they try to make sense of the situation. He discerns that the man is the formidable crown prince of the Jing kingdom. Upon observing the two, he noticed that Li Qing truly hates the man. Finally finding his chance, Wuershan dramatically addresses the crown prince of Jing, claiming that he was about to turn in Li Qing. He explains that Li Qing kidnapped the illegitimate child of Jun Qihu and even plans to manipulate Qihu's son to assassinate him one day. He acted like a man of honor, claiming that Li Qing's plans repulsed him and that he wanted to punish him on Qihu's behalf. Qihu, who is already in a dark mood, stands up to face him. There is a sinister look in his face, promising to make life hell for anyone who crosses him. Coldly, he asks Wuershan if he truly harmed Li Qing on Qihu's behalf. Wuershan proudly admits that he did it for Qihu. He claimed that he saved Li Qing at the border of the Jing kingdom out of the goodness of his heart. Li Qing even offered himself up to him willingly, promising to fulfill Wuershan's dirty desires. Without pausing, he tells Qihu that Li Qing tried to seduce him, and that he took him in out of pity, claiming that he is a victim of Li Qing's manipulation. Sticking to his narrative, he tells Qihu that he has been taking care of Qihu's son for him, and has a plan to return him to the Jing kingdom, to reunite with his birth father. Qihu stands up very slowly, his movements calculated. He looks down at the kneeling Wuershan, his face devoid of emotion. Coldly, he tells Wuershan that he should reward him, his hand reaching for the hilt of his sword. Wuershan's head remains bowed. Otherwise, he would have seen the expression on Qihu's face. He pretends he wasn't expecting a reward, but he doesn't so much as mention the 10,000 taels award. Qihu asks him if he was the cause of Li Qing's wounds. Wudershan rises from his prone position, proudly admitting that he intended to beat up Li Qing within an inch of his life. Wudershan just shot himself in the foot twice. Qihu lets out a humorless chuckle, the expression on his face unreadable. Coldly, he tells Wudershan that he shall grant him 10,000 taels of gold for finding the one he is looking for. Raising his sword, he tells Wudershan to enjoy the 10,000 gold reward in the afterlife. Qihu's sword swings down to everyone's horror. Wudershan's head drops on the floor. Pixingshu and the servants bear witness to the violence. Pixingshu scolds Qihu for not hesitating to end one's life. Qihu shakes his sword to rid it of blood. Sheathing his bloody sword, he tells Pixingshu that causing harm to Li Qing is enough to warrant a death sentence. Running his mouth with all the filthy things he said about Li Qing guarantees him death more times than one could count. Pixingshu understands where he is coming from, but reminds Qihu that he is in another country's territory, and Pixingshu has recently awarded the man a noble title. Proper due process should have been carried out. With his sword in place, his face splattered with Wudershan's blood, Qihu tells him that he was not able to wait. Li Qing shakes from where he is slumped on the floor. He notes that Qihu has not changed at all. He is as reckless and impulsive as ever. With shaking legs, he tries to stand up, calling for Xingshu. Pixingshu quickly ran to him, apologizing for being late. Tears of joy ran down his face at hearing Pixingshu's voice. Pixingshu could no longer help himself. He hugs Li Qing tightly, happy that he's alive. Qihu startles at the sight. He turns towards the two men hugging, his face looking dangerous. Pixingshu apologizes to Li Qing for failing to realize he had been trapped in Lulin and for not protecting him from harm. Li Qing answers that he's okay, he's happy as long as he gets to see Pixingshu. Pixingshu sweetly tells Li Qing that had he been more vigilant, he could have prevented Li Qing from enduring such hardship in Lulin. Off to their side, Qihu seethes with jealousy. "Oh no, that look spells trouble. You guys know he just decapitated someone, right?" Li Qing used to sweetly call Qihu by his given name, but it is Pixingshu who gets the old sweet treatment. Jealousy eats at his black heart as he watches his ex-husband and rival flirt with each other. The two lovebirds finally parted. Pixingshu asks Li Qing how he came to Lulin on his own. Li Qing tells them that he will tell them the story later. Meanwhile, Qihu tries to guide Li Qing, but Li Qing ignores him as he makes his way to a bundle on the floor. The bundle cocoons a baby, whom Li Qing carefully picks up from the floor. He shows them to the two royals and introduces the baby as Guangsheng, a baby from the woman who saved his life in the casket. He presents the baby to Pixingshu and asks him to describe the baby's appearance. Pixingshu readily obliges, telling him that the baby resembles Li Qing. Li Qing is surprised by this answer and asks Pixingshu if he likes the baby. Pixingshu answers that he likes whatever Li Qing likes. Taking a cloak from a maid, Pixingshu tells Li Qing that they should head over to the palace to treat Li Qing's wounds. He throws the cloak over Li Qing's shoulder and escorts him out. Qihu feels out of place from where he stands as he watches Li Qing hold a baby. With Pixingshu hovering over Li Qing, the three look like a happy family. The image displeases Qihu. Even if Li Qing is cold to him, he refuses to back down. Pixingshu assigns Li Qing the most lavish guest room his palace could offer. 3 servants are assigned to ensure his comfort. Pixingshu attends to Li Qing's every need, even tucking him into the expansive bed. Finally, Li Qing falls asleep. Assured that Li Qing is safe, Pixingshu leaves the room to allow him to rest. He finds Qihu outside the room. Qihu asks if Li Qing has fallen asleep. Even with Pixingshu's affirmative answer, Qihu wants to go in and check. Pixingshu blocks him. This action annoys Qihu. Just because Li Qing trusts him, Pixingshu has been acting like Li Qing's protector, a role that Qihu coveted. He believes that Li Qing will forgive him soon. Pixingshu insists that Li Qing is physically and emotionally drained, and that Qihu should let him rest. However, Qihu insists on being by Li Qing's side. Pixingshu stands his ground, insisting that Qihu would disturb Li Qing's sleep. This reply angers Qihu. Acting more aggressively, he demands that Pixingshu get out of his way. Shoving Pixingshu out of the way, he moves towards the door to open it. From behind him, Pixingshu reminds him of the bet they made. Qihu tells him that the deal is off since they both found Li Qing at the same time. Therefore, he did not lose. Pixingshu trembles in anger at the perceived unfairness. He insists that he found Wu Zhi'er's house. Qihu turns to him in challenge. He reminds Pixingshu that it was he who recognized Li Qing's handwriting. Therefore, Pixingshu should not act as if he won. Pixingshu shakes in anger, feeling as if Qihu has cheated him. Realizing that there's no point in reasoning with Qihu, he lets out a sigh. Pixingshu tells him that they should let Li Qing decide. It is now Qihu's turn to seethe with anger. Pixingshu knows that Li Qing would rather suffer than accept Qihu's help. Pixingshu asks Qihu if he's scared. Poking at Qihu's chest, he points out that Qihu has already lost. He lost Li Qing's love a long time ago, back in that fateful day when Li Qing asked for a divorce in Jing's court. He mocks Qiyu that even if he is the son of heaven, he would not always get what he wants. Qiyu slaps the hand poking him. He tells Pei Xingshu that he would not fall for his provocation. Pei Xingshu realizes that Qiyu is no longer the same person he used to be. He is calmer and more calculated than he was 3 days ago. Qiyu tells him that his demeanor is not the only thing that has changed. He tells Pei Xingshu that he is also willing to give up everything for Li Qing. These words hang heavy between the two men. Qiyu announces that he will change Li Qing's mind and warns Pei Xingshu not to even attempt to take Li Qing away from him. The following morning, Li Qing wakes to Pei Xingshu, asking him if he's feeling better. Li Qing tells him that he is indeed feeling better. Pei Xingshu helps him get up. Glad that Li Qing is getting better, he insists on staying in Lulan to recover soon. Li Qing admits that he likes Lulan. The country is peaceful, with a denser population than the crowded streets of the Jing kingdom. Pei Xingshu tells him that if Lulan is to Li Qing's liking, then he should stay in Lulan forever. Li Qing tells him that he had planned to stay in Lulan for a while, thinking that Li Qing feels indebted to him. Pei Xingshu insists that he's not making this offer because he loves Li Qing. Pei Xingshu looks at him in earnest. Finally, he drops the question that would change Li Qing's life. He asks Li Qing to marry him. He places Li Qing's hand on his chest to make him feel his sincerity. He asks Li Qing to be his queen and to spend their lives together in peace. He even promises to raise Guangsheng as his own son. Li Qing thinks Pei Xingshu's offer is ideal. However, he's still hung up on Qiyu and isn't ready to open his heart to anyone. Li Qing takes back the hand pressed to Pei Xingshu's chest. He warns Xingshu that he may never love him the way he loved Qiyu. Pei Xingshu does not care. Li Qingshu places his hands over his chest to protect his feelings. He tells Xingshu that love cannot be forced. You can force yourself to care for someone constantly, but that does not always lead to love. He acknowledges that Xingshu's love is true and honest, but Li Qing does not deserve it. Thinking that Li Qing is someone who always puts others' feelings first before his own, Pei Xingshu decides not to force Li Qing further. He will wait to hear his answer when he is ready. That night, Li Qing wakes up shivering. The door to his room is ajar, which is probably what's causing the cold breeze to enter Li Qing's chambers. Li Ying stands up from his bed, wondering if the strong wind caused the door to open. Barefoot, Li Qing navigates blindly in his room, heading in the direction of the door. In the dark room, he bumps into something hard, and he lets out a grunt of surprise. The thing blocking his path wrapped its arms around him. Finally, a familiar voice calls his name. It is Qiyu. Li Qing asks him what he's doing, and Qiyu says he came because he remembers that Li Qing gets cold easily and that the cold nights in the western region are not good for him. Whispering sultry in Li Qing's ears, he tells him that he came to sleep with Li Qing. Li Qing shivers as Qiyu's warm breath hits his ears. He shouts at Qiyu that he does not need him to warm his bed, but Qiyu is undeterred. He lifts up Li Qing and carries him to the expansive bed. He insists that Li Qing needs a bedmate. He jumps on the bed with Li Qing still in his arms. Once settled, Li Qing lies trapped on top of Qiyu. Qiyu tells Li Qing that he wants to keep him warm. Li Qing visibly shivers, but this time it is not from the cold. Qiyu asks him if he's cold. Holding Li Qing's hand, he notices that his fingers are swollen from the cold, an indication of Li Qing's poor health. He offers to warm up Li Qing's bed, so that Li Qing can sleep well. Yeah, right, you just want to keep him warm. Li Qing tells him to stop acting weird and calls out Qiyu for pretending to be drunk. Realizing that he won't be able to fool Li Qing, he tries to get Li Qing to listen to him. Li Qing shakes in anger, and he finally gathers enough strength to lift himself off Qiyu. He warns him that if he insists on staying, he will call the guards. He starts to count backward from 3. Qiyu insists he has no malicious intent. He only wants to keep Li Qing warm. At the count of 2, he insists that Li Qing should treat him like a hot water bottle. Finally, the countdown turns warm, but before Li Qing could scream, Qiyu shuts him up by kissing him. When they finally part, Li Qing haltingly tells him to leave. Li Qing tries to catch his breath mingling with Qiyu's. Before he could protest, Qiyu turned the tide and pushed Li Qing down on the bed. Now that he is on top of him, he kisses Li Qing some more, intertwining their fingers together. A surge of anger, shame, and disgust envelops him. He bites down hard on Qiyu's lips to stop him. Qiyu lets out an angry hiss, not believing that Li Qing would actually bite him. Li Qing clenches his fist and tries to get up. He asks Qiyu angrily whether he thought Li Qing was only playing hard to get. Qiyu looks at him softly while he tells Li Qing that he misses him so much, as if all his strength had left him. He slumps onto Li Qing, putting most of his weight on him. He kept on repeating that he misses Li Qing so much, he nearly went crazy while looking for Li Qing. He's never missed anyone this much in the past. He tells Li Qing that he finally understands what poems often describe as longing. He tells Li Qing that losing him was unbearable. Li Qing tells him to get off of him and to stop clinging to him like some drunkard. Qiyu does not move from his position. Instead, he presses his nose against Li Qing's neck, sniffing his scent, taking it all in. He tells Li Qing he's not leaving and wants to stay close to him. Li Qing tries to push him off, accusing Qiyu of being shameless. He spitefully asks Qiyu if he thinks that he could do whatever he wants. Qiyu insists he knows Li Qing would not be willing and promises to be gentle so as not to hurt him. He reaches down to undo the ties on Li Qing's robe. Li Qing screams at him that being gentle is not the main point. He tells Qiyu that if he's going to act lasciviously, then he should call for a brothel woman or slave to help him. He shouldn't bother Li Qing with his dirty needs. Qiyu does not leave. He tells Li Qing that he only wants to stay close to him and does not want anyone else. His words do not melt Li Qing. Instead, it made him angrier. He tells Qiyu that there's no way in hell that he would sleep with him. He tells Qiyu that he finds him dirty because he has slept with so many others. Qiyu momentarily steps back in surprise. Sporting a bleeding lower lip, he notes that Li Qing had minded his lack of loyalty and asked him why he never mentioned it before. Of course he minded. He's your husband. Li Qing was speechless. Qiyu takes advantage of Li Qing's surprise. Qiyu pushes him further down on the bed. Li Qing coldly tells him that they have nothing to do with each other, so Li Qing's words should never concern Qiyu. Not that it did before. Acting as if he is the one who is being wronged, Qiyu tells Li Qing that he shouldn't be cold towards him again. Reaching down, he parts Li Qing's collar, exposing his smooth collarbone and chest. Li Qing cusses at him to stop him. Leaning down, his face close to Li Qing's exposed chest, Qiyu tells him that he does not believe that Li Qing could easily forget him. He does not believe that Li Qing has lost all his love for him. I think torture is an effective way of making someone lose all their love for you. Li Qing shivers in a mixture of hate and disgust. Li Qing's hand claws tightly on the sheets in an attempt to ground himself. Finally, hot tears flow down the side of his face uncontrollably. Qiyu finally stops, raising his body up to take a good look at Li Qing's quivering form. He mistook Li Qing's shivers for want and taunted him that he was right all along. Li Qing still cares for him. He stops. The moonlit night reflects Li Qing's true feelings. His clothes were disheveled, his eyes and face soaked with tears. He had a distant look, attempting to disengage from the situation. Qiyu finally understands as he calls for his love's name. The silence that follows feels so sharp that it could cut like a knife. Finally, feeling guilty, Qiyu pulls himself away from Li Qing. Meanwhile, Li Qing stays prone on the bed, silently watching Qiyu. With his eyes soaked in tears, he looks up at Qiyu, taunting him. He asks him why he'd stopped. Qiyu tells him that he did what he did because he only wants to prove that Li Qing still loves him. His answers made Li Qing grit his teeth in disgust. Gathering his strength, he pushes Qiyu off him. He asks Qiyu how he views Li Qing. Clearly, he thinks that Li Qing is just a plaything that he could come back to whenever he's bored. Qiyu denies this. Li Qing does not buy it. Qiyu never treated anyone as a real person. He just assumes that people would move around him, would do his bidding obediently, without any care for their feelings. Li Qing admits he is human with feelings and desires, but he would give himself only to someone he loves. At the time being, Qiyu is not worthy of his love. Li Qing's words hurt Qiyu more than he thought they would. Hearing that Li Qing no longer loves him is something that he just cannot accept. He grabs Li Qing by the shoulders, shaking him. He reminds Li Qing that he promised to love only Qiyu in this lifetime and never to leave him. Alarmed, he asks Li Qing if he's fallen in love with Pi Xingshu. He insists that Li Qing and Pi Xingshu were just pretending to be in love to make him jealous. Li Qing tells him that he's not pretending. Qiu Qing's love is sincere. Otherwise, he would not willingly save Li Qing at the cost of his own life. Now that Li Qing is divorced, he and Pi Qiu could get married, fulfilling his promise to his savior. Qiu's world crashes down around him at Li Qing's words. He accuses Li Qing of lying to him to get rid of him. Li Qing continues to mock him. He tells Qiu that he will see for himself that everything Li Qing says is true when he attends their wedding and drinks the celebratory wine with them. With Qiu's forcefulness, Li Qing was forced to make a quick decision. Qiu looks crushed as he repeats Li Qing's name. With his head down, tears fall from his eyes and he asks Li Qing how he could act so coldly. Seeing Qiu cry almost made Li Qing's heart melt. As a mix of emotions overwhelms him, Li Qing's hand shakes. He scolds himself for wanting to give in. However, he restrains himself. Coldly, he tells Qiu to ask himself why Li Qing is so cold. Acting like a discarded child, Qiu reaches for Li Qing's ask. He asks whether Li Qing no longer wants him or no longer cares for him. Li Qing was the only one who really loved him. There are very few people who genuinely care for him. Li Qing asks him what's there to pity about the Son of Heaven who has the adoration of the masses, whether he deserves it or not. Qiu answers that only the Emperor and the Empress care for him. The others are just there to flatter him. while others are just waiting for him to fall. Li Qing is the only one who truly loves him and sincerely wants him to succeed and become a wise king. He insists that he'd changed. He did everything he could to find Li Qing and endured the journey. He asked Li Qing how he could leave him now. Gather, Li Qing coldly pushes him off. Li Qing tells him that no, he will not make the same mistake again. He would not get back with the person who hurt him so much that he felt stripped down to his very core. He asks how Q could say that he's changed. He tells Q that he's only thinking about himself. Q insists that Li Qing will not make the mistake of choosing him, for he has truly changed. He demands that Li Qing give him one more chance to prove he is a different person now. Li Qing does not want to hear any more of his fake groveling. Q threatens that if Li Qing pushes him too far, he might do something that they would both regret. The two face each other on the bed. Q warns him that there's nothing he could not do when cornered. Li Qing seethes at his answer. Calming them, Li Qing can't help but treat him like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. Looking at Li Qing's nonchalant expression takes the bite out of Qi's words. He tells Li Qing he will not let him marry Pei Xing and insists he will do anything to stop them. Li Qing decides not to pay him any mind. He tells Qi that if he's done talking, he should leave him alone so he can rest. Qi tries to protest, but Li Qing covers himself with the blanket and rolls on the bed to sleep. Dejected, Qi gets off the bed. He has more to say but decides not to push Li Qing further. His mind made up, he will wait until Li Qing changes his mind. Hush! When morning came, a soft voice beckoned Li Qing to wake. A hand softly shakes him, pulling him from his slumber. Li Qing finally opens his eyes. He remembers that Qi came to his room last night, and was glad that he did not dream of Qi at long last. Pei Xing playfully pinched his nose to fully wake him. He tells Li Qing that the weather is nice that day, and Li Qing should get out to breathe in some fresh air. Li Qing hides under the covers, insisting that he wants to sleep more. The warm blanket keeps the cold breeze away, and he'd rather bundle in. Pei Xing tells him he can sleep in for half an hour. Li Qing negotiates to let him sleep in for 1 hour, but he is no match for Pei Xing. Pei Xing explains that too much sleep would make Li Qing have a headache. Huddled in the warm bed, Li Qing agrees. Pei Xing brings Li Qing to an area with sparsely growing trees. Accompanying them are 6 guards, standing at attention on both sides. Li Qing asks where they are and why there are so many people with them. Pei Xing tells him they are near a frozen lake. The lake is the moat around Lulan capital, where kids play on the ice and locals fish. Li Qing is surprised by their way of life. He asks if the fisherman stands on the lake and if the ice is thick enough to support their weight. Pei Xing leads him to carefully stand on the ice. Once assured that he would not fall into the water, he stoops down to feel the ice beneath his feet. Looking up, he tells Pei Xing that back home the rivers would freeze during winter, but the ice was not thick enough to support people. Anyone who steps on it would fall into the water. When they were young, Jun Qi fell into a hole in the ice. The scared and weak Li Qing could only cry and scream for help. Once Qi was saved, he yelled at Li Qing for being a coward, pretending that being under the ice did not scare him one bit. However, Li Qing could see right through him. He knew that Qi was afraid and that he was only pretending to be brave. Li Qing laughs at the fond memory, while Pei Xing takes his cold hand between his dole. The branches rustle along with the soft breeze. Li Qing opens up more to Pei Xing. He tells him more about his childhood when he would keep to himself, surrounded by books and scrolls. He would only play when Qi dragged him out. He explains that all his happy childhood memories are because of Qi. Pei Xing was understanding. He tells Li Qing that his opening up about Qi shows he is now willing to let Li Qing go. Standing up with Pei Xing's help, Li Qing asks him if he really does not mind. Pei Xing tells Li Qing that he only cherished the boy who came to play with him. But now that Pei Xing is in his life, he promises to make Li Qing fall in love with him, and that they will share their life together. He says this while holding Li Qing's face in his hands. Li Qing touches his hands, asking if he's ever been in love so that he could say sweet words naturally. Pei Xing leans in, explaining that his words sound natural because they come from his deep feelings for Li Qing. That was smooth. Marry this guy already. Li Qing giggles and accuses Pei Xing of being a natural, hopeless romantic. He encourages him to write romance books and poems so others can learn from him. Pei Xing replies that he could be a teacher of romance and make a mark in history. Li Qing warns him that his suave attitude would be a bad influence on Guangsheng. Pei Xing laughs openly at Li Qing's remark. Li Qing holds Pei Xing's hands. The gesture makes Pei Xing's heart skip a beat, and he holds his breath in anticipation. He utters Li Qing's name as he thinks that this is the first time that Li Qing has held his hand. Li Qing looks at him fondly, asking about their wedding date. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Pei Xing looks like he is about to have a heart attack. Li Qing asks what date they should choose for their wedding. Pei Xing cannot believe his ears. He repeats Li Qing's words, trying to grasp whether what he is hearing is real. Looking like a boy who received an Xbox at Christmas, he asks Li Qing if he really wanted to marry him. Li Qing tells him yes. Li Qing's heart is at ease. The decision to marry Pi Xingshu is not an impulsive one, nor was it brought about by his need to take revenge on Qi Yu. If there's anyone in the world who's worthy of entrusting his heart and life to, it is none other than Pi Xingshu. Pi Xingshu tries to control his rapidly beating heart and takes a moment to calm down. He covers his face to avoid further embarrassment. His mind automatically shifted into wedding planning mode. He thinks of the Central Plains custom of parents arranging their children's weddings, and the traditions he should observe, including hiring a matchmaker, sending out 3 letters, giving 6 expensive gifts, and choosing a lucky date for the wedding. Li Qing tells him that they could skip all the formalities and get married soon. Li Qing's eagerness to marry him sets alarm bells in Pi Xingshu's ears. His excitement slightly dampened. He asks Li Qing whether he'd need more time to think things through. Li Qing tells him that they should not waste time. With Pi Xingshu's life shortened, they should hurry to get married. He then tells Pi Xingshu they should get married next year after the year-end celebrations have died down. Pi Xingshu touches his face. Bringing his face close enough to Li Qing that their foreheads touch, he agrees. Both birds flew as the two embraced, sealing their promise. Li Qing opens his eyes as he justifies to himself that this is the right choice. Pi Xingshu is warm and gentle. His love for Li Qing is deep. With this, he proves to himself that he can forget Qi Yu. However, his heart says otherwise. Even with making a promise to marry Pi Xingshu, he still could not bring himself to truly love him. Pi Xingshu is over the moon when they finally part. Upon looking at Li Qing's face, his expression changes. Li Qing has tears in his eyes as he looks up at his new fiancée. Pi Xingshu asks him if he still wants to get married. Li Qing desperately wanted to prove his heart wrong. He grabs Pi Xingshu's arms, closing the distance between them. He kisses Pi Xingshu on the lips. His action shocks Pi Xingshu. He tells Pi Xingshu that he loves him, but his hands quiver. He tries again, but his heart won't let him. Li Qing breaks down in tears, apologizes to Pi Xingshu, and tells him he tried his best to love him. He only asks for more time to completely forget Qi Yu. Pi Xingshu understands that it is not easy to stop yourself from loving someone. He assures Li Qing that it is not his fault, and Pi Xingshu is not mad at him. He holds Li Qing's face as he lets him sob pitifully. The overwhelming emotion made Li Qing's blood disease act up, and he started to bleed from his nose. The sight alarms Pi Xingshu, and Nan insist that they should return to the palace. Li Qing assures him that it is not serious, even joking that this is not enough to kill him. Pi Xingshu scolds him for joking about such things. Before they could reach their carriage, a horse gallops towards them. It is none other than Jun Qi Yu. With the agility of someone who grew up on horses, he jumps off his mighty steed. The look on his face could kill. Uh-oh. When Qi Yu is in this mood, heads would roll. Literally. He pushes Pi Xingshu off Li Qing. When he turns to his ex-husband, his expression turns to worry as he looks at the blood flowing freely down his nose. Pi Xingshu angrily steps forward to challenge him. Before he could get close, Qi Yu raised a dagger to his neck. He tells the accompanying guards not to move, otherwise he will harm them. Pi Xingshu could not believe his eyes. He tells Qi Yu that Li Qing's blood disease was triggered, and that they should take him to see a doctor right away. He tells Qi Yu to act more reasonably. Qi Yu fires back that ordinary doctors would not be able to help Li Qing. He's going to take Li Qing away to find the best cure. Putting the dagger back in his scabbard, he sweetly tells Li Qing that everything will be all right. Pi Xingshu insists that the only cure is blood castanche, a plant so rare that even with Lulan exerting all resources and deploying many men, only 2 pieces were found. He warns that taking Li Qing in his condition is tantamount to killing him. Qi Yu does not listen and runs off with Li Qing into the desert. As the scenery passes by, the sparse trees ominously loom around them, and Qi Yu vows to find the blood castanche. He believes that he could do anything. Wiping the blood off Li Qing's nose, he urges his ex-lover to trust him. The barren branches would rustle as they pass by. Li Qing struggles on the horse, trying to get away from the arms holding him hostage. He tells Qi Yu to stop as he wants to return to Pi Xingshu. He tells Qi Yu that he had promised Xingshu he would marry him next year. Qi Yu does not listen to his pleas. He just tells him to play nicely as he is ill at the moment. Li Qing tries to provoke him further. He tells Qi Yu that he'd rather die on Pi Xingshu's side rather than die before Qi Yu. Qi Yu does not answer, which annoys Li Qing. His anger is making his condition worse. Qi Yu tells him that he will no longer allow Li Qing to say ominous words. Li Qing finally snaps. He bites down hard on Qi Yu's hand until it bleeds. If only Li Qing had rabies. The bite does not seem to hurt Qi Yu. Instead, he observes that Li Qing's lips are cold and asks Li Qing if he feels cold. The response annoys Li Qing more. Sulking. Li Qing finally calms down. Qi Yu bundles up Li Qing in his cloak and tells him to sleep. Li Qing scoffs, believing that Qi Yu is only pretending to care. Tui stai. Qiyu ignores Li Qing's tantrums. His mind made up, he will do anything to make sure that Li Qing lives. Qiyu urged his horse to move faster. In 3 days' time, they reached the desert ruins. Qiyu places the tip of a pannier on Li Qing's mouth to help him hydrate. He apologizes to Li Qing for acting on his own and for taking him to this desolate place. He justifies his action by admitting that he could not watch Li Qing marry Pei Xingshu. The thought of completely losing Li Qing is too much for him to bear. He promises to find the blood sustanch for Li Qing and asks him to believe in him. Li Qing refuses to answer When Qiyu makes a move to touch him, Li Qing slaps his hand away. However, Qiyu insists that they huddle together to share warmth. Li Qing has had enough of Goling's overbearing attitude and pushes him away. Li Qing stands up in anger. He asks Qiyu if he thinks that Li Qing would take him back after enduring his constant pestering and honeyed words. Qiyu tries to say that it was not his intention, but decides not to continue. He then explains that Li Qing did not give him time to think through what he had done and regret it. He tells Li Qing that if he still hates him, he should stab Qiyu with a knife. Qiyu is willing to bear the pain if it makes Li Qing feel better. Li Qing looks at him menacingly. He takes the knife and tells Qiyu that he may take him up on the offer. Unsheathing the knife, he raises the knife above his head, declaring that Qiyu would meet his end if he does not quit demanding Li Qing's forgiveness. Qiyu is unfazed. He even looks apologetic, almost too meek. Qiyu's demeanor angers Li Qing more. Gritting his teeth, Li Qing throws the knife away. The knife hits the ground with a clang. Toyima hope surges in Qiyu's heart. He steps forward to Li Qing and happily concludes that since Li Qing cannot kill him, he must love him. Qiyu does not understand the difference between someone who's in love and someone who's just a decent human being. Li Qing looks up at him, his eyes full of venom. He tells Qiyu that it's not that he does not want to kill him. He's just smart enough to know that he won't survive in the desert by himself. Qiyu promises that if they don't find the blood sustanch, he will follow Li Qing in the afterlife. Li Qing laughs at him. He asks Qiyu why he's acting like the good guy now. He asks why Qiyu won't leave him alone. With Li Qing's life coming to an end, he should be allowed to live the rest of his life in peace, pouring all the hate he could muster into his words. He tells Qiyu how much he hates him. He tells him how much it hurts to know that the one he loves keeps choosing someone else over him. He tells Qiyu about what he felt when Qiyu implicated Li Qing's entire family. He tells Qiyu how much it hurt when he removed the hot rod brand from his arm. Qiyu is at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how much Li Qing hates him. Li Qing continues. He tells Qiyu that he wants to hate him to the core of his very being. However, Qiyu is the son of heaven. He could not harm the future emperor of the Jing kingdom. So Li Qing endured. Li Qing acted calm and nonchalant, not because he does not hate, but because he's not powerful enough to actually hate him. All the emotions that came pouring out are not good for Li Qing's health, and he starts to cough. To me, Rafi. Qiyu quickly sprang into action and held Li Qing. He allows Li Qing to heave and catch his breath. Once Li Qing calmed down, he told Li Qing to get some rest so he could have the strength to continue hating Qiyu. He offers Li Qing some food. He hands Li Qing a piece of osmanthus cake, but Li Qing slaps it from his hand, snapping for Qiyu not to touch him. Qiyu ignores Li Qing's protest and threatens to feed him with his mouth if he keeps up with his behavior. Can't you just leave him alone? Li Qing lets out an exasperated sigh. Nothing is going through Qiyu's head. He decides to just let him have his way to keep him from acting recklessly. Li Qing takes the osmanthus cake and nibbles on it. Satisfied, Qiyu watches him eat and tells him to rest as they shall resume their journey at the crack of dawn. Li Qing lies down near the fire. Even in his sleep, Qiyu won't stop bothering him. Qiyu hugs him from behind, their bodies too close for comfort. When morning came, Li Qing was awakened by the sound of a bell. He turns over from his slumber and asks who woke him up. Before he could finish his words, a hand sprang up to cover his mouth. To his surprise, it is Qiyu. Qiyu whispers that there are bandits nearby. He pressed Li Qing down so he could stay hidden. Standing up, Qiyu sneaks quietly to avoid alerting the bandits. The bandits are nearby, dragging along a few men with their hands tied. They are likely victims or potential slaves. The bandits sit atop camels, the ropes dragging the slaves along. One of the bandits notices something amiss. Crouching down, Qiyu signals for Li Qing to run. Thankfully, the two were able to get on Qiyu's horse and galloped away. A bandit notices them and orders the others to run after them. Qiyu urged his horse to run faster as the bandits drew their weapons. With his trusty warhorse, Qiyu was able to put some distance between them and the bandits, and was able to escape. When night came, they hid under a crevice to rest. He hugs Li Qing as they sleep to protect Li Qing from the cold desert night. While Li Qing sleeps, Qiyu laments the fact that all their resources have been depleted. Without food and water, Li Qing's condition turns for the worse. He does not even get the proper rest his body needs. Fearing that Li Qing would die in his sleep, he urges him to stay awake. Meanwhile, Li Qing is so thirsty that he begs for water. If Li Qing does not get any nourishment, he will surely die in this desert. Gritting his teeth, Qiu makes a decision. He puts Li Qing down against the crevice and slowly walks away, his shoulder hunched yet determined. Under the moonlight, Qiu walks towards his horse, a creature he fought battles with, the one he trusts more than his man. He pats the mighty steed on his head bowed in apology and regret. Desperation led him to do whatever it took to keep Li Qing alive. Later that night, he hands Li Qing a pannier. He tells Li Qing to drink the liquid inside, saying it is water. Although his face is riddled with guilt, Qiu watches Li Qing drink slash. Li Qing coughs, his lips laced with something red. Li Qing realizes that it was not water in the pannier, he just drank horse blood. Qiu must have slain his trusty horse to replenish their supply. With Li Qing too weak to walk, Qiu carries him on his back. Qiu trudges slowly in the desert. Li Qing opens his eyes and weakly calls Qiu. Qiu snaps back, asking Li Qing if he wanted to scold Qiu for recklessly endangering a sick person by brainlessly bringing him alone with meager supplies to the desert. Li Qing did not respond to his quip. Instead, he asked Qiu to put him down. Qiu finally puts Li Qing down. A canopy of sparsely leaved trees covers them. Li Qing wonders who Qiu really is. He wonders how someone as sentimental as Qiu could kill his prized horse, a partner that went through war with him, through journeys where there is little to no guarantee of survival. How could someone like him kill his horse with his own hands? He wonders if he should consider Qiu cold-blooded. Yet he would carry a dead weight like Li Qing across the desert. Li Qing decides to let Qiu go. He tells him he does not need to feel obligated to stay with Li Qing and that he should leave Li Qing behind. Li Qing tells Qiu to go on his own and to stop worrying about him. Qiu tells him to think about himself and not to worry about Qiu. Li Qing tells him that he's not worried about him. Li Qing is just too kind-hearted that he always puts his own sake before others. Qiu tells him that Li Qing must become a great ruler and insists that Li Qing return to the Jing kingdom with him. Li Qing tells him he can't help him. With his life nearing the end and his eyesight gone, he will be of little to no help. Li Qing has given up on finding the blood Qiu in this desolate desert, and it's no use talking about the future. Qiu tells him not to say such depressing things. He tells Qiu that he would never abandon Li Qing ever again. Qiu lifts Li Qing up on his back. He promises to get Li Qing out of the desert. Li Qing did not respond and allowed Qiu to carry him. In the barren desert, Qiu painstakingly carried Li Qing. Li Qing asks how long they've been stuck in the desert. Qiu answers that they've been in the desert for 9 days. Li Qing can't believe it's only been 9 days, as it feels like they've been stuck in the desert for a lifetime. Qiu insists that there will be more days ahead for them. He assures Li Qing that he will find a way to restore his eyes, and even if his eyesight does not return, Qiu will serve as his eyes. He promises to be Li Qing's legs and carry him on his back. Li Qing tells him that it's not what he wants. A heavy silence falls on them. Qiu breaks the silence with a sigh. He asks Li Qing to call him again by his given name. Li Qing does not respond. His silence alarmed Qiu, and after a beat he called Li Qing's name and put him down. He notices that Li Qing has been shivering. Qiu grits his teeth and makes a rash decision. He cuts his palm with his saber and drips a few drops of his blood to nourish Li Qing. Qiu is true to his promise to follow Li Qing if he does not make it. He would probably want to get to the afterlife first. Wrapping his arms around Li Qing, he succumbs to the darkness. Together they will go to the afterlife. Qiu wakes alarmed, and the first words he utters are Li Qing's name. Taking stock of his surroundings, he realizes that his hands are tied to his back. He is stunned to see Li Qing on the ground, his wrists bound as well. He calls Li Qing by name to confirm whether he's okay. Suddenly, a knife thrusts against his face, threatening to cut him. One of the bandits pursuing them before appears menacingly in front of him, calling them beasts from the capital. The bandit decides to leave Qiu alone for now and went stooped down to check out Li Qing. Turning Li Qing on his back, he uses the handle of a knife to raise his chin. The bandit marvels at Li Qing's beauty, commenting that the crown princess of the Jing kingdom is indeed beautiful. The other bandits are stunned, confused about how a man could be a crown princess. Baffled by Li Qing's gender, they wonder if he's really a man. Upon closer inspection, they notice that Li Qing lacks ample bosoms, which should make him male. The lead bandit tells them that they could satisfy their curiosity by removing Li Qing's clothes. These words alarm Qiu. Boiling with rage, he shouted at the bandits to stop. The bandits lazily looked at him, not at all concerned by Qiu's outburst, treating him almost like a child having a tantrum. The lead bandit ignores him. Instead, he tauntingly raises his finger in the air as if having a bright idea. He wonders aloud how the crown prince of the Jing kingdom would react if they stripped his crown princess in front of him. He wonders what the crown prince will do. Eager to see Li Qing's body, the other bandits grabbed him, shedding the fine robes that modestly covered Li Qing. Li Qing lies weakly on the ground. He has no strength to fight. He closes his eyes, hoping that this nightmare will be over soon. Qiu calls out Li Qing's name in desperation and calls for the bandits to stop. His eyes were dark with repressed rage. Finally, having had enough, he screams for them to stop. His bloodshot eyes glare down at the bandits, but alas, he cannot move to save Li Qing from this humiliation. The lead bandit asks Qiyu if the high and mighty prince of the Jing kingdom ever thought that he would one day be captured by bandits. The bandit revealed that he was from a country that Qiyu once invaded. Without remorse, Qiyu slaughtered everyone in their country and took their women. With Qiyu in their hands, they are finally able to take their revenge. The bandit raised Li Qing up so Qiyu could see him. His chest is exposed, his face pitiful and scared. The lead bandit tells Qiyu that Li Qing would serve as ample payment for the humiliation they suffered. Qiyu grits his teeth in anger, his face contorted with a rage, his jaw tight. He snarls at the bandit to stop and not touch Li Qing. He swore to make it up to them and asked what they wanted. Qiyu entices them with lots of money, even offering to make them lords of a land. The other two bandits are visibly moved. The offers are far too tempting. The lead bandits angrily bring them down from their stupor. He warns the others not to fall for Qiyu's lies. To him, Qiyu is a demon, and all that comes out of his mouth are empty promises. Qiyu insists that he will keep his word as long as they don't harm Li Qing. He is willing to give them anything. Anything. That one word sparks the bandits' interest. Qiyu insists there's nothing he can't do. The key bandit is amused. His face contorts menacingly as he tells Qiyu to kneel. Taken aback by his answer, Qiyu did not expect that of all things the bandit would ask him to do something so humiliating. The lead bandit wanted to test his sincerity and asked Qiyu to kneel and kowtow before them. Qiyu realizes the bandits are keeping him alive to humiliate him. The bandit asks him whether Qiyu ever thought about karma. Qiyu once raided their country and kidnapped their women. Their fates have been brutal. He asks if Qiyu ever thought that the same thing could happen to his crown princess, that his crown princess could be humiliated and passed around like the women Qiyu kidnapped. Qiyu looks up at them in recognition. Qiyu were alone, he would not entertain these bandits at all. He would prefer death over being humiliated. He would kowtow nor beg them. Qiyu looks at Li Qing, who already suffered so much because of him. He remembers how Li Qing knelt before his pavilion on their wedding night, begging him to join him. Back then, Li Qing set aside his pride and begged Qiyu to consummate their marriage. He did all that because he loved him. Now that he is on the verge of choosing between love and pride, Qiyu finally understands how much Li Qing loved him. Li Qing endured a lot just to have Qiyu by his side. This time, Qiyu vows not to let these bandits humiliate Li Qing. He will not let his pride get in the way. With his head bowed, Qiyu agrees to the bandits' demand. He tells them to untie him so he can kneel and kowtow properly. His answer shocks the lead bandit, but he remains suspicious of Qiyu. He asks Qiyu if he is trying to trick them. Qiyu is a master of martial arts. He could try to escape after he is untied. Qiyu taunts them for being afraid of him, even though there are 3 of them. He points out that if they dare to ask him to bow down, they should be gutsy enough to untie him. The 2 other bandits chant childishly for Qiyu to kneel. The lead bandit raises his hand to silence the other 2 and orders them to only remove the robes wrapped around Qiyu's legs, so they could see if he would follow through with his promise. One of the bandits uses a knife to untie the rope from Qiyu's ankles, while chanting for Qiyu to kneel, demanding that he atone for all the people he killed. Qiyu does not hesitate. He kneels down, his head bowed and his eyes closed. The bandits rejoice at seeing the mighty son of heaven down on his knees. They jeer and laugh jovially. Qiyu bows his head. However, Qiyu is not one to give up easily. Now that his legs are unbound, he squirms and flexes his hands to loosen the rope that binds him from behind. The lead bandit mocks him for having no backbone. He tells Qiyu that he expected more from him, given his terrifying reputation. He could not believe that Qiyu would kneel because of a man. He recounted a quote he heard from the Central Plains. The quote depicts a hero falling for a beauty. He remarks that the crown prince is no exception and laughs. Qiyu looks up at him, but he no longer looks defeated. He is determined and ready to pounce. He successfully loosened the rope binding his wrists and abruptly stood up to attack the lead bandit. Grabbing a handful of dust, he throws it at the bandit's eyes, momentarily blinding him. Before the lead bandit could understand what was going on, Qiyu jumped up high in the air, ready to deliver a blow. He looks down at them menacingly as he bears down on them. This is what they have to suffer through for even daring to hurt Li Qing. To Qiyu, they all deserve to die for what they did. Qiyu's eyes are unforgiving as he looks down at his target. The lead bandit looks up in shock, his eyes wide and fearful. Qiyu slams his knee down on the man's face, grabbing the other's head to create more impact. The bandit reaches for his sword, but Qiyu would not give him a chance to fight back. Qiyu pushes the bandit down so that he is lying face down on the ground. With Qiyu's body weighing the man down, Qiyu grabs for the man's knife. Manhandling the bandit into an upright position, he raised him by the scruff of his neck, the knife poised to stab the bandit. Qiyu positions himself behind the bandit, the tip of the knife pointed at the bandit's jugular. He reminds them of a quote from the western regions. The quote warns against provoking a hungry animal, as it would be more vicious than any predator. The lead bandit sweats in fear of what Kiyu would do. Kiyu mocks the bandit for not taking their country's teaching to heart. Kiyu warns the other bandits that he would not hesitate to harm his hostage. The lead bandit orders the others not to move. Now that he's taken the upper hand, Kiyu finally managed to free Li Qing, stealing a horse from the bandits. He ties the lead bandit to the horse, forcing him to run as the horse gallops. Daryl told him the long journey led to a vast frozen place. The snow-dusted mountains loom ahead of them, underneath cloudy skies. In front of them is a frozen lake, the chill in the air unforgiving. Kiyu announces that they have reached Silly Lake and that the sacred mountain is just ahead. He excitedly asks Li Qing if he could see it. Li Qing looks up, but his eyes do not share the same excitement and hope as Kiyu's. He answers that he could only see the colors of the surroundings and remarks that it would have been a beautiful scene. Kiyu hugs him from behind, telling him that Li Qing would definitely love the view. Li Qing smiles, his chapped lips an indication that his health is going downhill. He asks Kiyu to be his eyes and describe how tall the sacred mountain is. Kiyu answers that the mountain must be 1,000 miles tall. Kiyu notices that Li Qing no longer talks to him in a spiteful tone. He is now calm, almost serene. It must mean that he does not regard Kiyu as the enemy, at least at the moment. A grunt from behind breaks the calm atmosphere, and Kiyu looks back to see the bandits struggling to keep up. Kiyu decides that it is time to get rid of the deadweight. Getting off the horse, he tells Li Qing to wait. Grabbing the bandit by the hair, he tells him that he could not forgive him for harming Li Qing. He harshly pulls the man's hair back, forcing him to look up at him. He tells him that he no longer has a use for him. The bandit begs Kiyu not to kill him. Li Qing calls Kiyu's name gently. Kiyu immediately turns to face him, reminding him that he would never let anyone who harms Li Qing get away. He tells Li Qing that if he lets the bandit go, he will surely come back to take revenge. Li Qing seems unbothered as he hums to himself. He tells Kiyu that there's no need to rush and asks him to spare the bandit's life for now. Kiyu hesitates. Li Qing reasons that they could continue using the bandit as a hostage in case they run into other tribes in the western region. He tells Kiyu that this bandit is part of the royal family of the Yili kingdom and is related to Hunmur. The bandit is shocked by what he heard and demands to know how Li Qing knew. Atop his horse, Li Qing looks down at the bandit calmly. He tells him Hunmur's real name and explains that he heard the other bandits refer to this man by his family name, Yilin. Hunmur shares the same last name, so they must be brothers. The bandit Yilin swears that his brother would never tell anyone his real name, especially not to the crown princess, his mortal enemy. Kiyu intervenes by slapping Yilin's face. He tells Yilin that he should shut his trap, as he should be grateful that they are letting him leave. Kiyu looks up at Li Qing and tells him he will follow his advice. Lumpoit, they continue with their journey. Meanwhile, Yilin trudged behind them, still tied to the horse. Kiyu describes everything he sees to Li Qing, even comparing the place to the heavenly palace. Li Qing replies that since the place is so beautiful, they should stay a while to admire the view. Kiyu counters that they should continue with their journey as they are very close to the sacred mountain. He is eager to find the blood Galastanchi as soon as possible. Li Qing asks him what the point is. Kiyu falters in his answer, suddenly unsure. He tells Li Qing that since it is a sacred mountain, it must grant their wish. There must be a reason why people worship the mountain. Li Qing shivers, however, it is not due to the cold. He smiles up at Kiyu and asks him to stay in the clearing as it is warm. Li Qing insists that a day won't set them back too much and that he would like to enjoy the warm weather. He looks up at Kiyu pleadingly and willingly takes his hand. It is the look that Kiyu can't resist. Kiyu finally agrees. His eagerness is no match for Li Qing's sweet face. Li Qing. When night came, they set up a campfire to keep themselves warm. Kiyu turns to Li Qing to ask him if he's feeling better. Li Qing looks down shyly and answers that he is indeed feeling well. Kiyu remarks that Li Qing's complexion is better than before. Li Qing is astonished and realizes that he feels refreshed and revitalized. He is normally very sleepy and tired, but now he feels very energetic. Kiyu kicks him in delight, telling Li Qing that he was right all along. Coming to the sacred mountain was the right decision. They didn't even need the blood Costanche. Just being near the mountain has already brought them its blessings. Yugo says very too hind to viri which are what to the fails. Even with his eyes blind, Li Qing feels that this place is so familiar. A sense of déjà vu overcomes him. It's as if he's been here before. He must have lived in these snowy mountains in his past life, and perhaps the sacred mountain is bestowing upon him its blessings. The two sit together in that clearing, admiring the sacred mountain beyond. In that moment, they are back to being friends. Just Li Qing and Kiyu sitting side by side. Kiyu stands up and tells Li Qing to wait for him while he gets some food and water. Li Qing agrees. Yilin takes this opportunity to speak to the crown princess. He points out that Li Qing and Hunmur must be enemies. Li Qing did not deny it. Yilin asks why Hunmur would tell Li Qing his name if they were enemies. There is no way that Hunmur would reveal his name to an enemy. He would only relay his name to someone he trusts. Li Qing looks at him and answers that Hunru must have trusted him to some extent. I guess it's one of those times when you know your enemy better than your friends, and you kinda trust them because you know them well. Li Qing contemplates that maybe it's because Hunru was so lonely. As his life comes to an end, he needed someone to remember his name. He remembers Hunru slumped in the dank cell, looking defeated. He tells Li Qing that he had nearly forgotten his name. He reveals to Li Qing that his real name is Nikoi Yigor, which translates to Noble Moon in the Central Plains language. The name carries his father's wish for him. Li Qing looks at Yelan and asks for his given name. Yelan answers that his name is Yelan Sujiao. He explains that he was named after the epic guardian of the sacred mountain. Flustered, he tells Li Qing that he only trusts him with his name because Hunru clearly trusted him. Yelan observes Li Qing and notices that even though he was born into nobility, he is neither haughty nor arrogant. He observes that Li Qing's demeanor is calm and cool yet not indifferent, which makes him feel approachable. Judging Li Qing's appearance, he remarks that Li Qing is indeed the most beautiful person he's ever met. However, his sickness somewhat diminishes his beauty, and he wonders if he would look more radiant once he recovers. With these thoughts, Yelan looks away, blushing. Suddenly, Li Qing's pale body is racked with a fit of coughing, and Yelan asks if he's okay. Li Qing nonchalantly remarks that he must be dying soon. Yelan looks up at him, surprised, put off by Li Qing's indifference to his own mortality. Li Qing looks at him pointedly, explaining that dying is better than being sick all the time. Li Qing observes that he feels a burst of energy today, but he knows it will not last. He wonders if this is the last stroke of energy that people describe when they are close to death. Li Qing wonders if this is the gods' final show of mercy. As the embers die in their makeshift camp, Qiyu comes back to tuck Li Qing under his coat. He tells Li Qing to go to bed early. Li Qing complains that he does not feel sleepy and wants to chat with Qiyu. Qiyu delightedly obliges him, as it is rare for Li Qing to initiate a conversation with him. The two lay side by side underneath the starry sky, cushioned only by wet grass. Li Qing asks him if he remembers the first time they met. Qiyu was sure it happened on the first day of the academy, when Li Qing was assigned the seat next to Qiyu. Li Qing corrects him. He tells him that he met Qiyu for the first time during Qiyu's first birthday party. Qiyu tells Li Qing that it shouldn't count because they were too young to remember their first encounter. Li Qing reveals that he remembers it very well. Qiyu does not believe him. There's no way a 3-year-old would remember what happened at that age. Li Qing explains. He does not remember many things from his youth, but for some reason he remembers the day he met Qiyu. He tells Qiyu that it was the same day that he was adopted by the Song family. That day he saw a richly dressed toddler crawling on the ground and clinging to him. The toddler would not let him go, even biting him when he resisted. The boy even wet himself and cried. Qiyu remarks that his father never told him about wetting his pants that day. Li Qing tells him that it was all to protect his image. Li Qing continues to reminisce. He tells Qiyu that he immediately recognized him when they met again at the academy. Qiyu asks him why he never told him, and why Li Qing was afraid of him back then. Because you were a bully. Li Qing looked at him as if he were stupid. Li Qing explains that anyone would be scared of Qiyu after beating the bullies. Qiyu was a menace, and no one was safe from his bullying. Li Qing snickered as he remembered how Qiyu's father, Empress Shen Yu, would spank Qiyu for misbehaving. Qiyu was so embarrassed that he would ask Li Qing to put ointment on his butt whenever his father spanked him. Looking up blindly towards the sparkly skies, Li Qing confesses that he was the happiest when they were young. Qiyu sits up holding Li Qing's hand. He promises Li Qing happier days. Now that he has learned his lesson, he will treat Li Qing better, and will not let any hardship befall him. Li Qing looks at him, his face soft. He thinks that Qiyu is not only capable of harsh words, but he can also be sweet when he wants to. Raising his hand to touch his face, he asks Qiyu what kind of crown princess he would choose when Li Qing dies. Li Qing looks at him seriously, wondering what the new crown princess will be like. His question annoys Qiyu and tells Li Qing that he will not let him ask it again. Li Qing insists that he wants to know. He tells Qiyu that the scenario is only hypothetical. Qiyu answers that if Li Qing dies, he will not marry again. No one else would hold the title of crown princess. Li Qing does not believe him. He tells Qiyu that the emperor will surely force Qiyu to marry someone to continue the royal bloodline. He tells Qiyu that as a compromise, Li Qing would allow him to mourn for at least 100 days, up to 6 months. Then, after that, he could remarry and forget about Li Qing. Li Qing's answer stuns Qiyu. He looks as if the idea of forgetting Li Qing is impossible. He leans down to hug Li Qing and tell him they should stop talking about depressing stuff as it could bring them bad luck. Li Qing tells him that Qiyu has always believed that whenever he says something, the world will follow. He never thought that there were things that are up for fate to decide. Someone as decisive as Qiyu would never believe in superstitions or faith healing. But he suddenly decided to bring Li Qing to the sacred mountains, believing that the gods would bless them. Qiyu reveals that he never feared anything, which is why he'd always believed that he could achieve anything with his abilities. But now he has something to fear. Intrigued, Li Qing asks him what could make Qiyu afraid. Qiyu blurts out that he is afraid of losing Li Qing. His words shake Li Qing's resolve. Li Qing has been indifferent towards life towards Qiyu, but now a part of him wants to hold on. Li Qing raises a hand to gently caress Qiyu's hair. He quietly whispers his regret. He wonders why this has to happen just when he was feeling better, and gently hugs Qiyu. Qiyu did not understand what he said and sat up to ask. Li Qing tells him that it was nothing. Worried that Li Qing would not get enough sleep, Qiyu tells him to rest. Li Qing insists that he is not tired and that he wants to talk more. They sit beside each other, chatting about random things like an ordinary couple. The crack of dawn makes itself known as the morning mist gathers. Li Qing turns to Qiyu to tell him he does not resent him for taking him to the desert. Instead, Li Qing is happy to have the chance to travel and experience things he only read about in books. It is something he's always wanted to do. Li Qing tells him that given his condition, there was no chance of his traveling to the western regions and declares that he would rank this experience as the second happiest time of his life. Heroes. Li Qing leans on Qiyu's chest while Qiyu hugs him from behind. Li Qing tells Qiyu that he never expected that, even though he hates Qiyu, the happiest days of his life are when he is with him. Li Qing tells him that he did not achieve anything remarkable in his life, and his name would not be remembered in history. As a scholar, he would not join the generals in the martial world. If he had died in the capital, he would have felt unsatisfied. He thanks Qiyu for taking him here. Dread sinks in Qiyu's stomach at Li Qing's ominous words. He tells Li Qing he will take him to many beautiful places. They could travel the world together, climb every mountain, and sail every body of water. He vows to make it happen as long as Li Qing forgives him. He tries to continue talking about their future together, but something gets stuck in his throat, and he cannot form any more words. Li Qing smiles, his face relaxed and calm. He lets out a sigh as if letting go of all his hatred. He tells Qiyu that he no longer hates him. Then he asks Qiyu when the sun would rise. Qiyu gazes towards the horizon, towards the mountain where the sun would rise, and tells Li Qing that it will be very soon. Li Qing tells him he wants to catch some sleep until then, and asks Qiyu to wake him so he can see the sunrise. Li Qing shivers and sleepily asks Qiyu to describe the sunrise to him if he cannot see it. Qiyu agrees and lets Li Qing sleep in his arms. Qiyu caresses Li Qing's hair and kisses the top of his head. He finally gets to admire how kind Li Qing is. Li Qing never let anyone down, whether it was his family or even Qiyu, who was once his lover and now his enemy. He could not believe that someone so kind could exist in this world. He whispers to Li Qing that the sun will rise in 15 minutes and looks forward to watching it together. To it feels finally, light filters through the dark night sky. The dark blue dissolves into a lighter hue. The light hits Qiyu's eyes, waking him from his light nap. He excitedly calls Li Qing, urging him to wake, asking if he can see the sunrise. It was a beautiful sight. The orange light peeks through the jagged mountain top, illuminating the crystalline texture of the land. The warmth embraces them and the breezes surround them softly. However, dread sinks into Qiyu's chest. His smile falters as Li Qing does not even stir. Li Qing does not respond and lies in his arms, seemingly sound asleep. Qiyu continues to talk to Li Qing, thinking that Li Qing must have never seen such a magnificent sunrise, committing everything to memory. He tells Li Qing that he will remember this moment with him so that when Li Qing wakes up, he can describe the sunrise in great detail. From behind, a voice gently addresses Qiyu respectfully. It was Yulin. When Qiyu does not respond, he tries again, this time more gently. Qiyu looks at him, his eyes dull. He tells Yulin not to make any noise, as he would wake Li Qing. Yulin tells him that Li Qing is no longer with them. Qiyu hides his eyes under his bangs, his face dark. Yulin repeats what he said, trying to get Qiyu to face the truth. Qiyu tells him not to talk nonsense. If he continues, Qiyu would not hesitate to kill him. A shiver runs down Yun's spine, but he bravely insists that Li Qing is no longer breathing, and that Qiyu should take a look. Qiyu angrily tells him to shut his trap. Although scared, Yulin insists that Li Qing is dead and that he is telling the truth. Qiyu is in denial. He does not believe that Li Qing would die. He insists that Li Qing is just sleeping, even as he talks to his beloved, promising to wait for him. Li Qing does not respond. A tear drops on Li Qing's cheek. Qiyu panics and apologizes to Li Qing. He knew that Li Qing liked to keep clean and wiped the tear off Li Qing's face immediately. Qiyu can't help the tears forming in his eyes or the sobs racking his body. He asks himself why he's crying. Covering his eyes with his arm, he wipes the tears off his face. But the tears won't stop. He still denies that Li Qing is dead. He shakes Li Qing awake, begging him to open his eyes, even reminding him of his promise to never leave Qiyu alone. He tells Li Qing that he knows he was wrong, clinging to Li Qing, begging him to notice him, to open his eyes, anything. Li Qing slumps in his arms, unresponsive. Qiyu begs him not to leave him, telling him that he can't leave without him. Qitu finally understands that Li Qing is dead. Wrapping his arms around Li Qing, he hugs him tightly, burying his face on Li Qing's shoulders, crying his heart out. Qitu no longer cared if anyone was seeing him, no longer cared that he had an image to uphold as a general and crown prince, no longer cared for his pride. He lets it all out. He never once thought that he would care for someone so deeply, that their absence would leave a mark on his very soul, that the loss could be so unbearable enough to drive him crazy. It is only when they are gone that one comes to realize how important they are to you. Qitu holds Li Qing for a long time, not wanting to let go. Meanwhile, Yilin awkwardly hops with his ankles tied together and his arms bound behind him. When he finally got close to Qitu, he told him that if he did not do anything, Li Qing would surely join the afterlife. Qitu stirs and springs up too quickly. He asks Yilin what he meant. Suddenly, under Qitu's wide gaze, Yilin shakes in fear. Qitu looks at him pitifully, asking if there is a way to save Li Qing. Almost automatically, Yilin loudly denies that he knows a way to save Li Qing. Qitu promises that if Yilin tells him how to save Li Qing, he will let him leave. He even promised to pardon Hunor, who is currently imprisoned in the capital after poisoning the emperor. The offer is too tempting for Yilin, and he couldn't believe it. To prove his sincerity, Qitu uses his knife to cut through the rope binding Yilin. Qitu swears that he would make life easy if he helps him save Li Qing. Yilin hesitates, unsure whether he should trust the man who ruined his life. Finally making a decision, he hands Qitu a bottle. Qitu asks if it is a medicine that could cure Li Qing's disease. Yilin admits that the bottle contains poison. Before Qitu could react violently, he explained that the poison was different. The person is harmful to people who are alive, but if someone is already dead, it could extend their life for another 3 days. This man Hua keeps popping up miracle cures. Qitu wonders if 3 days would be enough time to find the blood Costanchi. Yilin tells him that 3 days should be enough time to carry Li Qing to the sacred mountain. He explains that on the sacred mountain there is a jade platform that, according to legend, could bring the dead back to life. The jade platform will keep them from entering the underworld. The jade platform will nourish their soul and they could live in a half-dead estate for another year. Qitu does not believe the story, but at this time he has no choice. He is at a point where he would cling to anything, even legends and old wives' tales. He looks at the poison in his hand. Even if the chances of success are slim, he will do it for Li Qing. He opens the bottle, preparing to give it to Li Qing. He suddenly feels suspicious and asks Yilin why he's helping. Yilin answers that he believes that Li Qing is a good person since his brother trusted him. Also, Qitu has his brother's life in the palm of his hands, and he's doing this to save his brother. Qitu contemplates his answers for a second. Deciding that he has no choice, he tips the poison into Li Qing's lips. After a while, there is still no sign of life. Qitu wonders why Li Qing has not yet woken up. Yilin sweated bullets, nervously wringing his hands while he told Qitu to be more patient. The medicine would take a while to take effect. Suddenly, Li Qing's soul returns to his body. The warmth in his body returns. His heart starts to beat again, and color returns to his face. Qitu calls his name, but Li Qing does not wake. However, Qitu is sure that he is alive once more. Yilin did not lie to him. Li Qing is back. Qiu carries Li Qing on his back, preparing to climb the sacred mountain. Qiu asks Yulin if he knows the way to Hanyu Terrace. Yulin answers that he has an idea of how to get there. He explains that the Hanyu Terrace is near the peak of the sacred mountain. However, he has never been there. Qiu orders him to lead. Although scared, Yulin complies. Leaving their horse behind, Qiu determinedly walks the path leading to sacred mountain, almost leaving Yulin behind, who runs after him. The climb up the sacred mountain is treacherous. There is no easy path, and the climb is steep and unforgiving, even made more difficult by a snowstorm. Even with their bodies swaying in the wind, they persevere. Qiu uses a rope to secure Li Qing to his body. Using all his strength, he carries him up the slope while Yulin struggles to follow. One wrong slip and they could plummet down the side of the cliff. They scaled the walls 1 inch at a time, their movements slow. There seems to be no end to this torture. However, Qiu is determined to reach the top. Yulin clings to the wall carefully. He places his foot in a crevice to pull himself up, but his foot slips. He panics as he waits for his impending doom. Thankfully, Qiu was able to catch him by the hood of his cloak and hoists him up against the edge of the cliff, saving him. Yulin calms his wildly beating heart and tells Qiu that he can't go higher. He can't even walk. To manage Villas, Qiu's does not falter. It is clear that he will not stop until he reaches the peak. Taking pity on Yulin, he tells him to climb down the mountain. Yulin looks up in surprise, not expecting Qiu to suddenly have a heart for him. He tells Qiu that there's no way that he would survive the climb in this weather. He reasons with Qiu that Li Qing has little time left to live. Even if they reach the jade platform, he would only leave for a year. They may not find the blood stanch, which means that they are only delaying the inevitable. Kiyu could also lose his life in the process, and he asks Kiyu if risking his life is worth it. The question rings in Kiyu's ear. He realized that it was a question that he'd want to ask Li Qing. He wants to know whether clinging to their childhood bond was worth all the trouble Kiyu brought into his life. Li Qing endured a lot for him. He even underwent torture, became blind, and got saddled with a blood disease. Li Qing never complained, never said it was worthless. Kiyu realizes that loving someone means never questioning if it was worth it. Kiyu had a nostalgic look in his eyes as he looked at his bloodied hands. His eyes look even prouder to know that his hands became that way for Li Qing. Standing up, he continues his journey slowly, with Li Qing tied to his back. Yulin watches him go. Astonished by his devotion, he never thought that someone as prideful as the Jing Kingdom's country prince, the destroyer of his country, could be so devoted. Kiyu persists. His hands were a bloody mess, smearing the walls of the mountain. He talks to Li Qing even while unconscious, assuring him they are close to Hanyu Terrace. Suddenly, Kiyu steps on thin ice, which crack under their combined weight. They slide into a ditch. When they reach the bottom, Kiyu braces his leg to regain their balance. Li Qing groans, and Kiyu almost smiles at the sound he makes. He looks around and notices particles floating in the air. He reaches out to touch them, but they seem to sleep through his hands. Li Qing threw Kiyu to Li Qing and tells him that it's great that they are both all right. He looks ahead and finds the jade platform. His eyes widening, he tells Li Qing that they must be in the Hanyu Terrace. With Li Qing still attached to his back, he moves closer to the platform and places Li Qing in the middle. He tells Li Qing that he would leave him there to keep his body from rotting and his soul from leaving the world of the living. He promises to come back for him. He bids Li Qing goodbye with a heavy heart. He pulls out the jade that the emperor gave Li Qing and Kiyu as a wedding gift. It has both their names carved into it and slips it into Li Qing's frozen hands. Xiao Di told him that Li Qing burned the hair knots and the jade pendant was the only token left from their wedding. Kiyu has been taking care of the jade since Li Qing left the Qilin mansion. Lying down, he admits to being the world's worst husband and entrusts the wedding jade to Li Qing, hoping that Li Qing will not forget him. He meticulously places Li Qing on the platform, making sure that he is comfortable. With a final kiss, he apologizes to Li Qing, his heart heavy for leaving him behind. He begs Li Qing to wait for Kiyu to come back for him. In Lulan, Xingshu continues his research. Time and time again, he would search his family's library for the answer. The Lulan family records document the medical records of the Lulan royal family members and the efforts to find blood stanch. Xingshu sits down on the floor to lean against a shelf containing the ancient scrolls. His research found only 2 blood stanches, and information about them is unfortunately very limited. Xingshu wonders where he could find another. His family has been cursed with an incurable blood disease, and everyone in the family, men and women, did not live a long life. His father trusted one pill to Xingshu in the hope that Xingshu would use it for himself to continue the family's bloodline. But Xingshu, out of love for Li Qing, used the pills to save him. Xingshu presses the handkerchief in his hand against his nose. When he looks down to check, he finds blood in the white cloth. This only means one thing: Xingshu's blood disease has flared up again. Feeling depressed, he thinks back to his father and all the hope and responsibilities he placed on Xingshu's young shoulders. He feels that he has failed his father and their people. When Xingshu dies, he will single-handedly cause the Lulan royal empire to die out. His body is racked with coughing fits. Once he is able to compose himself again, he leans his head back on the bookshelf, his face serene. He tells himself that he does not regret giving the pills to Li Qing. In fact, if given the chance to redo the choice, he would do the same thing. In his mind, he thinks of Li Qing and how beautiful he looks. It's that face that captivated Xingshu. While Xingshu wallows in his memories of Li Qing, a servant rushes into the library, announcing that someone has forced their way into the palace uninvited. Behind the servant is Kiyu. His walk no longer has a trace of arrogance. His head bowed, shoulders hunched. He uses a walking stick to support his weight. His hands are bandaged, and blood coats his cloak and clothes. He looks worn and starved. However, from where she sits, Xingshu is startled by how Kiyu looks. Xingshu did not bother to stand up. He asks Kiyu why he's alone and where Li Qing is. Kiyu does not respond, his face sad and pitiful. His silence angers Xingshu, and fear grips his heart. He lunges up towards Kiyu, threatening him with his fist. He demands to know where Li Qing is. Qiu took Li Qing to the desert and came by himself. To Xingshu, it could only mean one thing. He asks Qiu how he could have the guts to come back. The rage that Xingshu feels raises his blood pressure, and his heart beats uncontrollably. He coughs uncontrollably and blood smears on his fist. He draws his fist and punches Qiu, shouting at him that it should have been him who died. Qiu does not fight back. He tells Xingshu to beat him up, screaming that Qiu deserved to die. Xingshu keeps beating Qiu. Qiu lets him, even asking for more. Qiu wants someone to punish him for what he did to Li Qing. His words made Xingshu stop. He heaves as he controls his erratic heart. Tears flow uncontrollably down Qiu's face. His jaw was bruised from Pi Xingshu's assaults. He tells Pi Xingshu that Li Qing died in his arms. His heart stopped beating and Pi Xingshu's anger flares up once more. He tells Qitu that he wanted so much to draw his sword and kill Qitu. He asks why someone like Qitu exists. It was all Qitu's fault. When Li Qing was the crown princess, he did not receive the honor and care he deserved. Even Li Qing's worsening blood disease was due to Qitu's mistreatment of him. He asks Qitu, mocking him for acting high and mighty. If he were as powerful as he used to be, then it would not be difficult for him to snatch Li Qing back from the underworld. Pi Xingshu straddles Qitu, asking him how he had the guts to return without Li Qing. He asks where he left Li Qing so that Pi Xingshu could find him. Qitu covers his eyes to hide his tears. He tells Pi Xingshu that he left Li Qing on the jade platform atop the sacred mountain. Li Qing is being kept alive by the poison Yulin gave him. The sacred mountain will keep him alive in a coma state for a year, and they must find the blood to staunch before time runs out. It is the only way for Li Qing to survive. His answer stuns Pi Xingshu. He's heard about the miracles of Sacred Mountain, but he hasn't yet verified whether the claims are true. He looks at Qiyu incredulously. He asks how Qiyu could have left Li Qing all alone in that place. The legend of the Sacred Mountain had not yet been verified, and Qiyu's trust in a legend is absurd. Qiyu asks him what he should have done and what choices he has. How about not taking a sickly person to a barren desert with limited supplies? He tells Pi Xingshu that he would accept all the beating he would give him, and he even encourages him to curse at him and hit him. He tells Pi Xingshu that he only came to ask if he had found the blood to staunch. Pi Xingshu stills, his jaw tight with repressed rage. Weakly he loosens his hands and tells Qiyu that he has not found any. Pi Xingshu's strength leaves him, and Qiyu sits up. Pi Xingshu grabs the staff he has been using to help him walk. He tells Pi Xingshu that he will return to the Jing Kingdom to gather his men to help search for the blood to staunch. He will add more people to the search if the first batch of soldiers is not enough. Looking back at Pi Xingshu, he tells him that he will not stop until he saves Li Qing. Li Xing, with these words, he leaves Pi Xingshu behind. True to his words, Qishu gathered enough men to search the western regions for the blood to staunch. No matter how much they searched, they were never able to find it. He even offered a lucrative reward for anyone who found it, even offering an amount equivalent to his net worth. Some malicious people attempted to scam Qishu, presenting him with fake blood to staunch. Qishu did not let them and severely punished anyone who attempted to scam him. However, the search was not successful. Seasons changed, and still Qishu did not find any. Alas, nearly a year has passed, and he still found nothing. To his surprise, he receives a message from Pi Xingshu. Shodi tells him that the king of Lulan sent one of his messengers and demanded that Kiru open the letter himself. Kiru is intrigued. When he opens the letter, he notices that it is written on red paper. It is a wedding invitation. He looks down at the letter, gritting his teeth as if the letter itself offends him. Qiyu goes to Lulan to meet Pi Chingu. The thought that Pi Chingu has already found someone else to marry does not sit well with Qiyu. Qiyu thought that Pi Chingu loves Li Qing so much that he will not choose anyone else until his death. Unlike the last time they met, Pi Chingu is calm. Pi Chingu greets him warmly but tells him he came too early as the wedding is in 10 days. Qiyu tells him that he values their past relationship as rivals and confidants, and that he must honor Pi Chingu's wedding by coming early. Besides, he also wants to meet Pi Chingu's chosen queen. Pi Chingu smoothly changes the conversation away from his betrothal and tells Qiyu to rest up, as he has had a long journey. He coughs into the handkerchief in his hands. Qiyu looks at him sadly. Pi Chingu's declining health only means that he has not yet found the blood castanche. This must be the reason why he is in a rush to get married. Pi Chingu needs to continue his bloodline. Pi Chingu scoffs, clarifying that he will have no blood heirs. Soon a servant enters the throne room chasing after a toddler. The child disregards the scolding he earned from the servant and runs towards Pi Chingu. Chingu stoops down to pick him up. Pi Chingu wins the Daddy Award. Pi Chingu tells him that he is not marrying out of convenience, and he will bestow the throne on the child in his arms. He introduces the child as Guangsheng. The child looks up at Pi Chingu adoringly. Qiyu is surprised that the king of Lulan would make such a drastic choice. Lulan is one of those traditionally inclined families that values family name and blood relations. The child is clearly from the Jing Kingdom. He observes the toddler, noting that the child has porcelain-like skin, almost as if carved from jade. Pi Chingu must have raised the child well. Pi Chingu admits that he is facing backlash for his choice and asks Qiyu to support him in his plan to put Guangsheng on the throne. He tells Qiyu that this is the only way for Lulan to continue its existence. Qiyu thinks the plan is absurd. There is no way Pi Chingu would want an enemy prince overseeing Lulan. Pi Chingu admits that the idea is crazy, but there's no one else he can trust. Pi Chingu tells Qiyu that if he wants to take over Lulan, Qiyu is free to do so, as Pi Chingu would have no power to stop him. Qiyu looks at him suspiciously. Pi Chingu seems to have given up. Pi Chingu tells him that he accepts that such a thing could happen and that not everything goes the way you want. Pi Chingu knows that Lulan is on the verge of extinction. It just landed on Pi Chingu's hand when the monarchy is on the brink of collapse. His father always knew that he was not meant to become king and should not blame him so much for his choice. It seems that Pi Chingu already made peace with the fact that he and Lulan would end soon. The child plays with Pi Chingu's large hand and Chingu obliges him like a doting father. Pi Chingu suddenly asks Qiyu about his plans. He wants to know if he plans to continue waiting for Li Qing. Qiyu scoffs. He tells Pi Chingu that he will never give up. He will find the blood Kastanchi so he can save Li Qing. His answer wipes the smile off Pi Chingu's face. He looks at Qiyu seriously and asks him to come with him. He also tells the toddler that he will take him to his father. Guansheng smiles widely, pointing in the direction of his father. At Pi Chingu's words, Qiyu becomes suspicious. This is the child that Li Qing found on the border of the western region. He asks Pi Chingu who the child's father is. Pi Chingu tells him that he will know when he meets him. They walk towards the courtyard. Sand covers the ground and they find a small oasis. A cushioned swing was set up between two tropical-looking trees, and a person sits on it under the shade. At a closer glance, that person is Li Qing. He sits on the swing, his eyes closed as if sleeping. The wind gets knocked out of Qiyu's chest as he finally gets to see him again. Qiyu walks closer to Li Qing, unable to believe his eyes. His footsteps move on their own, each step faster than the last. Li Qing finally stirs away, and upon seeing Li Qing, he panics, begging him not to come closer. In his panic, he stumbles back on the swing, and Qiyu is frozen in place as he watches Li Qing. Qiyu watches Li Qing squirm in pain. Not wanting to startle him further, he gently calls his name. He reaches for Li Qing, and Li Qing scoots further back in fear. Li Qing's reaction saddens Qiyu. He kneels down and gently asks Li Qing what he's so afraid of. Qiyu coaxes Li Qing while Pei Xingshu carries Guansheng in his arms. Pei Xingshu taps him on the shoulder and warns Qiyu not to push Li Qing further. He then kneels to comfort Li Qing, who immediately latches onto his arm. Li Qing dragged Pei Xingshu and Guansheng and hid behind a clay sculpture with them. Pei Xingshu asks what they are hiding from. Li Qingshu asks what they are hiding from. Li Qing shushed him, worried that Pei Xingshu might give away their hiding spot. Guansheng adds to the noise, repeatedly calling Li Qing daddy. Guansheng even latches onto Li Qing and he worriedly looks behind his shoulder, worried that they've been caught. Li Qing tells Guansheng that they are hiding to save themselves. Pei Xingshu assures him that Li Qing no longer needs to run and that he is safe with Pei Xingshu. No. Needing assurance, Li Qing holds Pei Xingshu's hands, asking if Heishi's gone. Pei Xingshu asks who he is referring to. Meanwhile, Guansheng jumps from one parent to another. Li Qing's face is serious as he describes his tormentor. In a hushed voice, he tells Pei Xingshu that he is running from his demon of an ex-husband. The ex-husband wants to drag him back to the Jing kingdom to torture him. Li Qing recounts all the abuse he experienced at his ex-husband's hands, beating him, scolding him, starving him, and even forcing him to study. Pei Xingshu pats Li Qing's head in a placating manner, his eyes looking menacingly at the culprit. He asks Li Qing if he still remembers his tormentor. Meanwhile, Qiyu's eyes are hidden under his bangs mysteriously. Li Qing enthusiastically answers that he does remember his tormentor. He tells Pei Xingshu that his husband is the worst and that no one else has treated him as poorly as his former husband. He considers him a vile and viscous demon. He even remembers that his ex-husband is a crown prince and they must do their best to hide. Pei Xingshu plays with Li Qing, treating him like a child. He tells Li Qing that his ex-husband is now gone and that they should put Guansheng on the swing to play. Li Qing readily agrees. Li Qing places Guansheng on his lap, while Pei Xingshu pushes the swing from behind. The three look like a beautiful, happy family, and Qiyu is left standing to the side like an idiot. Finally, Pei Xingshu notices him. Qiyu looks at the happy-looking family. Seeing Li Qing alive and well and seemingly afraid of him makes him feel sad. Pei Xingshu signals for a maid to attend to Li Qing and Guansheng. Impatiently, Qiyu approaches Pei Xingshu, wanting to know what he's seeing. Pei Xingshu gestures for him to follow. Pei Xingshu takes him to a tent where the two can talk privately. Pei Xingshu reveals that he found the blood Sistanch and tells Qiyu he should be happy about this good news. Qiyu asks him when he found it. He scolds himself for not finding it himself. He wonders if this is his punishment for all the sins he committed. Fate refuses to grant him the one thing he wanted the most, the ability to save the person he loves. Pei Xingshu hesitates with his answer. He initially wanted to lie and tell Qiyu that he found the blood Sistanch only a month ago, but the truth is, he's had it for half a year now. The answer shakes Qiyu. This means that he's been searching the whole time aimlessly. Pei Xingshu admits that he brought Li Qing back to life and returned him to Lulan 6 months ago. Qiyu grabs his shoulder angrily. He's mad that Pei Xingshu kept it a secret this whole time. Pei Xingshu has a mean bone in his body. Keep it up, peace. If there's anyone who knows how long Kier has been in pain, it would have been Pei Shu. Pei Shu has the grace to look guilty. Kier lets go of him as if his strength has left him. He tells Pei Shu how much pain he's been in. Pei Shu coughs, aims. All of their encounters are emotionally charged. Maybe these two should end up together instead. Kier takes a step back. Pei Shu explains that Kier should understand by now that Pei Shu does not have much time to leave. His illness is flaring up again, and the blood castanche he found is only good for one person. He could have used the blood castanche for himself, but he chose to give it to Li Qing. He tells Kier that he loves Li Qing more than he does. Kier looks at him stunned. He finally backs down, recognizing that Pei Shu's love is superior to his. Pei Shu tells him that he did not say this to compete with Kier. He just wanted Kier to know that he deserves the right to make Li Qing his queen. He wants Kier to know he came too late and to honor the deal they made. He wants Kier to attend their wedding and watch them be joined together as a happily wedded couple. This is the only way for Pei Shu to know that Kier admits his defeat. Kier looks up at Li Qing as he happily plays in the swing with Guansheng. Seeing how happy Li Qing is, he promises not to stand in the way if it means allowing Li Qing to be happy. Kiwi slumps his shoulders in defeat. He tells Pei Shu that if Li Qing were truly happy with him, he wouldn't stop them. Sincerely, Kiwi tells him that seeing Li Qing alive and whole is more than he could ask for. Kiwi has finally matured. He decides to step aside so that Pei Shu can take care of Li Qing. With Li Qing's condition, it would be best if he did not suffer when two powerful men compete for him. Pei Shu is surprised by his answer. He expected Kiwi to either challenge him to a fight or throw a tantrum. He realized that Kiwi had finally learned to give way. Pei Shu explains Li Qing's current predicament. Li Qing Ditto came out of the sacred mountain unscathed. He is fine physically, but his brain was damaged. He acts and thinks like a 7- or 8-year-old child, and the cause is unknown. Even after half a year of treatment, they haven't found a cure. Kiwi finally understands why Li Qing acted so childishly. He wonders why Li Qing's mind would stay at that age. He realizes that Li Qing's mind stays in his happy-go-lucky years, the years when he was most happy. Pei Shu finally excuses himself to have dinner with Li Qing and Guansheng. Kiwi grabs his arm and asks to join them for dinner so he can watch Li Qing. When Pei Shu did not reply quickly, he changed his proposal to lurk somewhere far just so he could watch Li Qing. Pei Shu is startled by his eager face and agrees to allow Kiwi to watch Li Qing, but warns him to keep a safe distance as Li Qing is afraid of Kiwi. Pei Shu leading the way, unsettled by the humble look Kiwi showed him. Pei Shu goes to the swing where Li Qing and Guansheng are playing and asks Li Qing if he is hungry. Li Qing denies this. Pei Shu scolds him, saying that Li Qing must have eaten a lot of sweets, which made him lose his appetite. He even tells Li Qing that from now on he will limit Li Qing's milk cake to 1 piece a day. Li Qing decides that the best course of action is to blame Guansheng for the eaten milk cake. Pei Shu looks at Li Qing sternly, while the liar, I meant Li Qing, squirms in his seat. Kiwi finds liar Li Qing cute. Pei Shu presents the meals on the table to Li Qing. The dinner they have is indeed sumptuous, fit for royalty. Meanwhile, Kiwi lurks outside the tent like a homeless hobo. Pei Shu asks Li Qing whether he wants one of the main dishes first or would rather have a bowl of soup. Li Qing looks at the soup in disgust, acting like a picky eater. He asks if the soup has deer antlers and refuses to drink it because it stinks. Pei Shu takes the bowl of soup but warns Li Qing that he shouldn't be so picky. He recommended the chicken drumstick as a good source of energy and beneficial for Li Qing's health. Pei Shu places a drumstick in one of Li Qing's bowls. Li Qing complains and asks why he needs to be healthy, as he's not going to get pregnant. He tells Li Qing that even though he's not expected to have children, he still needs to be healthy when he gets married. He tells Li Qing that it won't be good if he faints at their wedding. Li Qing continues to munch on the chicken leg. Setting it down, he asks Pei Shu if there's a way to get out of the marriage. This answer upsets Pei Shu. In an even tone, he asks Li Qing if he does not want to be his queen. Li Qing answers that being Pei Shu's queen would be nice, and Pei Shu has been very kind to him. He sweats as he finally reveals the reason for his apprehension. He tells Pei Shu that he is unqualified as he's been married before. Li Qing's words hit Kiwi like a Cupid's arrow. It stirs hope that Li Qing has not forgotten their marriage and still cherishes it. Pei Shu composes himself, telling Li Qing that his past marriage does not matter to him, and reminds Li Qing that he's already divorced. Li Qing's memory is rattled. The word divorce jogs his memory, even remembering that his demon of a husband cast him aside, unable to stop himself. Kiwi steps into the tent to tell Li Qing that his husband did not abandon him. Li Qing asks Shu who the visitor was who barged in on them. Pei Shu thought for a moment about a plausible lie and answered that Kiwi is a distant cousin who came to Lulan to attend their wedding. With his manners ingrained in him since childhood, Li Qing invites Kiwi to eat with them. Kiwi looks at Pei Shu pitifully. Although annoyed by his sudden appearance, Pei Xingshu cordially invites him to eat with them. Qiwu, with his too thick face, slumps down on the empty cushion and eagerly announces that he is indeed hungry. Li Qing saw an opportunity to have someone else eat the food he did not like and shoved it all towards Qiwu. He even gives him meat, citing that Qiwu must like meat because he's too big. Li Qing used to hate savory food like meat, so he's giving it to Qiwu. Qiwu gratefully accepts the food, even acting like a well-mannered cousin. Suddenly, someone calls Qiwu a bad boy. Li Qing looks up in surprise, while Pei Xingshu looks like he wants to have this dinner over with and ship Qiwu back to the Jing kingdom. It was Guansheng. The toddler slaps Qiwu with his dirty hands. An awkward silence engulfs the tent. Li Qing breaks it by scolding Guansheng, asking him where he learned to curse. Pei Xingshu doubles down by scolding the toddler for using bad words and teaching him not to say them in front of guests. Guansheng continues to chant repeatedly, calling Qiwu a bad thing. Qiwu feels bad that even a kid dislikes him. He wonders if he's just so unlikable. Li Qing takes Guansheng from Qiwu and assures him that the toddler is cursing someone else. This answer does not reassure Qiwu, as he knows exactly who Guansheng is cursing. Li Qing scolds Guansheng for only learning the bad words. The toddler keeps glaring at Qiwu menacingly. Li Qing swears that he did not teach Guansheng any bad words. Qiwu could tell where the child learned those bad words. He's sure that Li Qing has been referring to him as a bad thing. Qiwu does not know if he should be happy or upset that Li Qing still remembers him. He'd rather that Li Qing hates him rather than forget about him. Guansheng looks up at Li Qing, cutely winning his father's heart. Qiwu watches the two interact. This meal is the most uncomfortable one that Qiwu has ever attended. He had to modulate his voice so Li Qing would not recognize him, and even pretend to be close to Pei Xingshu to make the ruse that they were cousins more plausible. Qiwu has never felt humbled. Qiwu feels frustrated. Taking a bottle of alcohol with him, he hoists himself up on the roof to get drunk alone. Although the meal was uncomfortable, that day was the most relaxing day he had had in years. What matters most is that Li Qing is alive and well. He could now forgive himself and let go of his guilt. He wanted Li Qing to receive all the love he deserved, but Li Qing had regressed to the mind of his 7-year-old self. Although his mind is back to when he and Li Qing were close, Li Qing still fears him. The pain he's inflicted on Li Qing has hurt him so deeply. Now that Li Qing is getting married, he can only watch him from a distance. Qiwu lets out a sigh. He has matured and understands what true love means. Love means your pride no longer matters. Qiwu clumsily knocks over a bottle of wine. The wine tumbles down, thunking against the walls of the castle, until it reaches the ground and crashes, making a loud noise. A cloaked figure descends the stairs, acting suspiciously. Qiwu, from his high vantage point, wonders if the suspicious individual is an assassin. Thinking that this assassin is far too clumsy, he decides to observe some more. Li Qing, the would-be assassin, looks around, looking as if lost. Qiwu jumps down from where he's hiding to follow the assassin. Rounding a corner, the assassin enters a door. Qiwu thinks the assassin's movements look very familiar. Slamming the door open, he shouts to ask who the intruder is. Holding a piece of steak, the assassin jumps in surprise. The assassin is none other than Li Qing, and Qiwu caught him stealing from the kitchen. Qiwu asks him if he's here to steal food, which Li Qing vehemently denies. He claims that he only came to smell the food. Qiwu does not believe him and asks Li Qing if he's worried that he'd tell their cousin Pei Xingshu. Li Qing almost cried as he begged Qiwu not to tattle to Xingshu. With these two, Pei Xingshu became the honorary dad. Li Qing guilt-trips him for eating all the food at dinner, which made Li Qing hungry during the night. Li Qing knows that if Pei Xingshu finds out, he would make him eat deer antlers to ensure he has enough nourishment. Qiwu asks Li Qing why he did not eat more during dinner. Li Qing cries big fat tears as he explains that the cook in Lulan serves terrible food. Even the chef from his family home serves better food than he does. However, Li Qing couldn't bring himself to complain to Pei Xingshu. He begged him not to tattle on him or he would starve to death. Qiwu cannot say no to Li Qing and warns him not to eat so much. Li Qing agrees, surprised that their honored cousin would take his side. Taking food from the pantry, Qiwu tells Li Qing to start eating while Qiwu keeps a lookout. Li Qing holds Qiwu's pinky, asking him to stay, as there wouldn't be any people out and about this late at night. Finding his partner in crime, Li Qing invites him to sit down and eat with him. Li Qing invites him to eat, an offer that Qiwu finds so tempting. Qiwu knows that the right thing to do is to decline the invitation. As Li Qing is about to be wed, it would not look good if news of Qiwu frolicking with Li Qing at night reached Pei Xingshu. There would be a bloodbath. Li Qing tells him that he could just run very fast if someone caught them. Li Qing is confident that Pei Xingshu will not punish him severely, even offering to take the blame if Qiwu gets caught. He graciously tells Qiwu that he still needs Qiwu's help choosing his food. By that he means he wants Qiwu to eat his leftovers. When Qiwu did not answer, Li Qing felt like he had done something wrong. He looks up at Qiwu and he sees that he is blushing. Qiwu is currently experiencing a cuteness overload. Finally, Qiwu agrees. While eating the sumptuous meal, Li Qing started hiccuping and asked Qiyu to find them something to drink to help them wash it down. Upon checking the kitchen, Qiyu found only wine and told Li Qing that the drink is not suitable for him. Li Qing tells him that he is all right with wine as the milk wine in Lulan is not warm and would not get him drunk. Qiyu asks him if he would be able to handle the alcohol, and then that the alcohol may not work well with the medicinal meal that Li Qing has been taking. Li Qing counters that as milk wine is made from milk, it should be good for him. Qiyu does not buy his reasoning and tells him to only drink 1 cup. Qiyu asks Qiyu why he is as controlling as Pijing Shu. Qiyu says he's doing this because he was told Li Qing isn't well. Placing a cup of milk wine in front of Li Qing, Qiyu tells him to drink. Li Qing raises his cup for a toast, roping Qiyu in with his shenanigans and making him part of his team. Qiyu asks him what he means. Qiyu does not know which group Li Qing has placed him in. Finally, Li Qing announces that their alliance has been formed and that it is called the Sneaky Eating Alliance. The unlikely duo raises their glasses for a toast. Li Qing even made him swear to secrecy, to never tell Pijing Shu that he had been sneaking around to steal food. He tells Qiyu that they are now bound to secrecy. Li Qing enjoys the milk wine, happy that it tastes good. Qiyu loves that they have a secret they can share together and wishes their time together would never end. Handing his cup to Qiyu, Li Qing asks him to pour him more milk wine. Qiyu refuses, which puts Li Qing in a bad mood. With his face blushing due to the alcohol, Li Qing tells him that if Qiyu pours him another cup, he would tell him another secret. Qiyu asks him what the secret is. Qiyu, being the innocent being that he is, stands from his seat and leans close to Li Qing, closing the gap between them. Li Qing whispered sultrily in Qiyu's ears. He reveals that he is a creature from the heavens. You're supposed to reveal the secret after he pours you a cup, not before. Qiyu asks him what he means. It was then that he realized how close Li Qing's face is. His pale skin was dusted with a pink blush. Qiyu can't help himself, and he falls all over again. With one finger raised as if lecturing a class, Li Qing explains that he once died and entered heaven. Li Qing tells him how cold heaven was. He could not see anything, but he knew he must be in heaven. Li Qing skivers at the memory. He wonders if his lack of faith made Buddha punish him and sent him to the frozen hell instead of the heavenly paradise. Li Qing swears he did nothing wrong. Xiao Yu wonders if these are Li Qing's feelings before succumbing to the power of the sacred mountain. Li Qing then tells him he slept for a very long time and does not even know how long. When he finally opened his eyes, he returned to the world of the mortals. Li Qing remarks that the experience is out of this world and that he did not reincarnate. Xiao Yu responds that the experience is indeed magical. Li Qing grins at him, hiccuping. Finally, the first half of the Sneaky Eating Alliance succumbed to the effects of alcohol and fell asleep. Xiao Yu is surprised by how fast Li Qing fell asleep. Shaking him awake, he asks Li Qing if he's really sleeping. Suddenly, Li Qing springs up. This time, his eyes are puffy. Big globs of tears pour down his face. Li Qing cries loudly. He realized that he's become a liar, a thief, and a drunkard. These are things he dared not do in his past life. He laments that this means that he is no longer a good kid. Xiao Yu lets out a sigh, thinking that Li Qing feels an overwhelming amount of guilt even when he's drunk. To comfort him, Xiao Yu hugs him, assuring him that no matter what he does, he will still be a good kid. Li Qing asks why, and Xiao Yu answers that as long as he feels remorse, he's still good. Xiao Yu shyly admits that he almost never feels guilty for the bad things he's done. Typical, his answer did not make Li Qing feel better. In fact, he felt even worse. Li Qing cries some more, worried that their master would kick him out of school. He's worried that his father would not like him anymore and would send him away, making him homeless. Xiao Yu looks at him sympathetically. He realized how spoiled he had been. He had the arrogance to act out recklessly because he holds the title of crown prince. He has wealthy biological parents who would provide for him, and the entire Jing kingdom is his home. However, Li Qing is always worried that a single misstep would cause his parents to throw him away. Li Qing finally calms down, exclaiming that there is someone to blame for all his misery. Surprised by the sudden change in mood, Xiao Yu asks him stupidly, "Who?" Li Qing bites down on his shawl as he reveals that the troublemaker was the culprit. He was the bad influence in Li Qing's life. If it wasn't for that troublemaker, Li Qing would never have dared to do anything bad like lying and drinking. I think you managed to do that all on your own. You've officially become the troublemaker. Xiao Yu wonders how Li Qing would react once he realizes that the troublemaker is standing in front of him. He would surely cry enough to fill a river. Li Qing slumps down on the table a second time. Xiao Yu shakes him gently, asking him if he's really asleep. Sweeping a strand of hair off of Li Qing's face, he confirms that Li Qing is indeed asleep. Deciding that Li Qing has had enough fun, he carries him back to his room. Xiao Yu notes that Li Qing is so light he's almost weightless. In that moment, Xiao Yu feels at peace. The love of his life lies asleep, alive and whole in his arms. His heart, that has been searching for so long, finally finds its home. Xiao Yu tells the sleeping Li Qing that he will let him rest in the guest room assigned to him, as he does not know where Li Qing's room is. He promises to be a gentleman, to stay outside and to guard him at the door. Xiao Yu puts Li Qing down on the couch. Li Qing looks restless. It's as if he's having a nightmare. Without opening his eyes, he clings to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu asks him if he's having a bad dream. Li Qing mumbles that he could smell a familiar scent on him. Xiao Yu blushes at the thought that Li Qing remembers him. Li Qing clings to the person in his dreams. As he opens his eyes, he realizes that this feeling of closeness is so familiar. He looks up at Qiwu, asking him if he would forget about what happened if he were drunk. This gave Qiwu an idea, and he could not resist. He grabs Li Qing's face and kisses him. He finally gets to taste Li Qing's lips one last time. He closes his eyes to enjoy the kiss. Li Qing's eyes widen in shock. Qiwu finally understands what the old plays meant, from how they describe a simple kiss to mountains collapsing and stars turning upside down. Li Qing slaps him hard. When Qiwu looks down at Li Qing, he notices that Li Qing is asleep on the couch. Qiwu slumps down on the floor as he watches Li Qing smile in his sleep. Qiwu wished that this night would never end. Qiwu holds Li Qing's hand, begging him not to leave him again. When morning came, the sun filtered through the window of Qiwu's room. He is startled awake, looking for Li Qing, only to find that he has left. He stomps over to the dining area and finds him having breakfast with Pi Xingshu. Qingshu asks him what he's in a hurry for, calling him cousin, still keeping up with their ruse. Qiwu tells him it was nothing. Li Qing looks nervous when he sits beside him. Li Qing asks him if he's feeling well, or if he's already had breakfast, or if he slept well. He asked if the room was cold. He tells Li Qing that he slept well. Qiwu notices the small things. Li Qing is being chatty because he is nervous. His hands are shaking and his movements are awkward. Qiwu Xingshu notices that Li Qing is being talkative, as he would normally ignore the other guests. He asks how the two get so close so quickly when they just met yesterday. Qiwu Xingshu's spidey alert is tingling. Li Qing tells him that they are not close. He explains that he decided to put more effort into being nice to Qiwu because he is Qiwu Xingshu's cousin. This answer satisfies Qiwu Xingshu. Suddenly, a servant announces that a guest has arrived and Qiwu Xingshu must see them. The two continue to eat. An awkward silence befalls the two. Finally, Li Qing tells Qiwu that no one should know that he slept in Qiwu's room the night before. Qiwu asks him why not. Li Qing explains that although nothing happened between them, Qiwu Xingshu will be mad if he finds out. After all, Li Qing is engaged to him. Li Qing also made him promise not to tell anyone they had been drinking together. Qiwu agreed, then asked Li Qing if they would drink again tonight. Li Qing hesitates, his eyes looking sideways. Qiwu's eyes lit up. He's unable to hide the surprised look in his face when Li Qing agrees.